Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Gentlemen, we are at BeefCon 1. I say again, we are at BeefCon 1. Woo-hoo-hoo! Baby! You've seen the title of the stream. Okay? You've seen the title of the stream. Y'all know I am prone to clickbait. Y'all know I'm prone to exaggeration. You all know that I love a good bit of drama. This ain't it today. This ain't it today. I am 100% serious. I am as convinced of this as I was right about Old World. Okay? Everyone said Old World was dead on arrival. I called it. I was right. And I'm telling you right now, the feeling I'm getting about this, is it's the same. You know what? It's more than the feeling that I got about Old World. I feel more right about this than I did about fucking Old World. And you know what? Send me to the black ships. I'm telling you right now. I had a feeling. I had a premonition. All right? I had a premonition. I said months ago, before I saw a rule, before I played a game, before I sniffed a Rift dice, I said that Konflikt 47 had potential. I said it was going to be big. I said the stars were going to align. Things were being teed up. The fall of heresy was a big thing with it. I said there was a lot of stuff going on. So there was a crossing of streams, a convalescence of things happening. A time I'd never like this had ever happened before in tabletop wargaming in the last 30 years. I said this. I said all of these things. I said there's little threads coming together. Well, guess what? I just played my first game of Konflikt 47. I was worried. I've been hyping this thing up. Was the theory going to meet the reality? The answer is no. It didn't meet. It beat the reality. Oh my God. Oh my God. This is a good game. This is a very, very good game. This is an industry disruptor. This is big. And it may take time, or maybe it'll explode. I don't know. But I feel like this has got some fucking legs in it. This has got some fucking bones in it. You know when Baldur's Gate 3 hit the video game market and completely changed everything? You know when Helldivers 2 hit the video game market and changed everything? And everyone suddenly woke up and realized there was a better way of doing things. There is a new way of doing things. You can have power. You can have flavor. You can have, dare I say it, a modicum of balance without sacrificing the soul and heart of your game. That's what everyone realized. There was a better way of doing things. And that we didn't need to fucking suck down the fetid slop that had been provided to us for years. The standards that had slipped for fucking years. Well, you know what? I'm telling you right now. I am telling you right fucking now. 100% serious. This might be our Baldur's Gate 3 moment as tabletop wargamers. This might be our Helldivers 2 moment as tabletop wargamers. This very well may be the fucking boogeyman for Games Workshop, for Corpo Games Workshop, and I am not exaggerating it. I'm not exaggerating it. I ain't hyping it up. I've been very honest. I want to tell you something to you guys. I've been very honest with you. I've been very honest about how hyped up I've been about this game. And whenever there's been warts along the way, we've talked about those warts. And whenever, you know, I'm like, you know what? I'm worried. I've been hyping this thing up and it ain't going to fucking deliver. It's delivered. It's fucking delivered. We got roll call and all sorts of things to do, but I'm so excited about this. I'm just fucking going. I'm just fucking going. Okay, I'm just fucking going. All right, you can feel it. Can you feel it? Can you feel my energy? I have been, despite the fact I was late today, I have been wanting to talk. I wanted to go live yesterday at fucking like 2 in the morning. I was so excited. There's so many things going through my head right now. There's so many things going through my head right now. So many things. Crunchy rules. So fucking crunchy. Yet, after one game, me and Alex, shout out to Alex. Alex was the guy that got me into bot action, and I've got him into K47, the Circle of Life, baby. After one turn, we had the riff mechanic down. In fact, the rules were so intuitive. It sounds crazy. The rules were so intuitive that at one point we were like, are we getting this fucking right? This seems like we picked this up too quickly. We picked this up too fucking quickly. And we went and checked the rules. Like, it happened a couple of times. We went and checked the rules, and we were like, no, we did get it right. Because it just makes sense. Like, the rules just flow. They just make sense. Like, is that how it works? That is how it works. Oh, sweet. Let's keep going. Like, the rules, crunchy, intuitive, not abstract, not like you're having to do all the fucking work. You're not doing the fucking work. The rules are doing the fucking work. You're just playing the fucking game. You're just playing the fucking game, boys. You're just having fun. You just get to play the game, and the rules just facilitate it. Oh. So many tools in the toolbox for gameplay. So many tools in the tool. I'm telling you, before we move on to the toolbox, I'm telling you about this. You will learn how to play a game of Konflikt 47 in one game. That is all it will take. One game. Now it will take many games for you to master it, but you will learn it in one game. If you're an existing bolt action player right now, you will learn it in one turn. You will learn 90% of what you need to know in one turn of how the new mechanics work. It's piece of piss. Unbelievably easy transition. And if you're a Warhammer 40k player coming over to this, if you're a Warhammer 40k player coming over to Konflikt 47, you will learn Konflikt 47 in one game. That's all it will take. And then you'll understand the mechanics, and then it'll be up to you on how you fucking start approaching this thing. How you start approaching this thing. And the story, the narrative that gets forged, it just happens organically. It just happens organically. The things just happen. Like, and you don't have to, like, it's almost effortless. I barely know anything about this universe, and I'm already like, me and Alex, we talked to each other for 2 hours today after work. After his work, 2 hours for today. And all we talked about was like the narrative of the game, of the battle, what it had meant, like what we'd forged, like, you know, the hand of the green vault. Yeah, it's like stretching forth all this kind of stuff. And I'm telling you, there's every play style is accommodated. You wanna sit there and shoot the piss out of people? You got it. You wanna get you're a world eater player. You wanna fucking get in there and fuck people up, fast moving, hard hitting, tough as nails, assault units? You got it. You're a Death Guard player. You want to slowly shamble towards, you know, absorbing incredible amounts of firepower and then get into combat and start fucking killing everything? You got it. It's covered. It's covered. It's all good. You want to be fast. You want to be slow. You want to hit hard. You want to be fragile. All these kind of things. You got it. Oh man, there's so much. There's so much, guys. Let me tell. I got to the end of a game. This is my first game of Konflikt. This is the last thing I'm going to say, and then this is the intro, and then we're going to get into the roll call and do the super chats and all that kind of stuff. But this is I'm getting you hyped, and then I'm going to have to blue ball you for a little bit and edge you for a little bit. But this is the last thing I'm going to say. This is the last thing I'm going to say. Okay, it's the last thing I'm going to say before we do that, and then we'll come back to it. Okay, this is just the intro. I got to the end of Konflikt, of my first game of Konflikt 47. 6 full turns of it. It was an absolute nail biter. To the very last turn, it was an absolute nail biter. And this was a game that I'd never played before, that I had to learn whilst playing, that I had to film at the same time. And it's very, you know, for those of you that don't know, filming and playing is really tiring. Filming, playing, and learning can be exhausting. Do you want to know what my thoughts was when I got to the end? My thoughts were not, oh, fucking hell, thank God, I'm so tired. My thoughts were, I want to play another game. Right there, right then, I want to play another game. And the only reason I didn't have to play another game, I didn't get to play another game, is because I had to go for a birthday meal with a close friend, and I was this fucking close to just being like, sorry, I can't come. I gotta play another game of this. I don't give a fuck. It's your birthday. Oh man! And you know what's funny? Do you know, like, this is gonna sound awful. It's gonna sound awful, but it's meant as a joke. It's meant of a joke, right? It's meant of a joke. But Alex, he had a 2-hour drive ahead of him. And he wasn't going to get home until like 2.5, 3 hour drive ahead of him. He wasn't going to get home until, you know, after 10 p.m. Him and his missus right now are expecting their first baby. He's an expectant father. And he was like, God damn it. I know I've got bigger responsibilities, but I really want to play another game of Konflikt 47. Oh man. And do you know what? Man? Do you want to know what? Honestly, they have birthdays every year. Who cares? Honestly, I have already got the game isn't even out yet, and I have basically already like completed every faction. Do you know what I did yesterday? Shout out to, well, I would say Squigler Sean, but Dr. Totem Crotch now he's changed his name. I just went and spent 120 quid on new mechs. I was like, I want these. I was like, I don't need them. I've got all these linebackers and all this. No, I wanted them. And I wanted them not because of FOMO, not because they were going to be good or OP or broken or anything like that. I wanted them because I was so hyped from the game. I needed to engage with it again in some way. Anyway, I needed them. I wanted them because I was excited to get them built, painted up. Like the excitement from the game made me want to support the game even more. It sounds crazy. It sounds crazy, but I was just like, I'm just gonna get these. Fuck it. I'm gonna treat myself. I'm gonna celebrate. I'm gonna treat myself. It made me want to go. It made me want to do it again, and I had to stop myself. I had to stop myself, man. Like I didn't stop myself, but I should have done. But I didn't want to. Oh man, you guys. Oh, the hype is real. Konflikt 47 is real, and a company that fancies itself a god, I reckon, is about to feel a very human chill creep down their spine. All right. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. Welcome to the hype train. And you better be ready to get all aboard because it ain't got no brakes. It ain't got no brakes, motherfucker. And I am telling you right now, it's going to be a good one tonight. It's going to be a good one tonight. Now, of course, we are very, very excited about Konflikt 47 here, but I will say this, and I'll say it again. It's a Mordian Glory stream, so anything goes. Just because you're like, oh, Mordian's going on about Konflikt. You want to talk about Warhammer 40k? That's okay. This is not a shitting on 40k stream in any way, shape, or form. Shitting on GW stream in any way. Well, there might be a bit of that, but that's not the main aim of it. Of course, it's a Mordian Glory stream, so if you've been doing some great hobbying over the weekend for whatever games it may be, I want to see it. If you've been at a tournament for whatever game system it may be, I want to see it. If you just want to contemplate the follies of mankind together, I want to do that. Anything goes. Talk about all that kind of stuff. We always have an overarching theme, but we never say you can't talk about anything here. Like we'll talk about everything and anything. There we go. All right, there we are. Thought I'd make that clear at the beginning. I also want to say, but that's the briefing and all that good shit. But, of course, now we must do, before we get too carried away, we must do the thing that is our number one tradition here. The thing that separates us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and the thing that makes us his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. You guys know what time it is. It's time for roll call, baby! Stand up and be counted. Who is here? Who is ready to board the fucking hype train? Get your 07s down in the chat below. Let's see who is here. I mean, there's going to be a whole carriage dedicated to Spriggs being here. We have got Sabian Wilson, Spriggs. We've got Joe Camel, Godlike Poet, The Legend, Stephen X, Deanne Steen. We have got Jar Watt, James the Goose. We've got Marcelo. We have got, oh shit. We got the Warforge, Kazagate, Stratus, Darix, Freeform Rue. Canny Day, Captain Brown Bread 5704, Stephen X, Rev, Ella Vista, Daniel Ibarra, RK, Bound Papa, Wolf 58. Wolf 58th, Baron Kaza, Lower Decks, Mild Knife, Zeb, Taylor, Hiro Rakuni, A Gaming Stuka, Ed Scar, Chris's Steam Camp. We've also got, give me a second. Keeper of the Imperial Salt, Trooper number 202, Deranged Shadow, Sion Stonely, Chibi Squid, Solarius, JP Greer, Jenny Bratt, Summerled, Ozroth. We've got Mark Coyle. We've got Dr. Totem Crotch, Greenvolt HR Department. We've got Bad Rabbit. We've got the Kenthor. We've got Jaeger Scott. We've got Ian Gross. We've got Commander HL. We've got Wiznard. We've got Swampy Turtle. We've got Nostalgia Viva. We've got Swordsman Smith 87. Praise be to the Dark Gods. We've got Danny Boy, Tiki the Hut. We've also got Commander HL, Pete Jobson, John Shepherd, Bad Rabbit, Joshua Johnson, Ed Scar, Funky Chicken 131, Commander HL, Airborne, James S, Chicken Detonator, Mike Nipa, Commander HL, Butt Mountain, Arcade, Squidfist, 1205, Russell W, and Ed Bailey. And Bad Rabbit was probably here, but I don't think I said it well enough. Bad Rabbit! Say my name, baby. I think I might miss Bad Rabbit, John Shepherd, and Pete Jobson. So welcome to all of you guys. We got Matt Larkin. There we go. Holy shit, so we can actually say my last name, Panted. I'm not very good at pronouncing names, so Daniel, that was a bit. I will admit it was a bit of a fluke, but I'm glad I got it right. Of course, we've also got Twitch Gang and Kick Gang. We've got Russell W, Turk10 Alpha, and Raig Spectre over on Twitch, and we've also got Russell W and Spriggs over on Kick. We've got Irish Relief coming in here on Irish Relief and Ishmael Thompson coming in here on YouTube as well. Welcome to all of you fantastic, crazy, beautiful bastards. Thank you for joining today's stream. Thank you for getting on the hype train, boys. Thank you for getting on the hype train, and I guarantee you're going to enjoy where you're going. I want to say also a big thank you to everyone that has not only joined today's stream. Can you feel the energy, boys? Can you feel it? I barely slept. Look at the bags under my eyes. I've barely slept. The excitement is what sustains me. Laura Shovels, great to have you here, man. Not only do I want to say a big thank you to everyone that joined the stream, but I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that has gone ahead and smashed that like button and subscribed as well. And if you've not already done so, I would be extremely grateful if you could go and do that. I know I normally ask in a humorous way, but I'm just asking in a serious way. You know, we're trying to get to 80,000 subscribers by the end of the year. Best way we could do that is by me fucking rattling my tin cup and demanding that you subscribe to the channel. I'm only joking. Guys, if you like what you see, if you want to see more stuff like this, subscribe. No pressure though. You know, I want you to do it because you want to do it. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping off, baby! Coming in with the super chats, and the member flexes, and the gifted memberships, and all of the incredible support. And let's go through and wank those people off and say our thank yous and show our love and appreciation for those people that have got the stream started right. Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure that we've got the right start here. Okay, cool. I want to say a huge thank you to Marold, my boy. Marold, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. As always, Marold, I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, and dare I say it, a kind sir. Thank you, Marold, as always, for your incredible support. 1 minute, I realised I noticed my camera's fucking around in a minute. It's been more fucky recently. I don't know why. She swallowed a fly. Perhaps she'll die. But it's been a bit fucky. I also want to say a big thank you to RK. RK, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. Completed vow, new vow, competition completed in stream discussion. Let's take a fucking look. Let's take a fucking look then. Ooh, okay. 2,228 point vow complete, 890 vowed, 2 VIB, 4 cruiser, two more cruisers, and 500 point finish army ready for Clash of the Caribbean. Looking forward to the test game this weekend with Mrs. RK. Nice. Yeah, mate. Dude, I love it. I was just finishing painting up a bunch of my own Desert Boys as well. So, dude, kindred spirits. Love that. Love all of the Jeeps and the Chevrolet trucks, the full-blown LRDG. That's cool as fuck. And then I love the absolute myriad of bonkers British early war armor, man. Amazing. Oh, obviously you've got the church, which is a bit more late war, but still phenomenal. Hey, there we go. Got some more coming in as well. Hey, love it, Fins. That's cool, man. Nice, that's nice. Like that. And looks like some Africa core there. Very nice. Very, very, very nice. Very nice indeed. You've done a great job on that vow, mate, and it's impressive to see you doing one vow. And you know what? Just barreling straight into another one. Fantastic effort, mate. Respect it. Big shout out to Karl Urber. Thank you for the gifted membership, man. Thank you for doing your part to support his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. I want to say a big thank you to the Lower Decks. Lower Decks, thank you for the super chat, man. Dizzying highs, dizzying lows. Oh my God, we're starting off the degeneracy early today. We're starting off early with some Lower Decks lore. Sir, I've agreed to a one-time deal to help the Inquisition in exchange for 3 turnips and a future favor. I mean, who cares about the favour for the Inquisition? Psst, 10 for a penny. But those turnips, that's a big deal. The deal concluded, a new pot of tea on the boil. I finally feel like everything is finally turning around here on Golden Peaches. Katerina is bustling around the kitchen, and I know I can find the words to bring my feelings to the fore. I just need time. The door of the office slams open as Sister Persephone arrives. She appears unharmed, thank the Emperor. As I close my eyes, prepared to be gathered into a warm embrace, something seems wrong. Where's the embrace? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering embrace. I open my eyes. Sister Persephone has frozen mid-stride. She stares at Katerina. Katerina is staring back at her. There's electricity in the air. Sparks. I look at the Inquisitor. She sighs and gathers me to her armoured bosom so that my sudden tears do not ruin the moment of true love's revelation taking place here. In the offices of Kenneth von Beanbag Imports. The tea is boiling over again. No! It's all right. Maybe they're open to experimenting. I don't know, maybe. You know, it's all right. It's okay. It's okay. You'll be all right. You know, maybe you can watch. Oh, my God. Oh, dearie me. Lower Decks Law never disappoints, man. I love it. We have got next. I want to say a big thank you to RK. RK, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part, mate. Double support from RK. That's incredible, man. Thank you, bro. Curse Thompson, thank you. The 29-month member flex. Double X Force, baby. Bowler Sergeant, baby. 29 months, ready for this roller coaster. I'm telling you. It's going to be a good roller coaster. It's going to be a good roller coaster. Dude, I'm so excited. I don't even know where to start. Like, I want to talk about all of it all the time simultaneously. It's actually mental. It's actually mental, boys. Oh, my God. I want to say a big thank you. But, dude, thank you for supporting the channel for over 2 years, mate. Absolutely phenomenal. And Curtis Thompson, thank you, mate. I want to say a big thank you to RK. RK, thank you so much for the 21-month member flex. Nearly double X-Force. Single X-Force for now, but only 3 months. Very, very close to getting that double X-Force, man. Absolutely incredible. But RK, RK, triple support. Triple support. RK, you are an absolute giga chad, sir. Thank you for getting the stream started off so fucking strong, mate. Thank you. And would you believe, like, 7 months are on gifts? Oh, I believe it. I believe it, man. Yeah, this big shout out to the MG community. Unbelievably generous, unbelievably supportive. And people just gifting out memberships left, right, and center. It's just phenomenal. RK, thank you for your support, man. And yeah, absolutely. Can we get an 07 in the chat for the MG community who's just... I think many people here have benefited from those gifted memberships. And that's awesome. We love that. Absolutely love that. I want to say a big thank you to Russell W. Russell W, thank you for the gifted membership, man. Thank you for the support. Russell W, not only thank you for the membership, but thank you for joining on all the streams, Twitch, Kick, YouTube, all that amazing shit, man. Dude, you always go above and beyond, and I always appreciate it. Thank you, man. I want to say a huge thank you to Storehouse805. Storehouse805, thank you for the 23-month member flex X-Force. Thank you for the channel for nearly 2 years, mate. Fuck yeah. Thank you. Best model I've ever painted in stream discussion. Thank you, sir. Well, let's take a fucking look. Ooh. I like this. One of the 3 Borg with my current vow. 07 says, stoked to how great Konflikt 47 is looking. Dude, that guy looks sick, man. He looks absolutely fucking wicked, bro. Oh, man. He looks absolutely wicked. The blue, so deep you could swim in it. The gold, so bright. It's like the sun. You can't look at it. And the mustache, the absolutely brilliant Konrad von Hotzendorf-esque mustache. I'm complete. I'm complete. Just, yes. Yes. More, please. Absolutely incredible, man. You should be proud of that. You've done a great job, and the model itself is brilliant as well. Fantastic. Fantastic. We've got Spring. Spriggs, my boy. Spriggs, thank you for the Giga Chad. Yes, it is the Giga Chad. I read the Konflikt 47 rulebook at work yesterday. Boys, we're on. Also saw plenty of awesome stuff coming up. Watch the open day, people. Oh, dude, Spriggs. It's like, I totally get it. You read the rulebook and you're just like, yes. And you keep reading, you're just like, yes. And the more you read, the more you think at some point the other foot's going to drop. But it doesn't. It just doesn't drop. It's just good. It's just good. It's just, dude. Yeah, man. Yeah. Spriggs, I've seen you've done 2 super chats here, man. Thank you for the second super chat as well. Also, when I read the Konflikt 47 rules, I bought an IJA Locust. Yeah, baby. Mechs are going to be great. Like, you can, I want to make something clear here. You can absolutely get away with just, like, tanks and infantry. That's what you want to do. That's totally okay. Totally okay. But the mech rules are very, very crunchy. On multiple levels, they're very, very, very crunchy, and honestly, I'm not surprised, Spriggs, that you bought an IJ Locust. When I started reading the rules, when I've played the rules, I've gone and got more mechs, and that's not because I'm like I feel like I need the mechs to be good. I would not be surprised if someone much better at gaming will build some incredibly efficient list that doesn't have any mechs in it. Maybe that's the case. I don't know, but the mechs are good. They're good to the point where you're like, I just want to use them. I just want to use them. The rules are good. They feel good on the board. There's a huge variety between them. I just want to use them. I just want to use them. So yeah, mate, not surprised. Mechs in Melee are so interesting. They're so interesting. Yeah. So Spriggs, thank you for the double support, man. And by the way, people, you're absolutely right. Spriggs is absolutely right here. I can't give too much away because I'm not allowed. What is Spriggs so I don't give too much away? Okay, I'll just say this. We have only seen the tip of the iceberg. We have only seen the tip of the iceberg. It's gonna be big. It's gonna be deep. Mustn't break NDA through sheer fucking excitement, childlike excitement. That's what I'm literally having to repeat that to myself. Oh man. Yeah. Only the tip, boys. We've only seen the tip. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you to the legend. Thank you for the super chat, man. More 4th edition stream discussion. Let's fucking do it, man. Yeah. Dude, I'm so ready. More codices arrived and even more on the way. I'm going to be seeding 4th edition my local game stores. There's nothing James Workshop can do to stop me. Yeah, baby. Oh. Yeah, baby. Dude, I've got the 3rd edition Turned Codex. I need that one. I need it. This was the Turned Codex that I played against a lot as a kid, and I still have nightmares about it, and I want to relive those nightmares because they were so fucking good, those Tyranids, man. Yeah, baby. We're going back 4th edition. We're going back to 4th edition, and then we're going back even further, back to 47th edition. Oh, man. It's all about the old school now, boys. It's all about the old school. Yeah. I've got that 4th edition Codex for the guard as well. The 3rd edition Guard Codex had a few more tank options, but the 4th edition Guard Codex just had the regimental doctrines, and that system has never been beaten. No matter how much GW has tried, they've never beaten the perfection that was the 4th edition Imperial Guard doctrine system. Incredible. Yeah. Absolutely incredible. And we see some more people jumping on the hype as well. Yeah, baby. Shout out to Captain HHL. And we've got Baron von Zane as well. Nice. So cool. So cool, boys. Love it. Old school. The old hammer's flowing, boys. The old hammer's flowing. Like I said in my video today, though, we're not turning our back on 10th edition. We're not turning our back on 11th edition. We're not turning... No. But different games scratch different itches. And, you know, if I want to play a tournament and if I want to, you know, play that, you know, test myself in the competitive arena, easiest way I can do that is signing up for a 40k, you know, a new Hammer tournament. Of course. You know, you know, it's one thing that you know, I want to make this clear right now, actually. I want to talk about this just for a moment. I have made mistakes in the past. And one of the, and I don't think I'm the only one who's made these mistakes. I think it's a very easy mistake for someone to make when they start feeling a little, I don't know, frustrated or burnt out, whatever the words may be. You don't need to shit on New Hammer to enjoy Old Hammer and to enjoy other games. You can just enjoy New Hammer for what it offers, which is a, you know, relatively balanced, competitive environment. And I like that. I still like playing competitively. So I'm no longer, you know, it's like when I used to shit on AOS and then I realized that was just, why was I even doing that? You know, and then Old World came out, and I was like, I've been such a fucking tool bag, you know, shit on AOS. And now I don't shit on AOS. I have no ill feelings. It took me a while to get through that, but I had no ill feelings. And it's the same way now. I ain't shitting on New Hammer and by going after Old Hammer. I'm like, New Hammer offers me one thing, and I will engage with that New Hammer stuff. I still want to be on the cutting edge. I still want to be able to test my metal. But, you know, I want to be able to play for fun as well. I want to, and rather than trying to bend New Hammer to do that, Old Hammer is just there. Why try and make it do something it's not designed to do? It's like trying to make your car be a microwave. It's not going to work. So, you know, New Hammer is going to be there for one thing, and Old Hammer is going to be there for another thing, and Bolt Action is going to be there for another thing, and Konflikt 47 is going to be there for another thing, and that's all good, and Old Hammer's, an Old World is going to be there for another thing, and all these games are going to offer me different, they're going to scratch different itches, and it's all going to be great. And they're all going to be great. Yeah. So yeah, exactly. We're not shitting on New Hammer. Not even with this ultra hype Konflikt 47 video. We're not shitting on New Hammer. We're not doing that. We're not here to shit on anyone. We're here to hype up K47, and it deserves it. It deserves the fucking hype. So yeah, Legend, more 4th edition discussion. Fuck yeah, my man. Fuck yeah. Ed Bailey, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, thank you for the support, man. Boo, Timmy is not in his tank top. I know. Well, I'm not painting Russians today, or building Russians today, so there you go. Antiki will now proceed to riot. Now play K47 like a Chad, or play 40k and Old World like a virgin. No! Old World is great. I've got some great swords I've been meaning to paint up for months. I might start working on those after my latest Konflikt 47 vow. But yeah, I'm not shitting on 40k. I'm not shitting on Old World. I love those games. But right now my hype is unbridled. It knows no bounds for K47. Yeah. Ishmael Thompson, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. Okay, I have a full Konflikt 47 army in 4 months. Tiny human comes first. Of course, Ishmael Thompson. There's no FOMO here, mate. There's no FOMO here. If you buy in now, you get to play it now. If you buy it in 4 months, you can play it in 4 months. If you buy it in 8 months, you play it in 8 months. There's no FOMO here, mate. You can just, of course, your responsibilities come first and should come first, but there's no FOMO here. There's just hype. Pure, organic, unsullied, untainted fucking hype. That's all there is. And that's what I love about it. You know, there's things, you know, I'm going nuts and buying things left, right, and center. I really shouldn't be. I should just be taking my time, but I can't help myself. I'm so hyped. I'm so fucking hyped. Dr. Totem Crotch, Greenvolt HR Department, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. The 10 Totem Core, yes! Dr. Totem Core. Dr. Totem Crotch, how many gifted memberships do I need to give to get shat on? For you to personally get shat on? The more you gift, the bigger the shit will be. I'll brew it up. But Dr. Totem Crotch, thank you so much for your support. And let me tell you, Totem Core, it's so early, and I'm going to annoy you by saying this, but I'm going to do it anyway. Totem Core meta incoming. Oh my god. If you don't have the right tools to deal with them, they're so good. They're so good, but they're good in the right way. They're good in the right way. Like, one of the first things I'm going to want to talk about is the totem call, because they perfectly exemplify, I think, the philosophy of some of these Konflikt 47 rules. Okay, they're amazing. They're just absolutely amazing, and it you know what? I was sad when I read the rules at first and was like, they're not just like a zombie horde that gets shot to pieces. After playing one game with them, I'm like, I love them the way they are. Like, I love them the way they are. They're so much better. They're so much more interesting as these, like, semi-unkillable yet very slow. They're like Death Guard. They feel like Death Guard. Like, oh, but we're not talking like new Death Guard where a unit of Plague Marines gets swept aside by a fucking plasma gun. Or plasma cannon or something. Do you know what I mean? It feels like when I played against Death Guard back in sort of 5th and I think it was 6th edition. And it was when they had that spell that made all your guns get hot, so you could like you kept blowing up your own guys. That was that edition. And I remember this game I played where this unit of like 10 Plague Marines just marched across the board, and my pure infantry guard it took everything to try and kill them, and they just didn't die. It feels like that. They just feel like old school Death Guard, and it's awesome. If you're lamenting the lack of zombie horde, I guarantee you won't after one game with them. You will love it. You will love them. You're just like, why won't you die? Why won't you die? You're like you got guys like on fucking machine, like MMGs, like it's like they just won't fucking die. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. And just as you think you've killed them, they get up again. Super FDR. Super FDR, protect me, please. Protect me now, protect me. That's totem call. Oh, man. I can't wait to talk about him. I can't wait to fucking talk about him. Tiki, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, man. Thank you for your support. Thank you for keeping us freshly stocked with new Bamboo Spear Fighters. Thank you for doing your part. Amazing, man, Tiki. Thank you, bro. I also want to say a big thank you to Chicken Detonator. Chicken Detonator, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Super FDR demands you pick up your package, Timmy. I'll do it this week, mate. I'll do it this week. I didn't have any time last week between painting and then getting rules and all that kind of stuff. But I should be able to do it this week. No dramas, no problems. In fact, what I'll do... Oh, no, I've left my phone in the other room. I'll make sure in fact, I'll go and get it. Give me 1 second. I might as well do this so I don't forget. Alright. Give me 1 second. I just need to do something. We're going to let that do its thing first. All right. There we go. Chicken Detonator. We're on it. There we go. We're on it. Okay. Ed Bailey, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes, Ed Bailey. If Timmy was really hyped for Konflikt 47, he'd be painting those mechs right now. Until he's painting them, he's lying out of his bum, and it's a nice bum. Well, thank you very much for the compliment. I mean, I was painting earlier today. Russian Mark II power armor. Yes. I completed a Konflikt 47 vow today for the Discord painting competition, and I instantly made another K47 vow. Instantly, didn't even hesitate. We got power armor, we got Shrek Wolfen, we've got mechs coming. It's all good, baby. It's all good, baby. There we go. I'm on it, mate. Don't you fucking worry. I'm on it. Commander HHL, thank you for the super chat. But can it fit through a hole in a piece of paper? There is no hole big enough in any piece of paper that my hype could fit through. My hype has transcended holes through pieces of paper. Has transcended. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. Let's have a look here. I want to say a big thank you to Blackstone Chapter Master. Thank you for the super chat, man. Val memes and models from last week in stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. Let's have a look. I'm bored, so here's some Val memes and some Halloween Death Guard, the war band of the Rotten Pumpkin. Let's have a look, man. Let me tell you about Dawn. 50 members. The Iron Cage announced Imperial Fist players. That's brilliant, man. The guy who made a video of Val drunk. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, man. Jesus Christ. That just speaks for itself. You don't need to put any caption on that one. Hey, they look great, man. I actually really like it. I really, really like the rusty orange color scheme, man. Holy shit. They look phenomenal. Mate, they actually look phenomenal. Yeah, dude, like I'm not even buttering you up. I actually really like that color scheme. I actually think it's quite original. And yeah, you can lean into it being like a memey sort of Halloween one, but I think it's both a meme and a dream. It just works well and looks nice. Yeah. Very nurgly, very appropriate. Good choice of colors. The green very much contrasts with the orange, and then you've got colors which sort of work and blend together with the trim and stuff. Yeah. Praise be to Nurgle. I agree, Torsten Smith. Praise be. Yeah, no, it's a good color scheme. That the memes were funny, but I was actually most impressed with the color scheme. I think you smashed it there. Dr. Totem Crotch, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, thank you, man. Finishing the Stomper in stream discussion. Hashtag Green Vault by choice. What? Green Vault by choice. Gob Bobby Birth. Go Bobby Birth. I've no idea. I have no idea, man. Oh man, I've no idea. Right. So I did see the Stomper come in here before. Now I know there's a picture of even though it was earlier before. I know there was a picture of I know the Stomper is kind of based off Evan the editor's like baby. It's like a tribute to that. But I can't show off the baby picture because obviously I have to be careful with that kind of shit on YouTube anyway. And B, obviously I'd need Evan's permission. And even then I would say like it, even then I'd be cautious. Do you know what I mean? So we'll show off the Stomper models, but not the baby picture, if that's okay. Even though I know you've done it with the best of intentions and all that kind of stuff, I have to be very careful. So we'll appreciate the Stomper and we'll do an 07 down in chat for baby Evan. There we go. All right, let's have a look here. Let's have a look. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. This is the second Stomper, right? In the Miami urban camouflage. It's so cool. Dude, it's so cool, man. It's so cool. There's one more to go, right? I feel like you were working on triple fucking Stomper, you absolute mentalist. Oh, man. It's a fantastic model. Yeah. It's an absolutely fantastic model, and you have painted the shit out of that model, man. I love it. The glow around that is so well done. I mean, all of it's very well done. Please don't take me the wrong way. It's all very well done, but it's just little details like that. How it starts off more red towards center, and then it sort of becomes more pink outwards. It's a very, very good attention to detail. And the daggers on the turret are very clean as well. The blotchy camo, very, very well done. And then obviously having bits of like other armor plate stuff welded on really adds to the model, to the narrative. The model itself is forging, where they've patched up hastily patched up a bit of battle damage and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, genuinely excellent, man. Genuinely excellent. But yeah, the Miami Flash is peak. Yeah, it is. Dude, really, 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 really. Oh, look at the little teeth and stuff on the missile. Really impressive work, man. But you don't need me to tell you, but you should be proud of that, man. You've absolutely smashed it. All right. We've got Irish Relief. Irish Relief, man. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Even more historical codices in stream discussion. Yeah. Yeah, man. Holy shit, bro. Holy shit, man. So, it's... the 9th edition one's still in the wrapping. Oh, no. That literally says 1,000 words, if not more. The fact that the 9th edition one is still in the fucking wrapping. Oh, my God. Oh, my fucking God. Absolutely incredible. Cool collection. The Gorka Morka ones are cool. And that's one of my favorite codex arts. Because I remember seeing it as a kid and being like, whoa, what the fuck, man? Yeah, well, obviously I didn't say what the fuck. I was like, whoa, what's that? I've got to check it out. Who's this? This is incredible. Yeah, I remember seeing that in a GW when I must have been only but a young lad. Yeah, I knew like that. What was the point? Ugh, dude, I can't. I'm not shitting on. It's a positive stream. It's September. It's a positive stream. Oh man, I was really, but yeah, I get it. You get it. Everyone gets it. Yeah. Fucking hell. Let's have a look. Bremer1701, thank you for the 20-month member flex. Oh, yes. X-Force. X-Force, baby. Yes, mate. Thank you so much for the 20 months. Thank you for doing your part. Old Hammer, I can do that too. Picture stream discussion. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you fucking can. Yeah, mate. Got both of them dirt cheap last year. 3rd edition 40k and 6th in fantasy. That's it, boys. That's it. 3rd to 4th. Because but 4th was really just 3.5 edition more than anything. 3rd/4th edition Warhammer 40k and Warhammer 6th edition. That's where it peaked. In many ways. In many ways. That was the golden era. However, I would say that Warhammer the Old World, in some ways, has carried forth the torch and the legacy of Warhammer 6th edition very well. Very, very, very well. Yeah. And I think you can enjoy Warhammer Fantasy 6th edition and you can enjoy Warhammer the Old World, but I don't think there's any real rivalry between those two editions. I think they're cut from the same cloth. Yeah, 100%. Very cool, though. Never forget, guys, that Warhammer is named after Warhammer Fantasy. That is the actual Warhammer. It is called Galmaraz. And that's what the whole franchise is named after. Easy to forget. Hello, it's a painting screen. Painting stream. Easy to forget. Easy to forget. JP Greer! JP Greer, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. Love hearing about Konflikt 47. Though Sunday I was at a 40k RTT, AAR and stream discussion. Good sir. All right, man, let's take a look. So this Sunday just gone, I yet again went 2-1 with the guard at the Winchester RTT, and it's super dense terrain. Nice, well done, 2-1. Victory is assured. Post last RTT, where my first game involved a proper schooling from a rather good guard player called Martin Cooper, Absolute Gent 2, lessons were learned. So after some changes and investing in some much needed infiltrating units, Gaunts, Ghosts and Marbo, I went in Sunday expecting the usual horrors of Death Guard, Emperor Children and T-Sons. But this was not to happen. First game and Hidden Supplies into Chaos Demons, getting a solid 80-60. Marbo only dying at the end, having scored like a pro for me early on, to getting overwatched and barbecued by Scarbrand, who then got dawned. Nice. Second game into Eldar Aspect Host and Purge the Foe. A close loss, 73-75. I mean, that's a draw by WTC standards, mate. My denied sabotage costing me the game. By the Emperor, I despise their trickery. Yeah, man. So say we all. We've all had an Eldar moment. Yeah, we've all had it. Much sympathy, much understanding. Larkin's Long was on fire though, and yet again Marbo made a difference, scoring and wiping out a Scorpion squad before suffering at the hands of Jane Czar. Most enjoyable game of the day, as my opponent Phil was a gent and honestly thought he'd lost at first, only to then find out he'd won by such a small margin. Lastly, they're the best games. They are the best games when it's so close. Lastly, Timid Vanguard, taken hold. Chewie had bought what he called a meme list. All the Von Ryans, Jeanses and Lichters, absolute nightmare juice. Won 76-73 in an utterly horrific meat grinder. Yes, man, that's what we like. We like a good meat grinder. Yeah, baby. The Dawn Commanders yet again doing good work. Marlborough accounting for 10 Jeanses throughout the game until his being overwhelmed by the last few steers and brutal. How are you getting Marlborough to do some good work? I'm going to have to revisit this motherfucker. The other highlight was Bragg actually hitting a barn door successfully, an Exocrine, and Larkin going ham with his long last, finishing offset Exocrine, and also killing Death Leaper. That's cool, man. My Vanks had a miserable time, utterly failing all except one shot over 3 games with the big gun, though they caused more than a bit of concern. The Dawns just smashed, and those heavy stubbers did more than their fair share of damage. Gaunts did what they always do and score well. The real surprise, Sly Marbo. Every game earned his points, scored with primaries and secondaries like a champ, and killed more than his own worth every game. Nice! Nice! I like it. Yeah. I like it. JP, very, very interesting. I will certainly have to give Marbo a look in. But, you know, JP, I don't know if I can go through another breakup. I started enjoying Strachan, and they took him away from me. What if I enjoy Marbo, and they take him away from me too? I can't take it. Not again. Joking aside, man. Sounds like an awesome tournament. Sounds like the perfect tournament experience. 3 close games, heady heights, terrible lows, back and forth. Metal was tested, tactics were improved upon, things happened. Sounds great, man. A shame about the Vanks, but maybe they're just not the weapon for you. I mean, I have great success with them. I can't leave home without them now. But if they ain't working for you, they ain't working for you. No need to, try it, keep trying. But, yeah. If you don't think they're worth it, don't feel any obligation to keep them in the list. Different strokes, different folks, different tools for different people. Yeah. All right. Gentlemen, we've caught up on our super chats. I'm just going to check I haven't missed anything on the tipping link. I know Narrow likes to sneak in with a little tip. That sounded way worse than I meant it to. Oh no. Okay. 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 I just stretch and lock in. Oh. It's time. It's time. Russell W, thank you for the 15 months. Xbox, baby! K47, let's go. We're going. We're going. Now, I'm just going to talk about things as and when they pop into my head. I'm just going to talk about my experiences in the first game that I played and what thoughts and feelings I had within that game, but also what we can extrapolate out from that game. I will also be talking about many positives of this game. I am going to do my absolute best to avoid shitting on Warhammer 40k, because I do not believe that for one thing to be successful, it needs to shit on something else. I think something to be successful and to be good and to be judged as good should be judged on its own merits. So that's the angle we're coming at here, and that's the focus we're going to have. All right, so let's make sure that's clear. Of course, if you guys have any questions about any aspect of the game, then please ask, okay? And I mean any aspect. I mean, what were the vibes? You know, we can still draw comparisons between Warhammer 40k and Konflikt 47 without it being negative. We can just talk about it objectively as well. So I'm sure there will be some questions like, okay, how does it stack up? What's it doing better? What's it doing worse? You know, blah blah blah. I'm sure there's gonna be some questions like that. But just feel free to just jump in, ask questions, and I'll do my best to answer them. And of course, you've got a particularly, you know, if I may shill for a moment, guys, if you have a particularly burning question that you want answering, then, you know, sometimes I'm just riffing, please consider doing like a super chat or something like that. And if you like what you hear as well, you want to support the channel, that kind of stuff, please feel free to do that. But enough tin cup rattling done. Let's get into why you're all here. So, where to start? I think the first thing to just say is the game is great. It delivers. 110% it delivers. And that's on every angle. But from every angle, by every metric, the game delivers. So from a rules point of view, very crunchy, but very intuitive. I think this game is going to be the definition of easy to learn, but hard to master. If you're someone who, and I'm going to talk high level, and then we'll get into more and more detail. Okay. If you're someone that is looking for a palate cleanser, a secondary game, or you're someone that is looking for a game that you can just sort of, it might even be your main game, but you're just someone that plays very casually. You just want to be able to, you know, just play the game and not worry about what's changed, and if this has changed, that's changed, or even just worry about what's meta and what isn't meta. You just want to be able to pick up the game and play, and you're not that bothered about going that super deep or being that super competitive. Then this game absolutely works for you. It absolutely does. You will, even if you've never played Konflikt 47 before, you will learn it after one game. You'll know everything you need to know. Well, not everything. You'll know 90% of what you need to know. You'll basically know how to play the game. So the rules are very intuitive, very beginner friendly, very smooth as well. If you're an existing bot action player, you will learn this game in one turn. That's crazy side. Obviously you'll have to get into the nitty gritty for, okay, how does a walker assault a vehicle? How does versus how it assaults infantry and stuff like that. But in terms of the core mechanics like Rift Eye stuff, you'll find it very, very easy to pick up. So that's the first thing to say. Now, we've then got the flip side of the coin. Because there's going to be some people that hear that and go, but I want a competitive game. I guarantee you, if you're a power gamer, if you're a competitive power gamer, this game is going to fulfill your power fantasies. Much more so than I would say something like Bot Action. Bot Action is very good. It's a fantastic game. And again, we're not shitting on bolt action in any way, shape, or form. But it is limited in many ways by reality. It's limited by reality. They can't just make units up and make tools up and give those tools to the players. It's limited by the reality. And even though Bolt Action is an incredibly flexible game and you can collect all sorts of different armies and different playstyles and all that kind of stuff, you've got a horde of Soviet conscripts or an elite crack German unit, you can do those things, and you can do vice versa. You can have a horde of Germans, inexperienced Germans, and an elite Soviet unit. You can do all that. So the games are very, it caters to creativity, but some of the core mechanics are just limited by the fact that you don't have deep strike. Deep striking and teleporting in and stuff like that. It's just not something that happened in World War II. So one of the things with Konflikt 47 is that because it's not limited by reality. Obviously, there's the laws in universe, like there are the laws in universe of Warhammer 40k. There's pseudoscience that does its best to try and explain things, or at least it used to. Now I think 40k does less of trying to explain why things are happening. It just says that they're happening. Some people prefer that, some people don't. But Konflikt 47, because it's not limited by reality, it's only, it's got its own in-universe laws, which of course it respects, and which are, great efforts have been made to, and great pseudoscience has been created to explain, why a gravity gun works the way it does, why a Tesla cannon works the way it does. But because it's not limited, there is a real, there's two things. Firstly, there are so many more tools in your toolbox, and I do not say that ironically. I say that completely seriously. There are so many more tools in your toolbox, and if you are someone who likes to get into the fucking weeds, if you are someone who likes to get down and dirty, nitty gritty, and squeeze every bit of juice out of a unit, and you want to have and you are someone that likes to build powerful lists that reward your game, that reward your skill at the same time, then this game will absolutely cater to you. And it will cater to everyone in between as well. Okay? People saying turn the mic up. The mic is on maximum. So unless I'm just doing that, the mic is on maximum. Maybe it's just maybe the angle just needs to be changed, but there we go. So or maybe I'm speaking too quietly. Maybe I need to speak a bit louder. But the game absolutely caters to people who just want to have fun. They just want to pick up their models and play with their friends and do beer and do pretzel gaming and all that kind of do beer and pretzel gaming. Or if you're not the drinking type, do do soda and pretzel gaming. Do you know what I mean? So the point is that if you're someone that likes to play the game casually and just play for vibes, you can do that 100%. The vibe, it passes the vibe check. And if you're someone if you're someone that likes to fucking smash, you just like to get not smash, smash on the tabletop, not getting any better. If you're someone that likes to get deep into, it's not getting any better, fucking hell. If you're someone who likes to play tabletop wargaming hardcore, this game caters to you as well. It's very good. So on a broad level, it's easy to learn, hard to master, but it will reward you for mastering it. And there's so many little the rules are very, it's a bit like Old World. The rules are very, so Old World, people pick it up very quickly. But some of casual players, when they come across a scenario where well, if I charge here, then do I lock in like this? Or, you'll come across something fucky, right? You will come across something fucky with Old World because you're doing rank and flank gaming. It happens. Like here, the whole unit swings in and locks in, all that kind of stuff. But casual players will just muddle through it. They go, no, this feels about right. We'll do that. And then the really crunchy players will be like, well, actually, this is exactly how it's meant to work. And, they'll roughly get to the same place. Konflikt 47 caters to that as well. You're going to have the casuals that are going to come across something and just be like, no, this is We'll muddle our way through it. It's totally okay. We're just playing for vibes. Yeah, we'll just have a good time. And then there'll be the people that will be like, okay, but if I do this, and wombo combo, blah, 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 it's great. So it covers multiple different gameplay desires, I think, which is good. Which is good. So it's again, you can have a nice float on the lilo of the lilo in the pool, which is this game, and just float around, sipping on a margarita or something, just enjoying the heat, enjoying the fun. Or you can get your scuba diving gear on and dive down. Well, maybe not scuba diving gear would let you go this far down, but you can get your diving gear on and go down to the bottom of the ocean. There's everywhere in between. So that I know I've repeated myself a few times, but I cannot stress, like, I was just, the more I look at the rules, the more I start getting giddy with excitement. And after one game, I just wanted to play more. I wanted to play more. Now, this is one thing that I think is really worth mentioning. And this is where we will have to draw our first comparison. And I will try and do this as objectively and as fairly as possible. Okay? I feel like often playing a game of Warhammer 40k can be quite tiring. Now, I want to make something clear. We're not saying tiresome. We're saying tiring. There's a lot going on. I think we can all agree that. 40k, there's a lot going on. You have got to not only play your game, you've also got to know what your opponent's army can do. You've got to be aware of the primary score, secondary score, and there's always something happening. And that's not a criticism. There's always something happening. Draw this card. Okay, I've got to try and do this objective. Draw this card. Okay, I've got to do that objective. And there's always something going on. And some people like a lot of the admin and bookkeeping that is going on. And some people don't. But however you slice it, often you will get to the end of a game of Warhammer 40k and be excited. You'll be happy, whether victory or defeat, but you will probably be exhausted, or at the very least a bit tired. And when you get to the end of even a one-day tournament, your brain can feel like soup. Now, as someone who films a lot of battle reports, filming Warhammer 40k games is very tiring. And even when you're really enjoying it and you've got the heady heights and you've got the terrible lows, the game is very tiring. One thing I noticed with Konflikt 47, when I got to the end of my game, I wasn't tired. I was excited. I was fulfilled. I had enjoyed my game, but I wasn't tired. And so I think that is something that's really, really worth mentioning. The rules and the game feels very smooth. And if I was to draw another comparison to it, it's similar to when I play Warhammer the Old World. Warhammer the Old World, one of the great positives I say about that game is it flows very well. It flows very well from one turn to the next, to the next, to the next, and you get to the end of the game, and you're like, we've got to the end of the game in a very natural way. And I think Konflikt 47 is the same. The game just flows and flows and flows, and then you get to the end of the game, and you are, and it feels like you've got there very organically, very naturally. It feels like we've got there, and it doesn't feel like you've had to crunch through the turns. It feels like you've just got there, and I think it's got a very good flow to it. It's got a very, very good flow to it. And when I got to the end of my game of Konflikt 47, I just wanted to play another game. I just wanted to play more, and it was only, and if Alex and I had not had other commitments, him having to get back to his pregnant wife and me having to go out to a friend's birthday dinner, Alex's thing obviously being a lot more serious than mine, I think we would have played another game. And if I'm going to be honest, I think we would have played into the small hours of the morning until, even though Alex, and he's a very responsible person, Alex is a very, very responsible person. But I think Alex would have probably stayed until it was too late for him to go home, because it would have been very, very tired. And even with him having work the next day, I think he probably would have stayed until we could have played 2 or 3 games. We didn't want to stop playing. And I'm putting words in Alex's mouth, and I'm more doing it in sort of a funny, amusing way. But putting the memes aside for a moment, we just wanted to keep playing. We didn't want to stop, and we both, when we got to the end of the game, we felt a little blue-balled, because we were like, we want to play more. We want to play more. So it's a very, very exciting game. And, Alex and I both said that it felt like when Old World came back, and there was that palpable excitement around it. And there were a lot of people talking heads online who said that Warhammer the Old World coming back, it was going to be dead on arrival. There were going to be old models. No one was going to play it. It was an easy it was just a quick cash grab from Games Workshop. And all those people were completely wrong, because Warhammer the Old World has been a phenomenal success. And there are even those people. It's not even a particularly controversial statement. Some people will agree with it, some people won't. But it's not even a particularly controversial statement where people are now saying Old World, best world, and Old World is the best game that Games Workshop makes. Now, of course, we're not going to get into that weeds now, but the point is that we felt that same energy with Konflikt 47 with a game. As we did with Warhammer Old World. And what's, I think, really important to say here, though, is that obviously Warhammer Old World had a huge nostalgic component to it. And Alex and I had both played it in the past when we were younger. So a huge contribution to our excitement initially was the nostalgia, was the member berries. But Konflikt 47 has achieved that for us, has achieved that same level of excitement and that same level of hype without the benefit of the member berries, without the benefit of the nostalgia. It was just a really tight game, a really tight rule set, and a really crunchy, deep, immersive rule set. Don't get me wrong, it's a tabletop game. It's not going to change your entire life. It's not going to cure some disease or anything like that. It's just a very good game. It's a very enjoyable game. It's a very fun game. It's a very easy game. It's easy to learn, hard to master. It's a very organic game. There are heady heights that happen naturally. There are terrible lows that happen naturally. You get to the end of the game, and this for me is a big one that I haven't mentioned yet. I got to the end of the game and my brain was going a million miles an hour, because I'm a analytical player and I'm a bit of a competitive player as well. Even now when I'm the most vibey I've ever been, I'm still a competitive player. So I was going a million miles an hour, and I got to the end and I was just thinking like, okay, I'm going to want these tools. I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this. And not that I needed them. I didn't need them, but I wanted them. That's the big difference. I was like, I've been on the fence about, should I get this mech or should I not? I bought it. I wanted it. And so it was, and that was, the game made me excited and for my next game. And the game made me excited, and it made me start analyzing and thinking about what lessons I had learned and how I could apply those lessons. You see, crunchy, very vibey, very fun, very, very cool game, but also crunchy. And you guys know what kind of brain I've got. And this game was very, very, it massaged, it promoted the crunchy energy in my brain. And it made me go, okay, yeah, I want to start getting into this. I want to start fucking getting down to the fucking weeds. So it was it was one of those, it made me start thinking. And it wasn't like, oh, thank God I finished playing that game. It was, okay, we've had one game. How do we apply these lessons learned for our next game? Yeah. Which is very, it's very, very satisfying. It was a very satisfying game. And when you come out of a game and all you can think about is how you're going to improve your game next time, how you're going to improve your game next time, for me, that's a very good sign. Now, one thing I wanted to mention as well is when Alex and I were playing, there were a few times when we'd come across a scenario like, oh, how does this work? And what we were pleasantly surprised to find was that the rule book, the core rules themselves, even some quite niche scenarios would be very clear on what you do. It would be very clear on how this particular scenario would work. So for me, that kind of shows that there's been, and I'm sure there will be gaps. I want to make this abundantly clear. No plan survives contact with the enemy. No game survives contact with its player base. We all know this. But for me, the core rules at least felt like there had been some quite serious care and attention and effort put into it. I am sure there will be FAQs. This is tabletop gaming in the 21st century. FAQs are actually something that we welcome. We like there to be clarification around things. But something as interesting as, okay, if I've got an autocannon, my autocannon has a armor penetration round, but also has a high explosive round. Can I choose to shoot my armor penetration rounds at infantry? Or do I have to shoot the high explosive rounds at infantry? Because in bolt, and you might be like, well, of course you can choose. Well, in bolt action version 3, you actually have to shoot HE at infantry and you have to shoot AP at tanks. In Konflikt 47, and now Alex and I had kind of presumed that they would have just ported that into K47. And then we encountered a scenario where we were like, oh, but I want to shoot autocannons at power armored infantry. So they're infantry, but they're armored like a vehicle. Their armor, their damage value is 7+. I can't wound them with small arms. So am I going to be forced to use the high explosive profile, which wouldn't be as good for punching through the power armor because technically they're infantry? And then we just got into the book, and the book just very clearly said in black and white, you just pick the kind of round you want to fire, which is the difference between bolt action and Konflikt 47, a bit different between bolt action and Konflikt 47. And I feel like there was a moment when that came up in playtesting. You know when you just get a vibe, you get a feeling, you get a sense of something, and you get a feeling like, okay, there's a reason that this exists. Because in bolt action, it's the way it is because infantry are only ever wounded on a 5+ at worst. They're wounded on either 3 or 4 or 5, depending on how dead-hard they are, what veterancy they are. But obviously, in Konflikt, you've got situations where there's power armor, which can make you as tough as a vehicle. If we had the bolt action rule here, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't feel right, because why would you fire high explosive against that hardened power armor? You wouldn't do it. So they've obviously encountered that, thought about it, and gone, when you want to shoot your armor-piercing ammo at a power-armored guy, because it makes sense to do that, because they're basically mini tanks walking around, you can do that. And so, do you see what I mean? It's like where there are changes between bolt action and Konflikt 47, where there are these changes, the changes feel like they're made because they make sense that it's that way in Konflikt 47, and it's good that it's different between bolt action and Konflikt 47. Like another example is Tough Fighter. So in bolt action, Tough Fighter is you get to re-roll your attacks to hit, to kill. That makes sense because everyone's only got one attack. So having one guy get a re-roll because he's got Tough Fighter isn't a problem. If you had that in Konflikt 47, it would be dog shit, because you would have things like Schreckwolfen, which get like 3 attacks each, and they would then get full rerolls on those attacks, and that would be mental. And then you'd get into scenarios, and if we may draw our first comparison here, our second comparison to Warhammer 40k, you would get scenarios like rerolls upon rerolls upon rerolls, because you would have loads of high volume of attacks with then rerolls behind it. So they don't. So in Konflikt 47, you don't. Tough Fighter doesn't let you reroll your attacks because it would introduce too many rerolls into the game. So instead, what it does is it just gives you an extra attack, because that way it's much quicker. If you've got Deadly 2, which gives you 2 attacks, and then Tough Fighter, you just roll 3 dice because you've got 3 attacks in total. Tough Fighter plus Deadly 2. If you had Deadly and Tough Fighter and you had rerolls, you'd be rolling 4 dice potentially, because 2 hit. There's potential to roll 4 dice there, which means there's more rerolls. It's more. It slows the game down. Now, one thing I would say is there are rerolls in Konflikt 47, but what's really interesting is, and this sort of gets us into starts getting us down into the weeds a little bit. We're getting into that detail now. And I do want to cover some of the super chats that we've had, so I will come back to those in a moment. I will come to those in just a moment. But one of the things that I noticed with Konflikt 47 is that there are rerolls in the game, but it's very intelligent where the rerolls have been put. So, for example, on really big, scary weapons like the rail cannon for the Germans and the gravity pulse guns for the Germans, there are no rerolls, and that massively polices those weapons. There's no reroll. You just you got your one shot and you got to shoot it with the rail cannon, for example. But then you come over to something like the Americans. And the Americans, they get rerolls on shots with multiple weapons. Not all rerolls. They get some limited rerolls on shots with multiple weapons, but not single shots. And not on like the super heavy anti-tank guns and stuff. And that's really important because multi-shot weapons tend to be weaker. It's a classic game design philosophy. Multi-shot weapons, they are getting multiple shots, but they're weaker. Single-shot weapons are getting less shots because they're more powerful. Now, having a free reroll on like 1 or 2 multi-shot weapons isn't going to break the bank. In fact, if anything, all it's going to do is kind of make you less worried about rolling like dog shit. That's all it's going to do. But not having them on the big weapons means that those big weapons don't feel overpowered, because it's a big weapon. If it could just almost guaranteed to hit, almost guaranteed to wound, it would be ridiculous. And it sort of made me think. I was thinking about the rail cannon of Konflikt 47 versus something like the Gladiator Lancer. The Gladiator Lancer is like one of the most powerful like weapons that the Prime Aerospace Marines can take. It fires 2 shots, very high strength, very high AP, very high damage, and it's got rerolls, which is why it's so obviously the best version of the Gladiator. And it made me think about Marines being able to do full rerolls with Oath of Moment on things like Vanquishers, which if you can get powerful weapons and then get full rerolls on those weapons, then they just become more powerful. They have no downside. They just have upside. Whereas in Konflikt 47, it's the weaker weapons which get an occasional reroll, and the powerful weapons don't. Because the powerful weapons are so powerful that if you put rerolls on them as well, there wouldn't be any choice. You just take the powerful weapons all the time. Whereas by the clever, intelligent application of rerolls, very lightly applied to a game system, it means that there is actually choice. There is the agony of choice. Yeah. It really stuck out to me. When I saw the American rules, I was like, oh my God, Arsenal of Democracy. For every group of multi-shot weapons, you get a free reroll. So if I've got like 3 SMGs in a squad, that'll be 6 shots. 2 assault rifles in a squad, that'd be 4 shots. And like an LMG in a squad, that'd be another 4 shots. Out of each one of those weapon types, so the 3 SMGs, I'd get 1 reroll on their dice. The assault rifles, I'd get 1 reroll on their dice on that group, and on the LMG, I'd get 1 reroll on that dice. But they're all just small arms, so it's fine. The rerolls just feel nice. They don't actually massively break anything in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, it just felt, it was just like, it was quite eye-opening. Powerful weapons don't need rerolls, so they don't get them. Shitty weapons can have a few rerolls to make them feel a bit better. Cool. Yeah. And so it was like I said, it goes back to what I was saying at the beginning. It feels like this game has had quite a lot of thought and attention and effort put into it. It does not feel phoned in. It does not feel like a cash grab. It feels like the people that made the game cared about the game, that they gave a shit. And that feeling runs through all the core rules, and it runs through the 2 armies list that we had with the Americans and for the Germans. So that was really interesting. Yeah. Now, I want to talk about something else, but I'm going to get there in a moment. But I'm just going to blue ball you guys for a moment. We're going to talk about. I know we're all excited to hear about things like totem core and stuff, the crazy shit. But when I come back to talk about Konflikt, I want to talk about the Americans. The Americans. And that's, like I said, I'm just going to be jumping all over the place. If you guys have got specific questions, just, ask them. But I'm just going from what pops into my head. I want to talk about the Americans and how the Americans have completely surprised me. The Americans might be my new favorite faction. And I have to say, I didn't think that was going to be the case. I'll tell you why the Yanks feel like they might become my new go-to, my new favorite faction. Playing Americans in Konflikt 47 feels like you're playing Imperial Guard. Like, properly feels like you're playing Imperial Guard in like Warhammer, whether it's New Hammer or Old Hammer. It's. I'll talk about it a bit more, but I thought that I would be more excited about the Germans and all the crazy shit that they can do. And I'm very excited about that, don't get me wrong. But the Americans completely blindsided me with how right they felt as a faction. Like, each faction plays how you expect it to. And I was surprised about how much I loved playing the Americans. Because I knew Alex wanted to play, we both wanted to play the Germans, but I was like, go on, Alex, you play the Germans, I'll play the Americans. And I was very, very, very happy with how the Americans played. And we'll get into how they played in just a moment. But we've got the super chats first. Matt Larkin, thank you for the super chat, man. Is it supposed to burn when I pee after last night? Yeah, that's all part of the process. It burns in love. John Jevon, thank you for the super chat, man. Picture and stream discussion. Started painting my new Val today. Let's take a look, mate. Let's take a look. Okay. So I'm having a 1,000 point 40k game this weekend against 2 of the players. This is what I'm playing. I'm not sure what they're playing, but it will be a laugh. I'm busy painting a 12-man War of the Roses Vow. I started painting them today and almost finished them, lol. You just fucking in the zone, man. You're just in the painting zone. I love it. So you're bringing 1,000 points and it's... Oh, man. Well, you're either going to absolutely fucking crush them or it's going to go horribly wrong. You better hope they didn't bring 2 vanquishers. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, man. Hey, look, it's going to be a crazy game, man. I love it. That's cool as fuck, man. Nice. Good luck with the painting, man. Although it sounds like you've already got it under control. I I want to say a big thank you to the Warforge. The Warforge, thank you for the 36-month member flex. Triple X Force Plasma Force, baby. Yes, mate. Dude, 3 years. 3 years. Hell, man. I'll raise my glass to that one. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for being an absolute Giga Chad. Got some work in progress of various things in stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. Okay. I knew this day would come. Hoarding books works. So this is my Black Library. I also started buying up some 3rd edition books too, like the Tyranids and Space Marines with Codex Armageddon on its way. Best Codex. Codex Armageddon's great. I've been busy making my edition again. Saturday was just a creative burst in making my edition of 40k. I've christened as Brewhammer 40k. I love going through older books and looking at ages I never saw. Like 3rd edition, and looking at what enraptured the fond memories in those books and how I can incorporate and cannibalize those elements into my edition. I'm not just trying to copy and paste an edition, but trying to craft that element of what people enjoyed previously, whilst also getting a new experience with what they enjoy, developing and innovating from the past to make something anyone can play and enjoy. Pardon me. One new feature is that sub-factions have mission rules instead of scenarios. Rather than draw some cards or stick to what a mission dictates, we have a theme of how a sub-faction plays to enforce their craft. So in most, if not all turns, you can still play to the theme of your faction, as they will synergize with the sub-faction traits. Last bookkeeping and more visuals to make every game feel like 40k. Primaries still exist on missions/scenarios. There are custom traits and missions you can mix and match for your own custom sub-factions. That's a cool idea. Make armies feel like they're meant to feel, yeah. Right now, still my first faction, being Chaos Space Marines, but making steady progress. On a back and forth between painting this and No Lifing Space Marine 2, it is progressing steadily, but here's some rules and a special rule for Erebus that I feel encapsulates what I'm trying to do for my edition. Oh, and here's a work in progress. I feel confident I'll be finishing these and my vow by the end of the week. Nice. Yeah, man, loving the Black Library. Dude, that's so cool. So many good books. Man, look at all those. Phenomenal. Real treasure trove of information. A real repository. Look at all that. Wow. City fights. I love the city fight codex because it's a codex that has a battle report in it. I've never seen that before and since. Such a cool idea. Yes, mate. So cool. Yeah, love that, man. Old school canvas. The Imperial Infantryman's Handbook. So good. That's kind of cool. That's the Empire one. I'm not sure what that one is, though. Dystopian Wars. Very, very cool. I remember Arcs of Omen back in the day. Crazy. Hey, nice. Venom Crawler's coming along very nicely, sir. Very, very, very nicely. Shit, man. They look great. Don't rush them, though. Take your time. Take your time. You know? Enjoy it. Enjoy the process. If they take till the end of this week and the next week, doesn't matter. You know? Doesn't matter. Night Laws. Mission rule. Terror attached. When enemy unit fails to leap test, keep a tally at the end of the game for every 2 units that failed leadership test, gain 1 VP. If the Warlords failed leadership test, gain 3 VP. If any re-rolls the leadership test, the first roll always stands for the tally, as the first roll is what triggered the second roll. If the unit fails both rolls, then both accumulate. That's interesting. I like it. So you always get 1 point, but if they fail both, you get 2 points because you've really terrified them. Iron Warriors visual siege breakers at the end of the game. For every enemy model with the vehicle and a monster keyword that has been slain, the player gains 1 VP. If the vehicle/monster unit was a squadron unit, was a squadron, then they gain 2 VP. If the unit has a Titanic keyword, they gain 3 VP. If the unit has the Warlord, then the player gains 5 VP. If the unit has the Fortification keyword, then they gain 6 VP. 6 VP is a lot, but it might be alright. It's only they couldn't do in 1 secondary, isn't it, I guess. Mission rule, Hydra Dominatus at the start of the game for the first turn, but after deployment, choose terrain type currently present on the board. At the end of the game, for every unit wholly within a quarter, you receive 1 VP. For every unit wholly within the declared terrain type, wholly within a board quarter, the player receives 2 VP. These VP are not cumulative with each other, i.e. you cannot gain 3 VP. Nice. I like that.
Word bears at the start of the game before the first turn. Choose terrain type presently on the board at the end of the movement phase. Friendly units within 3 inches may place a 40mm token next in base contact with the terrain piece that is shooting in the shooting phase. This is known as defilement. At the end of the game, the player gains 1 VP for every piece of terrain that has a defilement token. Enemies may remove defilement tokens at the end of the movement phase if they're within 3 inches of the token. This is known as consecration. That's cool, man. Voice of the gods. Erebus revels in the gods' schemes and duplicitous nature. Often he will promise warlords and sorcerers means to take their goals and ambitions further with the power of the ruinous powers, but often tells his allies half-truths at best for the price they must pay to achieve true power. I love that. I love that. At the start of the turn, this model may select 2 friendly non-unique units within 12 inches of this model. One must be the chosen unit and the other the sacrifice unit. After designating the units, roll a d3 for the sacrifice unit, then remove models in play with no saves of any kind allowed equal to the result of d3 because it's been sacrificed. The chosen unit then gains an additional characteristic bonus equal to d3 result of their strength. Toughness, weapon for their toughness, strength, and weapon skills maximum 10 until the end of the game turn. In addition, Erebus can make an independent character, both chosen and the sacrifice unit. But instead of losing D3 models, the independent character is D3 wounds and no saves of any kind allowed. Dude, I'd play it. I'd fucking play it. 100%. 100%. Flavorful, interesting, thought, effort, care, vibes. It's all been put in. It's all been put in. Yes. I really like that. And I would like to put myself, I mean this seriously. I ain't buttering you up. I'll make this pledge now on chat. I will happily be the first person. It doesn't have to be the first person, but I'll be happy. You might want to play Dead City with some of your mates that live a little bit nearby. But what I would say this Warpforge, I will happily be near the front of the queue, if not at the front of the queue, to play that with you. If and when it gets done. If and when. I'm up for that. It sounds cool. Keep going. You're going in the right direction. Keep going. Keep going, man. There we go. There we go. Nice. There's nothing there that I said, oh, you should change that. Oh, you should tweak that. I was like, no. That looks good. I see the direction you're going in. You've been sensible with the directions. You've captured the vibe without making anything overtuned or undertuned. Just, yeah, keep going. Keep going, baby. Keep going. Rob Yons, thank you so much for the 2-month member flex. Just a baby at 2 months, but love the channel. Ah, Rob, you're too kind, man. Thank you so much for the 2 months support. Thank you for doing your part, mate. Fantastic. Good. You know what? We love having you here, mate. We genuinely do. Amazing, man. Pete Jobson, thank you so much for the 18-month member flex. Yes. X-Force, baby. First ever Imperial Guard painting and stream discussion. Oh, so let's take a look, man. He's breaking his cherry. Oh, shit, son. Yes. Yes, mate. Fucking Catachan's fucking old school fucking GW model with the fucking big ass plasma pistol. Look at the size of that plasma pistol. You know, if he wasn't a Catachan, he wouldn't be able to wield that thing, but it's because he's so fucking muscly. Mate, love the color scheme. Love the conversion. Love the basing. More, please. More, please. That was cool as fuck. Nice. Everyone's popping off today. People are popping. I'm loving it. People are popping off. Blackstone Chapter Master, thank you for the super chat, man. List in stream discussion. Space Marine, First Company Task Force. First context, Minotaurs fight a full chapter strength no matter who it is, especially against the Space Marines. This is a real chapter. Here's this. Minotaurs kill the Space Marines. I know that they are the enforcers. Yeah. Captain in Terminator armor, Chaplain, 10 assault intercessors, 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 Blade Guard veterans, Blade Guard veterans, Blade Guard veterans, Stern Guard veterans, Stern Guard veterans, 2 of them. Terminator assault squad, Terminator assault squad, Terminator squad, Terminator squad. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 68, 78, 88, 98, 108, 128, 130 Marines. That's the kind of awesome shit you can do when you go up to 3k points. Yeah, baby! What a sight that would be. What a sight that would be seeing that across the table, man. A sight to stir the soul and to put the fear of the Emperor into the enemy. Nice. Anthony Williams, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, thank you, man. Stream discussion. The Infantry Corps. The USMC are primed and ready to be painted. Konflikt 47 max next. Question, what would Paragons do for the average infantryman? +1 attack. All right, let's have a look here, mate. Let's have a look here first. Yes. Get some, devil dog. Yes, mate. I'm loving it. Yeah. Fucking 1, 2, 3, 4. I love Marine Corps. Can't wait to see them painted up, man. Absolutely sick, mate. And there's more in the background. I see it. I see him. Nice. Looking forward to see them all painted up, mate. That's going to be cool. So what would Paragons do for the average infantryman +1 attack? So if you're talking just like homebrew wise, I think Paragons, there are rules for Paragons. I have the rules for them if you 1 minute. If you want to know what the Paragons do, you could maybe extrapolate this or use it however you might want. It would be, Paragons actually work quite well with Marine rules, because Paragons work quite well within the context of a Marine army, because they have their ability is called gung ho, and we all know Marines are gung ho. So Paragons they start off in a squad of 3. They can go up to a squad of 6. They're 28 points per model. So you can have 3, 4, 5, or 6. They are fast, so they move at movement 8. They advance, so move and shoot 8 inches, and they run, including charging, 16 inches. They're veteran, which means their morale is 10, but their damage value is 6+, so they're very hard to kill. They are heavy, fast. Heavy means they can like move and shoot with weapons, no dramas, because they're big muscles. Fast, as we've already covered. Infiltrator is interesting. Infiltrator means that they can... Right now, it means they can deploy quite far forward. I wouldn't be surprised if, based on recent events in Bolt Action, they change Infiltrate to be more of a... like a Ranger free move. That's what they've changed to. And I think that's probably a better way of doing it. But we'll see. We'll see how they do it with Konflikt 47. They have 1 Rift dice. Their Gung Ho ability is when issued an order, a Paragon squad could immediately generate a point of guts. Any model in the unit may spend guts points if they were a hero. Any unused guts points persist from turn to turn. If the Paragon squad uses its Gung Ho ability, exhaust one of these Rift dice after the squad has completed its order. So guts allows you to modify dice rolls. So it's like any die, pretty much any dice roll. So you can be like, oh, I need to wound that, and I've got 2 points of guts. I'll spend 2 points of guts and give myself +2 to wound, essentially. So, oh, I need to wound on a 6. I rolled a 4. I used 2 points of guts, and now I've rolled the 6. Now I've wounded the thing. So it's how it allows Paragons to punch upwards into tough units and power armored units. When they're on a surging Rift dice, you don't have to spend a surging Rift dice, by the way. But when you're on a surging Rift dice, you gain the Fearless special rule, which is very nice. And they come with a standard. They come with an SMG, but you can give them a close combat, and they only have 1 attack each base. But if you give them a Paragon Blade, it gives them 2 attacks and +1 pen at close quarters, which is very, 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 very nice. And you can make them fanatics for 2 points and stuff like that. So, yeah, you could definitely have some marine paragons running around, but you're going to want to make them big and chunky. These guys are like they're like a squad of Captain Americas. That's kind of how you want to see it. So, yeah, there you go. So, yeah, paragons are really cool. Goes to affiliate link. I mean, I'm definitely going to be getting some paragons for my Americans. But you don't need paragons for your Americans, as we'll see in just a moment when I get them because they're cool. But if you're someone that's like, oh, do I need special infantry to be able to keep up with the other people's special infantry? Nope. I thought that at first. I was worried. I was worried about that. I know many people worried about that. And I can confirm that's not the case. But we'll get to that in just a moment. Okay. The legend, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. There are winged Tyranid warriors in the Codex. Yep. Being able to apply wings to Tyranid warriors was really a thing that you could do all the way up until 8th edition. And then I think maybe even in 8th edition you could do it. But they got rid of it over... I think maybe 8th edition Index you could do it, but... To quote Lord of the Rings... So much has been lost. Never. So much has been... What was it? So much has been lost. Never to be relearned. For those that knew it are dead. Something. I'm gonna find the fucking quote because I completely butchered it. Okay. There you go. Much that once was is lost, for none now live who remember it. So much has been lost from the old editions, for none that now still play remember it. There we go. Keeper of the Imperial Soul. Sorry, 1 minute. 1 minute, Keeper. The legend. With the power sides of Mortrex and the Physician Codex, I can basically play all my NIDs, opponent winning. Nice. Nice. God, like Pert nailed the quote. Yeah, I mean, there's so much. Dude, you should, honestly, man, the legend, consider getting the 3rd edition Codex for Tyranids. Or even if you just find like a free PDF or something of it. There's a whole thing at the back telling explaining how biomorphs work on the Tyranids, and how you can apply them to everything from little bugs to big bugs. It might even have it. If you give me 1 second, I might have it to hand. I might not, but I might have it to hand. Yeah, send me that one, will you? I'm only kidding. Alright. So here it is. This is the 3rd edition Tyranid Codex. Mutable creatures. In fact, can we make a bit of room? So you've got mutable creatures. And it explains how you can mutate them. So you've got the Gaunt biomorph table, and you can put 4 biomorphs on your Gaunts You can put 4 biomorphs on your gaunts. So they cost 4 points each basic, but for 3 points a model, you can give them leaping, or for 4 points a model, you can give them wings. You can have winged gaunts, which you might be like, isn't that a gargoyle? But no, gargoyles are also in here, I believe. I'll double check. I might be wrong. Maybe, yeah, see, gargoyles are still in here. They're genofix species, so they can't be... look, genofix species, so they can't be mutated. Carnifex, mutable genus. They can be mutated. So you've got like the warrior biomorph table here as well. Warriors can take up to 6 biomorphs each. So you can have warriors that leap, that have wings, that have extra adrenal glands, that have enhanced senses, toxin sacs. You can put an adrenal gland on your weapon skill, and you can put an adrenal gland on your initiative. So you got adrenaline flowing through you. It's crazy. You can have extended carapace, taking you from a 5-up save to a 4-up save. You've got bioweapons down here as well. These each take up a biomorph slot. So you can have them with scything talons, lash whips, rending claws, and they give you some examples of just some examples here. So example 1, Tyrannid warrior, huntsman species. 14 points basic, plus adrenal glands, weapon skill +2, enhanced senses +2, toxin sacs +3. Sorry, adrenal glands is weapons. They put the adrenal glands on the weapon skill, so that's +2. Rending claws, death spitter equals 38 points per model, and that would be your stat line after it was finished. And then you've got the lasher species, which obviously is going to have like lash whips and toxin sacs and stuff. And then you've got the harpy species, which is where you give them wings. And that's where the idea of turned harpies came from originally, which is kind of cool. What can the Carnifex have? Carnifex table here. Carnifex biomorph table. Sadly, you can't give the Carnifex wings. Oh, they thought of that one. They thought of that one. Sadly, you can't give the Carnifex wings. But an example you've got here is a Razorfex. So starts off 70 points basic. And then you can put an adrenal gland on its weapon skill. So it gets better weapon skill, and an adrenal gland on its initiative. You can give it extended carapace, giving it a 2+ save. You've got flesh hooks, bioplasma, scything talons, rending claws. So it comes into 117 points. Yeah. The Carlos gets a distraction biomorph. Yeah. Absolutely. So, I think you got this in the 4th edition book as well. People are saying you got that in the 4th edition book as well. But yeah, very cool. One of my very, very, very cool. My favorite bit in this is actually this page here. These two pages here. It's citizens beware, and then it's a propaganda post about how to deal with Tyranids, and then it's got know your foe, and it shows you. Oh, there's little crosshairs on the different creatures showing you where you need to shoot them to put them down. Yeah. Kind of mental. Yeah, love that. All right. So yeah, the legend. I love the 3rd and 4th edition Turner Codexes with the ability to biomorph the Tyranids is just incredible. I don't know what it was like in the 4th edition one. I need to get that code myself, but 3rd edition one, it was very interesting. And I liked how there were mutable genuses and fixed genuses. Yeah. Keeper of the Imperial Soul, thank you for the 15-month Overflex, baby! Xbox, baby! Hobby progress in stream discussion. Necromunda tiles. All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look here. I don't... yes, I do. Nice! Cool. Very, very, very cool. Hey, I like what you're doing here, man. It's like a little workshop. That's cool as fuck. Nice, that's also cool as fuck. Hey, man, I love that. making movable tiles from Necromunda so you can constantly be keeping it fresh and interesting. Love that shit, mate. That's cool as fuck. Love that shit. Nice. I'm gaining a much greater appreciation for terrain. I used to think it was just something, but now I think it's everything. Not quite everything, but I think it's pretty important. Ibram Gorn, thank you for the 10-month member flex, man. Thank you for your support, bro. Quick bat rep in stream discussion. No picture, sadly. That's all right, man. You were just enjoying the game. That's all right. Had the second game of the Winter War with my dad yesterday. Seek and destroy. Table quarters, prepared positions. I had Finns with 4 times 10 man CC squads. You filthy bastard. And 2 times men long distance recon squads with SMGs. My dad had a bunch of conscripts and tanks, including a KV2. I held the line and pushed forward, but died to a lot of HE and artillery strike that took 4 turns to come in. I did send my long distance recon squads in to outflank, and the ability to let them come in my dad's board edge, which was bullshit, and confirmed in my brain that Finns are definitely busted and outflank in general might be too. We tied 6-7. Next weekend is Barbarossa and then game 47. Finns are bullshit. Finns are absolutely, absolutely, utterly bullshit. But you're playing Winter War, so they're meant to be good. They're meant to be. They didn't win by luck. Well, win. They didn't not lose by luck. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. But no, dude, that's cool as fuck. That's cool, man. Finns are busted. But I think it's one of those things where if you just play for fun. You know, the thing with Finns is everyone takes veteran all the time. And what you really should be doing with Finns is having a hardcore veteran area, and then have, because a lot of the Finnish troops were actually like conscripts, not bad conscripts, but they were just people that had been called up. They'd done their national service and they'd just been called up. And the Mannerheim line in the Winter War was like, but the Finns were really good at defending because a lot of their troops were, it's relatively, it's not easy, but it's a lot harder to do an offensive maneuver versus a defensive maneuver. Defensive maneuver is like sit in the trenches, hold the line. When the shelling stops, come out your bunkers kind of thing. Shoot what's in front of you. So the Finns were really good at being able to be on the defensive, even though they achieved amazing things, despite the fact that a lot of their troops were, essentially conscripts. The issue was when the Finns tried to go on the attack, they actually really struggled. They really, really struggled to go on the attack. They were very good at ambushing and very good at defending, but they were they struggled to go on the offensive because a lot of their troops were essentially, people that were called up, that had done their national service and were called up. So yeah, I think the way you probably should play Finns, if you want to play them fun and balanced, is you should have a hardcore of the veterans and the recon and all that kind of stuff. But you should have a few squads of shit munchers in there to represent the people just doing their bit. Yeah. But even God, Finns are bullshit, but I think there's a little bit of self-policing that needs to be done with them, I would say. But it's hard to look away from the temptation, which is the CC. CC is so good. I don't blame anyone for spamming CC because they're just so good. Yeah. But Mountain, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. K47 Vogelspinner question in stream. It wouldn't be Vogel, it'd be Wogel. Vogelspinner. Vogelspinner question in stream discussion. It's not come through yet, mate. I've jumped on it, I think, slightly too quickly. But Mountain. But I'm keeping an eye out for it. Hopefully it's just coming down the pipes. Hopefully it's just coming down the pipes, and then we can and then I can answer it. All right, I'll tell you what I'll do, mate. I'll keep an eye on Discord, on stream discussion. You just double check you have put it in stream discussion, because it's very easy to put it in one of the other rooms, And if it's just not come through yet, it might just be taking a while to come down the internet. And whilst we're waiting for it to come through, we've caught up on our super chats, so let's talk a little bit more about Konflikt 47. That's why we're all here. So thank you for your patience.
And thank you for your patience, those that were waiting to get back to the Konflikt 47 stuff. And thank you for your support for those of you that were doing all the super chats and amazing stuff. So, we've talked at a very high level about the benefits of not the benefits. We've talked at a very high level about the positives of Konflikt 47. It's easy to learn, hard to master. It caters to people that just want to have a bit of fun. But it's very deep and very crunchy for those that want to go deep and want to go crunchy on it. And it caters to everything in between. How the army, and we've spoke a little bit how the game feels like love and care and attention has been put into the armies. And we talked a little bit about how each army feels the way it should feel. Now, one thing that I touched upon before one thing that I edged you guys with was I wanted to talk about the Americans. So I was not expecting to fucking love the Americans in Konflikt 47 because I'm not an American, and there's always going to be a little element of sort of being having affinity with your nation. It's why you get a lot of people that say, "Oh, is X nation in Bolt Action?" because they want to collect their guys. Although I enjoy all the nations in Bolt Action. I've got Germans, Brits, Americans, I've got Soviets, I've got Japanese, fuck it, I've got some fucking Hungarians now, you know what I mean? So I enjoy all of them. But with obviously I was very interested in the Brits, and then I was like, yeah, well, I'm gonna get all the factions. Now I tried the Americans yesterday, and the funny thing about the Americans is I should have seen this coming. I should have seen this coming. So when you're facing off against the Germans, they've got all sorts of crazy, wacky shit. They've got the Wunderwaffen. They've got fucking zombies, and they've got people in they've got the biggest power armor. Everyone's got power armor, but they've got the biggest power armor. And then they've got the big fucking eyeball gravity guns that just look at you and you just get squashed in. And they've got rail cannons. They've got all this mad shit. But, it's like, for me, the Germans, they can play in many different ways. I think this is true for all nations. All the nations can play pretty much any play style you want. But like in Bolt Action, some nations are going to feel like they're, you're going to want to maybe play them in a certain way. Like when I play my Soviets, I like to play them as a horde of infantry. I like to be like, recreating that, infamous scene from Enemy at the Gates. But Russians can absolutely play dead hard elite armies as well. So they're changing the eyeball design, sadly. No Eye of Adolf. Hey, it's out there right now and it ain't changing. If they change it to the more cone look, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be called the Cock of Adolf. So either way, it's happening. Either way, we're getting inappropriate with it. Oh, man. Now, with the Germans, I feel like they come to life, ironically, with the totem core and stuff. But with the Germans, I feel they really do come to life when you are bringing the Chode of Adolf. I love it. Fuck's sake, Spriggs. I really feel the Germans come to life as a faction when you're taking the weird occult stuff, like the zombies, like the Schreckwolfen, like the really big power armored guys. Yeah. That's when they really feel like they come to life. Now, you then look over at the Americans, and the Americans don't really have much of that wacky stuff. Like the wackiest thing that they have is the Power Gun squads, which are, basically a squad of Captain Americas. But, at the end of the day, they're still pretty human looking. The Totem Core aren't, because they're fucking undead, so they're horrifying. And the Schreckwolfen definitely fucking aren't. And, you know, the power armor guys, the Stahltruppen, are, you know, big and scary and intimidating. And the Paragons are just like juiced up humans. So, you know, you might be like, yeah, the Americans as a whole don't have a lot of like crazy, wacky stuff. And so your sort of natural instinct is to be like, oh, the Americans. A bit boring. No. You see, it's not about the Americans in isolation. It's about the Americans and how they bounce. It's each faction is not in isolation. The factions bounce off each other. And there is a very, very, very familiar vibe when you play the Americans in Konflikt 47. Let me tell you, let me ask you this, dear chat. Let me ask you if this sounds familiar. A normal human with just his rifle, his balls, his bayonet, and his faith going up against the horrors of the warp, the horrors of the universe. And he is not enhanced. And he is not a superhuman warrior. He is just a man. Like you and me. He is just a man who does his part. And who very well may die forgotten on a battlefield. But it's him and many others that choose to pick up a rifle, hold the line, and die standing, that allow his nation to endure, to allow his people to endure. Also, it's not just him and his rifle. There's some really big tanks that also happen to be supporting him as well. The Americans are the Imperial Guard of Konflikt 47. The Americans are the Imperial Guard of Konflikt 47. You do not have I mean, you could have a full army of Paragons if you wanted to. But they're the only like superhuman thing you've got. That's just like the equivalent of like some I don't know, they're just like the equivalent of like Scholar Progenium kind of guys. You know, they're the best of the best of the best of the best with the best equipment. And I'm sure there's some low-level genetic engineering happening to some of the Scions. I think that's even in some of their lore, you know. So what's interesting is, you know, if you put the Paragons, some people are going to love the Paragons, and that's totally okay. But for me, what was really interesting is the fact that I just had normal guys. And I had loads of mechs. I had like a big Bruin mech, and I had a linebacker, and you know, I had a tank, I had a Tesla Sherman, and they had like HMG on them, and they were loaded with weapons. And my basic guys were just basic guys. And what was kind of funny is the basic guys they felt just like Imperial Guard. You know, you have to equip them properly to allow them to punch upwards. And you know, there's going to be a big debate in people that play Konflikt 47. There's going to be a big debate. Do you take your squads, if as an American, do you take your squads loaded up with gear? Do you go big or go home? Or do you just take or do you take them just as rifle arm ship munchers to just do a few objectives and stuff like that? Do you use them as a bit of screening? I think screening is going to be very important when you've got Schreckwolfen rushing at you, Totem Core infiltrating and shambling towards you. I think you're going to need some screening. So it felt really cool. Now, what was interesting is when I played with my basic rifleman. I gave them assault rifles, because Americans can get assault rifles now, and BARs. I gave them 3 assault rifles, 2 BARs, and 5 basic rifles. And that was all just small arms. No pen on any of that. And they actually struggled. Because it turns out that Totem Core are really, really, really hard to kill. And the only way you can really kill them, like reliably, is to disassemble them. Because they're not like zombies where you shoot them in the head and they go down. And they're not like humans with a rage virus where you can shoot them and they bleed out. They are energized by the rift. So a Totem Core can be decapitated and it'll still come at you. A Totem Core can have a hole blown through its chest and it'll still come at you. The only way to basically stop them is to completely disassemble them. So that's why they're so tough. Now, obviously, you can blast and blast and blast and blast and blast and blast and blast with weapons, but to actually like completely disassemble someone with like bullets would take a lot of shooting from small arms. It can be done. Of course, it can be done, but it takes a lot. Now, my poor infantry got a bit mashed. They got a bit mashed in the game. And Alex and I were both, we both were a little worried. We were like, oh my God, does this mean that like American basic infantry and basic infantry in general is going to struggle in a game like Konflikt 47? Because that's obviously a big concern that a lot of people would have, because they want to be able to use their basic bot action models and not feel like they're getting fucked for doing that. Well, I went back over the data sheet, the unit entry for US Riflemen, and I realized there was good old Warlord. Good old Warlord. Again, clearly, someone in playtesting has come up with has gone through a similar experience, and they've realized that they want people to be able to use their bolt action models and not feel like they're getting diddled for using their bolt action models, right? So you go through the American Rifleman basic rifle squad datasheet, and not only do you notice, and I'll double check this before I put my foot in my mouth, but I'll double check it now. Yeah, not only do you notice that your basic squad, every man can be given an ATRD, which is basically a law, like a Vietnam era sort of boom tube like law. Every man can be given one of those for 5 points per model. Now, obviously, you can only fire one at a time, but you can't unless you unleash them all in one go, in which case you could fire D6 in one go, which is kind of interesting. So they're pen plus 6. So right away, you've got a zombie. You've got a zombie doing the coming at you. If you shoot him with a fucking rifle, he might not go down. If you get out a fucking anti-tank rocket and yeet it into him, he's gonna fucking die. There's nothing that can come left. He's fucking it's disassembled. He's not coming back. So that's that's how you can wound him. And then also on top of this though, now that wouldn't really be enough because that's only one shot from the squad unless you go for the unreliable spaff all the missiles at once. So then I went over the rules and I noticed that the Americans, and bear in mind the Americans don't have as much wacky shit that other people can lean into. So this is very, 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 very important for them to have this. In fact, I think many American players are going to find this to be almost mandatory to take, but that's okay. They can take 3 rifle grenade launchers. Rifle grenades. Or if you were, I don't know, proxying some Imperial Guard in there or something, you could have a grenade, or doing some kit bashing. It's a grenade launcher. You can take 3. Each one of those rifle grenade guys can fire his basic rifle if he wants to, or he can choose to fire like a little 1-inch template. So that'd be like pen plus 1. And maybe you'd be able to catch like a couple of Totem Core like that. Or you could launch an anti-tank rifle grenade. And the anti-tank rifle grenade, and you don't have to, these it's like a normal grenade launcher for 40k. You've got different firing modes. The anti-tank rifle grenade is pen plus 3. So suddenly that Totem Core that you were struggling to shoot with your rifle, if you come across those Schreckwolfen, which your rifles couldn't even harm, suddenly your basic guys can bring them down on a 4-up. So when we were looking at Totem Core before we played the game, and when we were looking at Schreckwolfen before we played the game, it was like, how the fuck are we going to deal with these things? These Schreckwolfen are so broken. They're not broken at all. A basic rifle squad armed with some rifle grenades can kill them. Because they're only one wound. Because everything in the game's only got one wound. So the Schreckwolfen need all the rules that they've got. Because fucking some big corn-fed motherfucker from Arkansas might just fucking yeet a boom tube into its chest and explode it. Might just get a rifle grenade like, ping! and it's suddenly your basic infantry are back in the game. Suddenly the basic infantry are back in the game, which is fantastic. Because if you're someone, because some people love the occult and they love the wacky stuff and they love the crazy shit, but some people, they want that indomitable human spirit. They want that, Imperial Guard-esque experience. And you don't want to have to be bringing paragons to have that experience. You just want to be able to have your experience and play the game the way that you play. No problem. No dramas. Got you covered. No issues. No issues whatsoever. Basic infantry can still absolutely hold the line. No questions asked. No dramas. And that's what. And I didn't know that in my first game. So in my first game, I got basically eaten by Totem Core. I'm not going to give too much away, but you guys, you cannot describe how awesome the Totem Core are. I will try my best, but you can't describe it. Totem Core, they are exactly how they should be. I'm fully converted to the unkillable zombie vibe over the horde of just walking corpses vibe. Okay, fully converted to that. Great design choice, great experience, much more interesting. 100% on board. But I love the fact that if you play as the Americans, you can turn up with tanks and infantry and you will not be left behind. Not be left behind at all. You can lean into as much of the Paragons and the Fireflies and all that. You're going to need a little bit of Fireflies because remember, you've got to have 2 advanced or specialist units, and Fireflies count as that. So you're going to need a couple of them. You could get that via... You can get that via 2 minimum squads of US heavy infantry. Where you've got just two squads of 3 men power armor guys bimbling around. Or you could get that via some, the Italian Persagliari guys. The guys in the power. You can get a few power armor guys, or just 2 little 6-man squads of the Firefly Airborne guys. So you can absolutely. You're gonna need a little bit of like the Fireflies and stuff, but at the end of the day, the Fireflies are just normal people with jump packs. Do you know what I mean? And the power armor guys are just normal people with power armor. So you can absolutely lean into your basic humans with guns, taking on the horrors of the universe. And not only can you lean into it, you can actually compete with everybody else who's going down, who's basically just everyone else who's just like marinating in the rift juice, like Baron Harkonnen just wallowing in the fucking rift juice. That's what everyone else is doing. And the Americans are like 30-06. It's good enough for Dad. It's good enough for me. The best bit about the Americans, and this is like one of the unofficial army rules, because in both Action and Konflikt 47, you've always got like official army rules, you've got unofficial ones. Ones which are like sort of, they're nestled in the units. So for like the Germans in both Action, like an unofficial army rule is they get assault rifles and basically nobody else does. One of the things for the Americans in Konflikt 47 is they seem to have a lot of heavy machine guns. And the good old 50 cal, the good old Majus, it's still trucking, man. It's still absolutely trucking. And I recommend this to all you greenhorns who wanted to see axes up close. This is your lucky day. I would recommend to all the greenhorns, if you can take a 50 cal, you should take a 50 cal. And if you're an American who feels particularly patriotic, like a real life American in 2025 who loves the fucking 50 cal and you want to feel patriotic, then let me tell you, you taking every goddamn 50 you can get your hands on. It's not only going to feel great, it's going to be very recommended on the battlefield as well. It's going to be very recommended, man. You get on that 50. Someone get on that 50. But again, you're a normal guy on a 50 cal. You're a normal guy on a 50 cal. And so I have completely unexpectedly fallen head over heels with the fucking Americans. I'm becoming a damn colonial. Yeah, man. I'm fully on team FDR right now. Praise be to FDR. This is the American Eagle now. Praise be to FDR. Yeah. All right. So I think it's a great example of, it's a great example of how factions bounce off each other. And it's a great, and I think this is something that's true about Warhammer 40k as well. Why do we all love the Guard? Because they're normal people taking on the horrors of the universe, taking on literal fucking demons and zombies and aliens and all sorts of mad shit. And you get a very, very similar vibe from the Americans. But you might be like, oh, but I want to play the Germans. But I want to get that feeling too. Can I get that feeling? Of course you can get that feeling. Because I guarantee you that if you took a German army that was mostly focused around panzers, the panzers with the Schwerwald and stuff like that, and you just had some power armored troopers sort of walking around, maybe not even the big style troopers, your basic power armored guys walking around. If you went down, how should we say, a more conventional themed German army, the first time you face against Ursa's heavy infantry, you're going to really feel like a basic dude taking on the fucking horrors of the horrors of the Rift, you know what I mean? And the first time you take on Japanese Shibitu, you're gonna be have that same feeling. The first time you're taking on the British Tin Men, you're gonna have that similar feeling, like the robots the death robots striding forward and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, every faction can get that feeling, but some factions obviously they can more, not even more naturally lean into it. They just sort of they happen to lean into it, I would say. But every nation can fulfill all vibes, but I feel like some nations will naturally gravitate in one direction and another. So, for example, a lot of the American players that I know that get into bot action will go for the airborne, or they'll go for the Marines, because that's kind of this is the cultural zeitgeist and all that kind of stuff. And a lot of people that will go for the Soviets will go for the Soviet horde, even though the Soviets can run a completely elite army and none of the enemy of the gate style stuff. Most people who get into Soviets get into it for the and all that kind of stuff. But every army can do everything, but certain armies are gonna naturally lend themselves to certain play styles. So that's the vibe. I fucking love the Americans, man, and I'm so ready. I'm so ready for it. I'm so ready. You know what, guys? Do you want to know something? I've already got my standard. This is what I'm saying. My brain. I'm getting crunchy. With those rules. So I'm already thinking out what my go-to American rifle squad is going to be, because I want to have squads that can deal with Rift stuff, but also are taking as much as possible advantage of arsenal of democracy. So what I'm thinking is it'd be kind of spenny, but I'm gonna feel it out. But I feel like I'm gonna take between an 8-man rifle squad, regular, 3 guys with rifle grenades, and then have 2 guys with assault rifles, 1 guy with an SMG, 2 guys with BARs, because that way I get a reroll on the assault rifles, a reroll for one of the assault rifle shots, a reroll for one of the SMG shots, a reroll for one of the BAR shots. So I'm getting loads of opportunities to lean in. I'm really farming my army rule, but I've also got rifle grenades, because I'm going to fucking need them. Yeah, so that feels very but I don't know. But I don't know, because I've only played 1 game, but that's, I'm already cooked, boys. I'm already down in the beat lab. I'm already down the fucking beat lab. I'm already down in the fucking beat lab, coming up with different loadouts. You know, like in bolt action, I've got my favorite loadouts. I've got my, take a veteran squad with 2 LMGs. And that's a fire support unit, 6-man, 2 LMGs. And then for an assault unit, I like to have 7 or 8 man with 4 to 5 assault rifles, and then a couple of like ship muncher rifles. I've got my I've got my preferred loadouts, and I'm already doing that with K47. I'm like, okay, where's that fine line between getting Arsenal Democracy, farming the rerolls, but still having the punch to deal with the big stuff and all that. Yeah, it's great. I love it. Now we've got some super chats coming in here. We've got some super chats coming in here. Now let's have a look at. We had the one from Butt Mountain. Okay, Butt Mountain. Thank you for super chat and thank you for patience. Coming back to you, man. Splitting the 2-player stats up with a friend. Just going to stick with that for the first couple of games while we learn to play. However, the linebacker seems to be quite a bit more expensive and powerful than the Wogel Spinner, if I'm not mistaken. What would be closer points-wise to the Spinner mech? Jackal or Coyote or Tesla Sherman or something else? So the Vogel Spinner is a little bit is about half the price of the linebacker, but it's a different unit. The linebacker is it's basically a heavy tank. So if you my advice would be, rather than trying to sort of downgrade, rather than trying to like replace the linebacker, just get something extra for the gyms. Because think about it, if you're going to be like, there's no point in you splitting a 2-player start set, and the person that gets the linebacker feels like they can't use it and you're telling them or whoever's getting the linebacker, oh, you don't use that, go and buy something else that's a bit smaller. No, fuck that. They get to use the linebacker. If you're going to be, if in this situation someone's going to be buying an extra unit, they might as well buy an extra unit they're going to use rather than buying an extra unit so they can't use a different unit. So I just get another fucking Vogel Spinner or a Panzer, even a basic Panzer 4. I mean, you can make it with the eyeball gun if you want, but the basic Panzer 4 is £22.50 from Warlord. You could get it 20% off from a third-party retailer. So that's like 17, 18 pounds, and you'll be fine. You'll be totally fine with that. It's going to have a heavy anti-tank gun. You're going to have a heavy anti-tank gun, and that's going to be more than a threat to the linebacker. The linebacker's not going to want to get hit by a heavy anti-tank gun. No, not at all. The long barrel P4 would do the job. You could get the Panzer 4 with the eyeball turret, but that's a little bit more expensive. But we'll get into that in just a moment. But yeah, that's what I would do. I have a bunch of Microsoft already, trying to help my friend not spend more money because he won't. Lol. If you already have a bunch of American stuff, then yeah, a Coyote is a bit cheaper. It's like 100 and something points. So the Vogel Spinner is about 160. The Coyote is about 105, 110, something like that. So obviously, it's closer, but it's a little. Then suddenly it's gone the other way. But the Coyote is better in combat, I would say. Those fists are really good at. The Vogel Spinner probably outshoots the Coyote, but the Coyote probably out melees the Vogel Spinner. And mechs in melee is something I haven't tried yet, but I've been looking at the rules, and it's like, oh, mechs in melee are really cool. Mechs are generally quite fast. Mechs can charge 24 inches. And mechs fighting other vehicles, really powerful. So a little Guardian like mech is being like, just like sprinting over, like, sprints across the board. It's like, Falcon punch, bang, just into the side of the Vogel Spinner would actually be quite effective. The Germans are like, Achtung, fire, fire, like trying to like grav gun the Guardian mech, and he's like, nah, for FDR, freedom is non-negotiable. Bang, just twats it. Yeah, that would be pretty good. Do you know what? Do you want to know something I learned though? And I fucking love this. I fucking love this. Mechs are so cool. Mechs can charge. Do mechs bypass terrain rules for rough ground? No. But they can charge on an assault move. So you can still charge 12 inches over rough ground. And yes, that means that you can charge 12 inches on an assault move to get over the rough ground. And because you've done an assault move, you can still shoot. So what actually you can do is you can have like a guard. This is what I'm so happy I've got this fucking Guardian like mechs for the Brits, because what I'm going to fucking do is I'm going to assault into combat, fucking punch the shit out of something, and then just turn around, and then, you know, depending on what angle I'm facing at, of course, or if the thing that I'm fighting is still being, you know, let's say it's like a vehicle, I've not quite killed it, I'm going to run in there, like punch the shit out of it, and then I've got an HMG on top, I'm going to be like, like into the fucking vehicle as well. Or I'm going to punch the shit out of the vehicle, do my consolidation move, turn around and be like, eat flame, bitch, and just fucking flame another unit. Yeah, it's very cool. Mechs are really fun. Mechs are really, really fun. And yeah, I think a Guardian like, yeah, I think the Vogel Spinner will have the advantage in firepower over something like a Guardian / Coyote / Jackal. But I think the Coyote will have an advantage in melee because it's got fists, and fists are better at penning. So there you go. Very, very, yeah. So I think that would be better. Yeah, yeah. And let me tell you. Your friend says he won't spend more money. I guarantee you after one game he will. It's so fucking addictive. He's gonna play his first game like, I want more. Oh man. Next super chat, Anthropic Tyranny. Thank you for super chat. Why new Konflikt 47 models cost more than Space Marines? Why? Oh, the big question. Oh, the big question. Oh. Okay. This is a very big question. I'm going to tell you something right now. It's, as an outsider looking in, you might think that Konflikt 47 models cost more than action models. The truth is that's not true. So let us put aside the resin ones for the time being, right? Because as I've said before, the resin and metal ones, they're the legacy models. That's like when Horus Heresy 1.0 is getting supported through the resin years. That's, you've got to compare apples to apples, not apples to oranges. And if Konflikt 47 is successful, then I have no information on this, but if Konflikt 47 is successful, then I am sure that many more things will come in plastic and things will get replaced in plastic and all that kind of stuff, right? So there's that. Second thing is that the Konflikt 47 models, they're not more expensive than the Space Marines. So those Style Trooper, the big German power armor guys, they're the equivalent of Terminators, not the equivalent of Space Marines, not the equivalent of Tactical Marines or Intercessors. They're the equivalent of Terminators. So for £37, you get 9 Terminator and Terminator equivalent models. Now, if I may, for a moment, go over to Games Workshop just to confirm my suspicions here. If I want to buy some Terminators from Games Workshop, then I can buy the old ass Terminator Assault Squad miniatures, which is £40 for 5 of them, or I can buy 5 of the new Terminators for £42.50. So I'm actually the Style Trooper, and you're getting 9 for £37. GW, you're getting 5 for £42.50. So it's actually and they are, and let me tell you, you probably don't need more than 1 box of Style Trooper unless you're going for a themed army. I think there's a real chance. 12. I mean, I should show you guys the armies at 1250 points. At 1250 points, The Germans had 6 order dice, and the Americans had 8. Admittedly, Alex had a King Tiger and a Panther, which is quite expensive. But even if he downgraded to like a Panther with the rail cannon and then like a Puma with the eyeball gun, which is the more efficient way of doing it, probably would have saved about 300 points, which is only like another couple of dice. It feels great. Konflikt 47 units are very expensive. So if you play a pure K47 game, you are... it's going to be quite a low dice count, which we were really, really, really worried. I'm not going to lie. When we saw the armies, we were like, someone's going to get tabled in 2 turns, aren't they? We got to 6 turns and no one was tabled. But there had been plenty of action. Plenty of damage had been done. It wasn't like, oh, nothing died or everything died. It was a very appropriate amount of damage was done. There were heady heights, terrible lows, big swings, big hits, big misses. Yeah. So we were worried. We were worried that 12... No, and I think the game played... People are considered... there's going to be this natural inclination. Or do we go up to higher points? I'm sure some people will want to do that. But I personally found the game played perfectly well at 1250 points. It was just a different experience to bot action. It was a different experience. The big thing is in bot action, you often have like 15 order dice, right? But 3 of those order dice are your officers, your 21-point inexperienced platoon commanders that you've only really taken to unlock the platoon. It's not really doing anything. And then maybe like a few other of those order dice, like maybe like another 3 of those order dice are going to be like an MMG team and 2 medium mortars, which, are fine, but they're not like big flashy units. So when you actually get down to the core of the... See you, Justin. When you get down to the core of like effective units in bot action, like the infantry corps, the tank corps, you're actually looking at about 6 or 7 units. So that's why, like, weirdly, it basically just felt like a normal game of bot action. Not in terms of it did not feel like a normal game by accident. I want to make that clear. But in terms of like the even though we had so many less dice, it didn't, after a couple of turns, it didn't feel like we were playing with less dice. It felt like we were playing with the right amount of dice, which was a very, 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 very big surprise. Very big surprise. Now, going back to what you were saying, Anthropic Tony, why do the new models cost more on space? Well, they don't. The like we said with the Terminators, it's £42.50 for 500W. It's £37 for 9 from for Konflikt 47 for Style Trooping. Now, I think this is what's very important to mention. If you want to collect a Terminator army in 40k, you're going to need 20 to 30 Terminators. Probably 30 Terminators, right? Probably, if you're going down that sort of themed route. However you slice it, you're going to need more than 1 box. At least 2. If you buy 1 box of Style Trooping, I don't think you'll need any more. I'm going to have 18 Style Trooping after I have got my Riftbuster Mega Bundle. Honestly, I'm probably just going to give some away. Just to people like who are going to be helping me play the game. I'm probably going to give some to like... I probably don't need more than... I don't need more. I probably need 9. I probably need 1 box worth. Do you know what I mean? I probably only need 9. Couple of assault squads, couple of there's probably like I probably don't need more than 9. It's like in bot action, in bot action you don't need it's weird because like in the 40k brain, the 40k mind cannot comprehend, and I have a 40k mind. The 40k mind cannot comprehend. You can buy 1 box and be done. You don't need to buy 7 boxes. 1 box is enough. 2 linebackers is enough. 2 Vogel spinners will be enough for you. It's less expensive on a model by model basis. The Fireflies, you should compare those to things like Militarum Tempestus Scions. How much are Scions now? Scions are £28 for 5.
Fireflies, it's £37 for 18. So if you get the equivalent amount of Scions, let's say you have to buy 4 boxes, which you have to do, that's going to cost you well over £100. Well over, like 4 boxes, 130, £112, I think. For the equivalent in Konflikt 47, you're going to spend £37. And here's a crazy thing. Again, 1 box of Fireflies will be enough. You probably don't need more than 18. I'm going to have 36. Again, I'm probably going to give some away. I'm probably going to give a linebacker and a couple of Firefly squads to my mate Sam, because he's got a bolt action American Army, so that'll allow him to play Konflikt. And then I'm probably going to give my brother a couple of Sprues of Style Trooper and a Vogel Spinner, and then he can Konflikt up, and then we're all playing Konflikt. Because I really don't need 18 Style Trooper, and I really don't need 36 Fireflies. I just don't need them. Because a single squad of Fireflies of 5 men, I believe, 6 men, sorry. Think about this. How much is the minimum squad? How much is a minimum squad of Tempestus Scions? 70 points for 5, right? The minimum squad of Fireflies is 162 points for 6. So when I say you're not going to need more than 1 box of fucking Fireflies, you're not going to need more than 1 box of Fireflies. I had 2 squads of 6 in my army. And you know what? Did it feel like they were shit? Did it feel like I wasn't bringing enough? Did it feel like, oh no, I need to go to a bigger point size? Nah. 2 was enough. If you're someone that is getting the Konflikt 47 starter set, and you get yourself 2 squads of Fireflies and a linebacker in there, and then you get like a bolt action, and then you get yourself a bolt action American starter army, you're done. You're fucking done. That's it. And you've spent the equivalent, if we get it new in box and Warlord, you've spent the equivalent of £150, and you've got 2 full armies. 1 for bolt action and 1 for Konflikt 47. Because you're going to want the basic rifle, guys. Why are you going to want the basic rifle, guys? Because you're going to want the rifle grenades. Because they're the cheapest way of dealing with things like Schreckwolfen. And you're going to want that Sherman Easy 8 because it's going to come with a big fucking anti-tank gun, and it's going to come with a fucking HMG because you want HMGs. And you know what I mean? You're going to want that stuff. You're going to want that stuff. And you know, no one's going to give a shit. No one is going to give a shit if you... I'm telling you right now, you take a Sherman Firefly, you cut the barrel off, you stick a plasma cannon on from Warhammer 40k, you've got yourself a Tesla Sherman. No one's going to give a shit. I'd play against that. I'm probably going to do that. You know what I mean? So, Konflikt 47 being more expensive than Warhammer 40k? No. You can get averaged out if you split a starter box and you buy a Konflikt and you buy a bolt action starter army, averaged out, that's £75 per army. For less than a combat patrol from that's new in box from Warlord. If I go over to Wayland Games, I can get a bolt action starter army for the US, the winter one, the good one. I can get that for about 88 quid. And then I can split the start set for Konflikt 47 for about 70 odd pounds. So if I go halves, I think it's about 78. So if we round up and say it's, I mean, what if you round up? You're looking at, it's not even £75 per army. Now we're getting to the territory of like 65 pounds per army. It's fucking mental. It's fucking mental. So no, Tropic Tyranny, the new Konflikt 47 models are not more expensive than Space Marines. They're not more expensive because of the even equivalent, Terminator to Terminator equivalent, and they're not more expensive army to army. Not even close, man. Not on a micro and macro scale. It's not more expensive. It's mental. Absolutely mental. So yeah, we've got some more super chats coming in here. Frankie McGow, thank you so much for the 12-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Thank you for supporting for a year, man. I got put back to the welcome station on Discord. I didn't do it. I don't know if one of the mods has done it. I'll have a look. I don't see anyone. I didn't do it. Someone sorted you out, though. Someone has sorted you out, so you're all gravy, baby. There you are. Ricky Drinks Paints. Thank you for subscribing to YouTube, mate. Appreciate it. To everyone else, if you've not liked and subscribed already, please consider doing so. But Mountain, thank you for the super chat, man. Unless I missed it, it's under the name Matt in stream discussion. Don't worry, man. It's come down the pipes now. I got you. Thank you for the support. CJ, thank you so much. CJ, thank you for the support, man. I've been waiting for Plastic Creek models for years. I love the new models, but the rules just feel meh. They sucked all uniqueness out. The new models are... The new Krieg models are beautiful. Beautiful. But, you know what, CJ? You are feeling what many of us are feeling, which is that Warhammer 40k is very stylish. It's all style, but not as much substance as we would like. But this is the thing, and you know, I'm not shitting on 40k. It's not a shitting on 40k stream in any way, shape, or form. Some people really like those pretty detailed models. They love them, and that's all they want from them. And you know, 40k models, when they're a nightmare to build, and they're expensive. But when they're built, undeniably, they are some of the prettiest models. And when they're well painted as well, they are gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. But the rules are a bit. I know what you mean. The rules are. The rules are designed for competitive play. When you realize, when you look at everything through the lens of competitive play for Warhammer 40k, it all fits, all makes sense, and it's all great. But that might not be what you want. Yeah, that might not be what you want. So there we go. But yeah, CJ, you're absolutely right. 40k right now is a very beautiful... The models are beautiful. One of the things that people say is 40k is a game where there are unbelievably beautiful armies played on awful terrain. The most beautiful armies played on the most ugly terrain. And I think that's very, very true. And CJ, it's one of the things why I've started looking at Old Hammer, Old World, Bolt Action, Konflikt, because it turns out that I actually really like terrain, and I like armies to feel right, you know? Yeah. You're right. I'm not going to disagree with you on any shape or form. I've just added a bit more. I've added my own take to the conversation, but I agree with you 100%, man. D-Mac, thank you for the 14-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Thanks for supporting for a year, mate. Fantastic. Over a year. Fantastic. How's American artillery? Exactly the same as Bolt Action. Light, medium, heavy. Works the same. No dramas. I haven't used any in-game. One thing I did get to use, though, was the new rocket systems. Ooh, love it. Yeah. The new rocket systems are very, very nice. I used the Bruin, and I wasn't convinced by the Bruin at first. I was like, it's got like one rocket system. It should have two rocket systems, right? It's got one rocket system and one medium anti-tank gun and an HMG. Nah, I think the Bruin's pretty fucking good. Because... it's a vehicle that's putting out two big templates, a 3-inch template and a 2-inch template. And if one of those hits, it just starts smashing shit. It just starts having a great time. So the artillery, I haven't played with it yet, but it feels like there's no changes. But the rocket systems are very interesting. I tell you what, though, American artillery, I completely dismissed the Tesla artillery. You know, the towed Tesla cannon. I was like, yeah, not going to bother with that. I'll just put it on a tank. Reconsidering that one. For the price of one Tesla Sherman, I can get two Tesla towed guns. taking into account the HMG on top of the Sherman, I can also take those crews in power armor, which is going to make them really durable. Going to be like wounded on 6s in cover. And I would that just really, you know, it's a cheap way of getting Tesla, and Tesla's really good. So the Tesla artillery is definitely one to watch, and having a battery of them, or just a brace of them, a brace of Tesla cannon artillery is definitely it's an option. Even with movement wins games, it's an option. Yeah. T-Bane, thank you so much for the gifted membership, man. Thank you for support. Thank you for doing your part. The Cheese Master, thank you so much for the 37-month member flex. X-Force, baby. Triple X-Force, Plasma Force. Yes. Yo, I just bought a Kodiak and an Armored Fist set. Oh, yes, mate. I'm telling you now, the Kodiak, very good choice. So, the reason I think the Kodiak is a very good choice is because it comes with 4 HMGs, 2 twin HMGs. But because they're arm-mounted HMGs, they don't halve the number of shots. Mechs with machine guns mounted on arms don't halve the number of shots. If it's mounted on a shoulder, or if it's a vehicle, or mounted in a casemate in the chest or something, then they halve the number of shots. But arm machine guns, MMGs and HMGs, don't halve the number of shots. So yes, that does mean your Kodiak will be putting out 24 HMG shots. And honestly, it sounds like a lot. It just pure, it leans into exactly what I was saying earlier with the Americans. You're going to need that, because your basic dudes are going to be very, very happy when the Kodiak turns up to just hose down the totem core. Yeah. And even then, when you think about it, 24 HMG shots is going to be 12 hits. And that's only going to be 4 dead totem core, assuming they're not in cover. So it's good, but it's not broken. Even in point blank range, it's still going to be like 6 dead totem core. And they're probably going to grow back before you kill all 6 of them. Totem core, we have to talk about them in a moment. We have to. Yeah. And the Armored Fist, is that let me have a look at what the Armored Fist is, man. Oh yeah, good choice. Very, very good choice. 3 half tracks and the 30 plastic US infantry. Very good choice, sir. Very, very, very good choice. That is all of the infantry and all of the transports that you will need for Konflikt 47 and probably for bolt action as well. Yeah, very, very good choice. And also that the only thing you will need, it is worth mentioning, is you will need basic infantry. You need 2 specialist or advanced infantry choices, not basic infantry, for your assault platoon. So that is one thing that is worth mentioning. So you've got very nearly a legal Konflikt 47 army. You just need a couple of Firefly guys, a couple of Firefly squads. However, here's the thing. You could just convert some of them over to Fireflies if you haven't got them already. Yeah. But it's please understand, Cheese Master, you have basically you've made a very, very, very good choice for bot action and for Konflikt 47 there. Very, very good choice, mate. All right, I want to say a big thank you to Bad Rabbit. Thank you for the super chat, man. Replacing head cannon. Let's have a look. 07, sir. 07. I'm glad you had a blast with your first game of K47. With first game, K47 is truly fantastic. When's the battle releasing? Wednesday. So you use the Dawn of War trailer for your head cannon for the Kodiak. This is mine. You probably shouldn't watch on stream for fear of copyright. Yeah, it's from a movie, so it'll definitely get struck. But we'll look at the bunnies first. Bunnos every time. That's so cute. I love it when it's like yin and yang. That's so cool. The way they're lying. Oh, he's got his favorite bunny toy. Yeah. I love it. This is the bunny cloud. It just looks like it's the floof cloud. You know, cats do a loaf, rabbits do a cloud. Yeah. Bunno loaf, bunno cloud. Ah, that's cute. That's cute. Let me have a look. I always love seeing the bunnies, man. Let me have a look at this.
Latte, please.
Oh, fucking hell. I don't want to watch an advert. Jesus Christ. This is from Tremors.
I should take this opportunity to point out their zero effect.
From Tremors 3.
Lacking eyes or ears, they can sense only heat and pursue a forward line with them here. Patience, mi amigo.
I'm waiting for them.
Worry about. Because for once I have the proper tool at hand.
For one side, the proper tool and it's going to be 450 cows, isn't it?
Looking for a little heat.
Yeah. Is it double 50 cal or 4? I guess we'll find out in a moment when he starts shooting them. Double 50 cal, yes! Yes, absolutely. This is literally how you play Americans. This is literally how you play the Americans in K47. You sit there laughing manically whilst firing all the 50 cal shots. That is absolutely... That is going to be me in my second game of K47. Because in the first game, I didn't bring enough 50 cals. In the second game, it's going to be like, nothing to worry about. This time, I brought the right tool for the job. Is it a quad? Is it quad? Bad habit. Is it quad? Sorry. But yeah. Burt Grummer. I am going to be channeling my Burt Gummer for sure. Yeah. 100%. Adam Edwards, thank you for subscribing on YouTube, mate. Appreciate it. T-Bane, thank you so much for the big super chat, man. Thank you for support, bro. I'm glad to hear my feeling that the US would feel like Gar was right. Can't wait till my pre-order gets here. So would you say my other feeling was right, that Germans are like Necrons is also right? Very. When I described to you my experience fighting the Totem Core, it's going to feel more like fighting Necrons than actually fighting Necrons will feel like. Just, oh my God. So good, the Totem Core, man. Why won't they die? Why won't they die? It's like they die, and then they get up again, and then they die, and then they get up again, and then they die, and then they get up again. And you think, oh, they're only going to come back once in a game. No. Like with the Necrons, you got to kill them all in one go. If you leave just one alive, they're going to start coming back. And even then, it's actually harder to beat Totem Core than it is to beat Necrons. Oh my God. This game, man. I cannot tell you. Oh, this game. Oh, man. It feels more like fucking 40k than 40k feels like these days. It's not clickbait, this tile. And until you play it, you won't believe it. You won't. You can't. The mind can. The 40k mind cannot comprehend.
And I have a 40k mind. And I've explored other games. Oh, man. Unka Stunker, I'm seeing what you put in chat. And that's okay. It's all right. What you're saying... what you're saying, you're saying many things, many right things. I'm not even disagreeing with you, man. 40k, GW Monopoly on the market? Yeah, sure. Sure. You know? But everyone thinks things can't change until they do. And everyone, how many times have we seen, have companies assume that line will always go up? Dude, I'm Unka Stunker. We can agree to disagree, but I'm not actually disagreeing with you in any way, shape, or form. I'm just telling you. This is one to watch, and I think it's gonna be really big, mate. I think it's gonna be really, really, really big. Stick around, and maybe you'll hear a few things you like. You know. If you don't believe me, stick around. Prove me wrong. He's like, I know it's bait, but damn it, I'm going to take it. Oh, man. I'm Mordian. What squad size do you recommend for veteran infantry and bot action? 7 man strong. For assault squad, 7-man strong, 4 SMGs, 3 rifles. 4 assault rifles. For Germans, 4 assault rifles, 3 ship munchers. For anyone else, 5 SMGs, 2 ship munchers. The legend, thank you, Mr. Super Jet Man. Could I use the USS Texas in Konflikt 47? What, the ship that does the... Yeah, of course you can. It's called having an artillery observer. There's... In bot action / Konflikt 47, you call in your artillery because it's behind the lines, and it actually kills people. So yeah, you would have an artillery observer, and you would say that the off-map artillery that was coming in to support you was the USS Texas firing its shells. Yeah, that would be a thing for sure. In fact, there's even rules for naval observers in the game, so you've got normal artillery observers and you've got naval observers, which call in the really big shells. So there you go. Now, naval observers exist in bot action, and as every unit in bot action can be used in Konflikt 47, that means that yes, you can use naval observers to represent calling in the USS Texas in Konflikt 47. There you go. John Shepard, thank you to Super Chat, man. Picture of my Age of Sigmar army in stream discussion. Let's take a look then. Let's take a look. All right. Nice. Chaos Army, Archaon on Demonic Steed, 6 Varanan Guard, and 2 units of 15 strong Slanesh Chaos Warriors. Nice. Cool, man. Love those Chaos Knights, bro. So good. Yeah, man. Yeah. Good shit. Nice. They've got different colour cloaks, have they? Oh, that's how you can tell the units apart. Oh. And the shields are a bit different as well. Nice. As always, John, beautiful models. Very, very cool. I feel like Chaos very much lends itself to Age of Sigmar because it's more like war bands running around fighting each other. You don't need the rank and file as much. It is more like these are loose bands of warriors fighting each other a little bit. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Nice. John, excellent, mate. Fantastic work. Prof Green, thank you so much for following on Twitch and for subbing on Twitch and for the 200 bits, and thank you for your patience as well. It's taken me a little while to get to you, man, but thank you for your support, man. I love that the US play is to rely on old-fashioned lead and gunpowder. As an American, I say we must give thanks to the patron saint of firearms, John Moses Browning, and all the blessings he has bestowed on us. The 1911, the BAR, and the Majus. Dude, it's so true. And you're absolutely right. You're absolutely fucking right. And this is one of the things that I think is worth mentioning. So, it's one thing that's worth mentioning. Nations feeling right and feeling how they should feel, I think is a really, really big factor in why I think Konflikt 47 has the potential to be very, very, very successful. Very, very successful. Because people, not everyone, some people hate the country they're from. Fair enough. Whatever reasons you may have, whatever country you may be from, sure. But typically when people are playing a war game, those people will want to play their dudes. And for a lot of people, being able to relate to a faction and being able to have a faction that feels right for them is very, very important. Some people just meta chase, but for a lot of people, it's about your dudes. And I think the Americans in Konflikt 47 feeling very American. You know, just good old fucking gunpowder, 50 cows solving the problems, you know, rock, flag, and eagle. The Americans feel very rock, flag, and eagle. And I think that could lead to a great success for Konflikt 47 with Americans and American players because it's going to feel right. You know what I mean? If you're an American and you're playing a war game, and you want to be able to play the Americans, and those Americans are going to feel exactly how you thought they were going to feel, exactly how you imagined them they were going to feel. Yeah, and that's a big factor. It's a big factor. Every faction feels, well, I say every, I haven't played all of them, but the Germans, every faction I've played so far feels right. And we need to talk about the Germans in a moment, but we'll catch up on some more super chats. But yeah, the fact that the Americans feel like Americans is going to be very appealing to Americans, and interestingly, it's going to be very appealing to other people as well, because they not only do they feel like the Americans, but they also, like I said, feel like the Guard. So they've got broad appeal and they've got specific appeal. Yeah. Frankie Mago, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Uncle Clumsy, thank you so much for the super chat, man. First you talked me into bot action, now Konflikt 47. I'm sorry. We're sorry. You magnificent bastard. I've been keeping an eye on Konflikt 47, and I'm glad it sounds so promising. Long done with GW. Hey, I want to make something clear. I'm not trying to persuade you. Look, Uncle Clumsy. Fucking fantastic. Fucking fantastic, mate. And the fact that you are loving bot action and that Konflikt 47, if you like bot action, you're definitely going to like Konflikt. There's just no doubt. There's no doubt. If you like 40k, you're going to like, maybe not new 40k, but if you like, if you like the vibe of 40k, you're going to love Konflikt 47. You know, if you wish the vibe on the tabletop of 40k met the fucking vibe of the universe, you know, that's where a lot of people's frustration comes from. But I do want to say something here. You can like both. It's like when I did this video. What was the video that I did today? I said, this is not a video about me shitting on New Hammer. Sometimes I'm going to love New Hammer. And I'm going to want to play New Hammer. And sometimes I'm going to want to play, Old Hammer. And sometimes I'm going to play Old World. And sometimes I'm going to play Warhammer 40k. And sometimes I'm going to play not Warhammer 40k. So, look, Uncle Clumsy, I'm not telling you what to do. If you're like, fuck GW, fucking great. That's no dramas whatsoever. Come on over to Konflikt. The water's fine, okay? But I'm going to make something abundantly clear. This isn't a shitting on GW stream. Warhammer 40k is going to do things, and it's going to be really good at what it does. Fantastic. Okay, and we can look at that, and we can be sure, fine, no dramas, fantastic. I'm still going to be playing Warhammer 40k and all that good stuff. But I'm just telling you, this is not a shitting on Warhammer 40k stream. This is a hyping Konflikt stream. And let me tell you, my friend, the reality is there's going to be a lot of people out there that are going to feel just like you. That you're fucking done with GW. And I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of those people have probably struggled to find a home in the past because bot action is nice, but it's historical. And so there are certain limitations, and those limitations can put people off. Conflict 47 just doesn't have those limitations. This is to you, Uncle Clumsy, and this is to everyone in the stream right now. Everyone who's listening, okay? And I've said this once, and I'll say it 100 times. I'm saying this through the lens of not shitting on 40k. I'm saying, so we've established that, and I'm sticking to that. But I also want to speak truthfully and openly. There are going to be a lot of people who play Warhammer 40k who are frustrated with Games Workshop. I don't think that's a controversial statement to make. And I am going to tell those people who right now are frustrated with Games Workshop and frustrated with Warhammer 40k. You love it, but there's frustrations. And you are someone who might be looking, if you're someone who's looking for somewhere to go to, even if it's just temporarily, even if it's just to dip your toe into it, even just for a moment, I can tell you now, you will. If you weren't interested in bot action, Konflikt 47, you will be interested in. Okay? Konflikt 47 is a very, very natural home for a disgruntled Warhammer 40k player to go to. And I think that is totally, I don't think there's any controversy in saying that. That's not shitting on GW, because there's going to be some stuff that Warhammer 40k does that you've got to give credit where credit is due. You know, the game is more balanced than it ever has been before. The game is more homogeneous than it ever has been before. You can go anywhere in any town and find a game of 40k. Loads of good stuff to praise about it. But let's be real. At the same time, there's going to be a lot of people where they're frustrated for whatever reasons it may be. Whatever reasons it may be. There could be 1,000 reasons. It could be from the law, from the price increases, from the terrain. We're not even going to get into it. There's going to be many reasons why why people may not be vibing with 40k anymore. And I'm telling you, if you are someone that feels like that, poke your nose into the Konflikt 47 clubhouse. Just have a look. Watch the battle report that comes out on on Wednesday. Take a look. I don't think you'll be disappointed, and I think you'll find a game that you've never played before will feel surprisingly like a comfy pair of slippers. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Mini Dingbat. Thank you for the 18 months, man. X-Force, baby! Thank you for supporting the channel for a year and a half, bud. Will you do Konflikt 47 for beginners video? Might get in. I absolutely will do. What I am going to do is it's probably going to be a longie, but it's going to be a video, and it's not going to be necessarily getting into like the nitty gritty, like how to learn the rules, but what it's going to be is a guide to people who are conflict curious. So we'll be talking about clarifying things about the resin and metal models versus the plastic models. You know, these style trooping are equivalent to this unit, so that's why they cost as much. So actually, it's cheaper. You know, guidance around what you can buy in bulk action. You know, just it's going to be like a vibe guidance video rather than, and this is how you do the movement phase and this is how you do the shooting phase. It's going to be like, are you someone from Warhammer 40k or someone from elsewhere in tabletop wargaming who's curious about Konflikt 47? Here is some high-level information that should answer a lot of the common questions that I have had, and there we go. So that's the vibe. And then at some point we'll do learning Konflikt 47 videos, although I'm rubbish at doing those kind of things. But yeah, we will absolutely be doing a Konflikt 47 for beginners video, but it'll be less. The first one will be less rules focused, and it will be more like almost myth busting. Like, oh, Konflikt 47 is so expensive. No, it's not. Here's, yeah, but no, it's not even going to be like that. It's going to be more guidance around how many models you're going to need. Yeah, I'm still working it out in my head. But you get the idea. It's not going to be like nitty gritty rules. It's going to be things you should know if you're considering getting into this game, and a bit of a like first, like an introduction. like a bit like a little guide to how to get, you know, where to get started, what I'd recommend to buy and stuff like that. Maybe not even that. I don't want it to come across. I don't want it to come across as salesy. I don't want it to come across salesy. It's just going to be a beginner's vibe guide to Konflikt 47. I think that's the way it's probably going to be. You know, and then we'll do other videos where it'll be more appropriate to do things like, and you could consider buying these, and this would give you a nice, you know, foundation and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, so would you like to know more kind of video? Yeah, exactly. Uncle Clumsy came in with something before. I'm semi-joking, but truthfully, I was interested in Konflikt 47 since it first cropped up. I'm now already abandoned GW and dumped my 40k armies into one-page rules. I've choked down GW's grimy bullshit for decades. I think a lot of people feel the same way. I think, you know, for years, people have talked about Games Workshop. Have they gone too far this time? Games Workshop X, Y, Z, blah, 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 blah. For years and years and years and years and years, there's been this thing. I mean, it's a bit of a meme, isn't it? Oh my God, GW is dying, 40k is dying, and then it hasn't died, and it's just carried on, hasn't it? For years, we've heard, like, this is going to be a 40k killer. And then it hasn't been because the game has 40k has continued. It might be different this time. I'm not saying it will be. But I've been playing Warhammer for 27 years. Admittedly, I didn't know a lot about what the fuck was going on when I was 5. But I've been playing it properly for about 16. I've been playing it knowing what the fuck I was doing for about 16 years. And I've seen many false prophets, shall we say. Many a proclaimed 40k killer. Many a proclaimed GW is dying. And, you know, and I've always known, like, deep down, that's not true. It's not true, because they weren't. They weren't. Like, Trench Crusade was never going to be a 40k killer because it was too small scale. And X-Wing was never going to be a 40k killer because it's a completely different game. It's not little toy men. It's spaceships flying around. Great, both games, great in their own right. Great in their own right. But not... No, we're never going to be 40k killers. And I want to make something clear. I'm not saying Konflikt 47 is a 40k killer. Okay, let's make this. Let's not. Hey, it might be, but that's not what I'm saying. But those games were never really going to compete with Warhammer 40k because they didn't do what Warhammer 40k did. They were different games completely. You know, Trench Crusade might compete with Kill Team, but it won't compete with, because they're similar, but it wouldn't compete with Warhammer 40k. This is the first time since War Machine came out when I feel like we've got a proper industry disruptor. Not an addition to the industry, not only an addition to the industry, to be clear, but I think we've got an industry disruptor. You know, a bit like, you know how, like, weirdly, Old World was an industry disruptor, but it was within GW's control. You know, because it was within the GW bubble, but it was from SDS. So there's kind of that competition between SDS and main studio. And so even though, you know, and there were many, and Old World is an industry disruptor, massively. I know so many. I mean, it would take me a while to think and name them all. But I know so many 40k players who have ditched 40k for Old World completely. So Old World is an industry disruptor. It in some ways not quite. There's not quite the crossover, but in some ways it competes with Warhammer 40k. And I think that I think Konflikt 47, whatever will happen, I think it's going to be an industry disruptor. I think it will be. And I think that's a good thing because, you know, we talk about Games Workshop, they'll never change. They'll always increase the prices. They'll never have a sale. Blah, 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 blah. They'll always do all this shitty stuff.
And the reason that we think they're always going to do that is because they haven't got any competition. Ever. And they haven't ever really had any competition. There's been a few close calls, like when War Machine came out and stuff. Star Wars Legion could have done it, but I think the general fucking of Star Wars sort of dragged Star Wars Legion down with it. But I think this could be an industry disruptor. I think there could be little ripples across the industry. There might even be more than that. I think it's big. I think it's a big deal. I think it could be big. I think it's going to take time. I think it's important to say, because obviously this is basically the launch of a new game. Like Konflikt version 1 was great, but it was like Horus Heresy in the Resin and Metal years. You know, it was really just sort of carried forward by a dedicated few. Whereas this is where we're going to have plastic. But it took a while for Horus Heresy to get the first wave, you know, to get all the plastic models that it has. That it has, right? Horus Heresy is now basically all plastic, and it took like fucking God knows how many years to finally get there. I think there's this, you know, I'm not saying it'll be quite a similar time, but it took about 6 years to get there. Version a lot. Well, I don't know. Anyway, point is, I think there's going to be. I think Konflikt 47 will go from strength to strength because as more stuff becomes in plastic, the only real thing that you can say against the game is, oh, I don't like resin and metal models. And I think, yeah, I mean, that's fair. There's a lot of legacy models right now. But you can build an entire army out of plastic for Konflikt 47 and be totally okay. Like literally okay on the tabletop. And the plastic models are so easy to build. Oh. Star Trooper, honestly. Star Trooper. 40k players are going to fucking shit the bed when they build Star Trooper. I'm telling you, they're going to be like, wait, it's allowed to be that easy to build? What the fuck is going on here? What you guys who are getting in at the ground floor right now, it's as Anthony Williams said, you get to be excited to be there from the beginning. You know how the Helldivers people, all the Helldivers 1 players got to be really, really excited about Helldivers 2 being really big before anybody else did, because they were kind of there at the beginning and a dedicated few had carried it forward. And then those people, you know, a lot of those people like pre-ordered Helldivers 2 and they got like the cool armor and all that kind of stuff. And they got to enjoy the game, you know, from the very beginning, and then it started blowing up and that kind of stuff. I think you could see something similar with Konflikt. Yeah. All right. What have we got here? Connor Walsh, thank you so much for the gifted membership, man. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. The Legend, thank you for the super chat. Musings about some custom rules in stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. Let's have a look. Been thinking about making a custom codex of 40k, most likely 4th edition since it seems easy to design for. To fulfill a long-time fantasy, Halo versus 40k. Just been idly musing about the potential. For example, the Covenant Plasma Rifle could be either 18 inches, Strength 6, AP 4-5, Assault 2, or the same stats but 24 inches and rapid fire instead of Assault. Also not sure the best way to energy shields, maybe +1 toughness, auto saves. An invulnerable save feels out of place, and I don't want to start adding lots of rerolls to 4th. That's a good point, because obviously in Halo, you have to get through the invulnerable save and then start doing the damage to the guy. Tricky. Yeah. Could just have it as an energy shield save. Be interesting. You know what? You could have it like an invulnerable save, but it's one that can be overruled by instant death. That's how you could do energy shields. Because when you think about it, if I shoot in Halo, if I shoot the rocket launcher at an elite, I always kill him because it's instant death, even though he's got an energy shield. So maybe you don't have an invulnerable save, you have an energy shield save, and the whole thing is that energy shields can be instant death. So they're really good. You know, they're really good. It can be an extra save that you get. So you could have like an armor save and an energy shield save. Just keep them like 6 up. You know, don't make them ridiculous. Maybe 5 up or something like that.
But yeah, you could have it, you know, like, because you could have elites. The way you balance it out is they've got like a 4-up save and then like a 5-up or 6-up energy shield save. And the idea is that they get to take both, but you don't get the energy shield save against. No, you know, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. I would just, I just have it where it's an invulnerable save that you just don't get. You just don't get against instant death. Maybe that'd be the simple way of doing it. Yeah. I think so. That's what sort of comes into maybe like the stealth rules, just get a cover save even in the open. Yeah, it's like a cover save even in the open, but it can be overruled by instant death. Yeah, that makes sense. Because invulnerable saves, like you said, invulnerable saves are like, I can always stop it. But when you play the Halo game, you can't stop her. And you could have sniper rifles could have a thing. Because if you shoot an elite in the head with the sniper rifle, it always dies, doesn't it? So you could have it where sniper rifles have the potential to cause instant death. Maybe on like a 6 to wound, they cause instant death, which represents you getting the headshot. Or maybe on a 6 to wound, because like energy shield saves can't be taken against them. You could have that like little rule that gets put in, you know, addition to sniper. There's a few ways you could do it. Yeah. I like the idea, Legend, and Halo's very, very cool. I've been saying for years we need a Halo tabletop game. Years. I'd love it. T-Bane, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you for the giga chat. Yes. As a newbie to both Bolt Action Konflikt 7, I would love a how to play unit reviews and general tactics videos. All will be coming. This Wednesday, you will have a Konflikt 47 battle report, and every Wednesday I do a Konflikt 47 and or Bolt Action video. So all will be coming. T-Bane. Yeah, there you go. Thank you for support, and don't worry, I got you. Azaleas, thank you so much for 26th member flex. X-Force, baby. Double X-Force. Yeah, buddy. Love it, man. Do you have a license for that claim? What? The claim that I think K47 is going to be big? I think it's going to be big. I think, you know, I have no idea. I'm not clairvoyant. I have no idea. I think it could be... See, I think the difference between Konflikt 47 and Old World, there's many differences, but we're talking about their release, is that I imagine that Old World had a really big initial boom because of all the nostalgia people coming in. And then it sort of calmed down a little bit. But I was absolutely right about Old World. I said Old World was going to be big. I said it was going to be a great competitive game and as well as a casual game. And those things have absolutely come to pass. And you genuinely cannot disagree with me. And that's not because I'm being a knobhead, but think about it. They literally just released the match play guide. That's how popular Old World competitive play is. Old World's mostly an RTT game because it's just a more chill game. But why would Games Workshop release a match play guide if competitive Old World wasn't something that people were interested in? I said it was going to be a fantastic game. I said it was going to become one of Games Workshop's best new games. I said it would absolutely smash Heresy, absolutely smash Age of Sigmar, and it would absolutely, and I said it's going to take its place up there as one of, if not, the best game that GW makes. Now, it's not bigger than Warhammer 40k, because Warhammer 40k is fucking massive. But everything that I said about Old World came to pass. Okay? I said it was going to be much bigger than everyone said it was. I said that people were underestimating it. I said it was going to become it wasn't going to be a cash grab. I said it was going to be successful, and that Games Workshop is going to be put in, I said it was going to be bigger than everyone expected, including Games Workshop. And I was right. And I said it was going to have potential as a competitive game, which is going to do really good for it. And it absolutely did. So that's how Old World went. However, Old World had a big bang, and then it kind of calmed down a bit. And it's settled into a very, very nice place, Old World. It's very nice. It's just big enough where you can reasonably find a game in a lot, not all, but a lot of places. But it's not so big that it's suffering from success. It's in a exactly right good place.
Now, what I think could happen with Konflikt is, I don't think it'll be on the same scale as Helldivers 2. I mean, fucking hell, that was insane, right? But it'll go through a similar process where I think there'll be some people like myself and some others who will talk about it and who will be aware of it. And there'll be, and who will talk about it and be very excited for it. And we'll be shilling the shit out of it, and we'll be washing the Warlord balls non-stop. And the people that listen to us will initially start getting into it alongside us. And we're all going to have great fun and great times. It's going to be great. And then what I think could happen is, via word of mouth, people start hearing about this thing, and they start looking into it, and then I think it will grow. So I think Old World went bang, calm. I think this will be calm, bang. That's where I think it'll go. Commandar Camaranda Zukov, thank you for subscribing on YouTube, mate. Thank you, bro. And Lack of Foresight, thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Absolutely amazing. Thank you, bro. Now, we need to talk about, I was going to say the Germans, but it's not. We need to talk about the Axis. Because it's not Z, because the Axis covers many different nations now. Could be, I don't even know. Axis, but the French aren't. I mean, I guess Vichy France, but that's been consumed by the Axis, so it's maybe not even a thing anymore. Anyway, we don't. Professional stream at work. We need to talk about the Axis. Now, before we do, because the Axis are very, very, very cool. Before we do, I mean, in Konflikt 47. Before we do, I'm going to grab a drink. I'm probably have a piss. So two minute break, and then we'll get into it. Yeah, I'm very excited. The Americans feel like the Guard. The Axis, they kind of feel like themselves. There's an element of Necron shit in there. But the Axis feel like themselves, but they feel like they should. They feel like they should, okay? And I think they're going to be such an interesting faction, and that a lot of players will, I think they will find them just extremely flavorful. But give me a second. Actually, I think I've got a drink here. 1 minute. I've got a drink here. Right. So I just need a piss. So I'll only be 1 minute. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll tell you what. To get you hyped, whilst I'm going for a piss, you can enjoy Narrow's March of the Style Troopers song. You're not going to get to hear all of it, but you'll hear some of it.
Right, as cool as that song is, we got big shit to talk about. All right. Let's have a look. So, the Krampus, we'll do the Krampus super chat, and then we'll talk about the Axis. The Krampus, thank you so much for super chat, man. Hobby update in stream discussion. So I'm beginning to see a pattern in my local meta. Blood Angels, Pendant Sisters, Orcs, Emperor Children. Anyway, an old school Hellhound has emerged from the printer, and there is in no way a response to a perceived overabundance of melee pressure. Dude, local meta is very important. People talk about the global meta all the time. Fuck the global meta. You're rarely going to encounter it. It's about the local meta. Also, finished painting the siege cannon out of my Krieg box with another fresh off the printer and ready for paint. Print, baby. Dude, I love it. Yeah, man. So cool. Love the duck board and the mud, mate. Really, really well done. Smash that. Feels very Kriegy. Yeah, feels exactly the way it should feel, mate. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the old Artemis pattern Hellhound. Yeah, man. Probably the best Hellhound sculpt. I mean, I love the old one, the metal one with the big barrels on the sides. But truth be told, I think the old Artemis pattern Hellhound is the best one Games Workshop ever made. For those of you that didn't, there'll be a lot of new players in 40k that wouldn't even know this was a thing. This is what the Hellhound used to look like. You had to buy it from Forge World. I know, why did Forge World make all the best shit? Many great questions. But the point is that it was probably the best looking Hellhound variant. Discontinued now, unfortunately. But not if you're on a 3D printer. So there you go. And then you've got another siege cannon. Very much legally distinct. The wheels are completely different, and therefore it makes it a totally different unit. Nice. Dude, I look forward to seeing the amazing job that you've done on this beast. And I can see there's a cheeky dawn there. Seeing the amazing job you've done on this beast, I'm very excited to see what you do with the Hellhound and the extra siege gun. That's fantastic, mate. Fantastic. All right. There we are. Fantastic. Love seeing guard stuff. Always love seeing guard stuff. Yeah. It's what I mean. I've gone through. So it's really, 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 really worth talking about this just for a moment. Only for 30 seconds. I've gone through an interesting mental journey recently because I was getting real fucking bitchy and salty about Warhammer. And I've realized I'm not actually bitchy and salty about Warhammer. I'm just I sort of come through it, got all the bile out of my system. And I've sort of just come. It's because you feel it's strange. The human mind is strange. It feels like it can't. Maybe it's the wargaming mind. I don't know what it is. Maybe I've got a touch of the tism. Probably, definitely. But maybe it's you feel like you can't enjoy two things. Like, oh, I can only play Warhammer 40k, and if I don't play Warhammer 40k, then I'm it's wrong. It's wrong. But actually, the reality is that you can enjoy many game systems. And I think it has taken me many nights and many steps down the hobby journey and the hobby road and on my journey as a tabletop wargamer for me to realize that why am I only focused on one game? Like, I love Warhammer 40k and I'm going to keep playing Warhammer 40k. But I could enjoy other things. Yeah, it's strange. And I know that I'm not the only one that has either been through this process or the only one who had that mentality and who will still have that mentality right now. Yeah. I think maybe it's an age thing. Maybe it's as I'm getting more and more into my 30s, maybe it's a case of just enjoying the variety. Variety is the spice of life, I suppose. And variety of game system is the spice of hobby. So yeah, some people might think it's really strange that in a stream where I'm obviously hyping up Konflikt 47, that I can go and look at something like someone's hobby progress for Warhammer 40k and be wanking that off as well. They're like, no, Mordian, you can't. Why are you wanking off 40k? You said you hated 40k. I went, no, I don't hate 40k. I've gone through all of that, and now I'm like, I love all the games for what they offer me. And whenever I want to feel like playing a really cutthroat competitive game, I'm gonna get into the 40k. You know, I'm gonna get into my 10th edition. And when I want a bit of casual 40k, I'll play a bit of Warhammer. When I want to play, blah 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 blah. So yeah, I think I'm really mentally, I'm in that state now where I'm just like, I like all of this. All of this is great and fun, and I love it. Yeah, and that it's a much more positive mindset, and it came from the community. It was a couple of weeks ago. Shout out to DMAC and a few others, but a couple of weeks ago, I had a couple of people in my community just be like, "Stop fucking complaining." Like, we're trying not to be rude, but stop fucking complaining. And they were absolutely right, and I needed that. I basically got a slap. And it made me go, fucking hell, I am complaining a lot, aren't I? I am, and it's not making me happy being like this. This was the weird thing. I was just wallowing in it, and it wasn't making me happy. And I thought it would make me happy, but it didn't make me happy. And now I've sort of had that slap, had that reality check. It forced like a mental push. It's got me out of being stagnated, and it forced a mental push. And it made me be like, yeah, I have been complaining too much. And why? No good reason, no good excuse, no reason. It was a fault. I was at fault. It was a fault. And I'm telling you now, it's a personal fault. That's what it was. And now I'm like, I can enjoy all the games, and I feel like it's a new chapter. Sounds wanky, I know, but it feels like a new chapter in my hobby journey. And I'm enjoying it a lot. Anyway, let us talk on Konflikt 47, the Axis. To rip off Dungeon Keeper. I know, an old franchise. It's an older referencer, but it checks out. To rip off Dungeon Keeper, it's good to be bad. The Axis in Konflikt 47 just feel unapologetically like the baddies. Absolutely just the mustache twirling villains. They are the Germans from Wolfenstein. No, that's the vibe. They're the Germans from Wolfenstein. They're completely unapologetic about it. They are the mad side. They are the 1950s mustache twirling villain. And you don't have to go in that way. You can lean into the martial Prussian might, and you can go in a more that direction. But when you lean into the genetically modified crazy shit like the totem core and stuff, and the way their weapons feel as well, they're just the baddies. They're just the baddies, and it's fantastic. And honestly, it just feels it's really good them just being, they're completely separated. They're completely separated from Nazi Germany and all of the issues you might have with that. If someone coming in to buy action, I'm like, I don't want to play as the Germans. I don't want to play as the Nazis. Well, for whatever reasons, they're my reasons. And by the way, I respect that. There's some nations that I want to play as and all that kind of stuff. Mostly because I'm just not interested in them. But, some people are going to be funny about it. And that's fine. That's fine. But the Axis being... what they've done, what Warlord has done, is they have completely separated the Axis from Nazi Germany. But they've made them even, more evil. So, it's like the Dutch. There's only two things I can't stand in this world. People who are intolerant of other people's culture, and the Dutch. But, okay, being serious.
Unlike, you know what, let's just do the comparison. A lot of people, and myself included, have commented on the fact that Warhammer 40k appears to be getting less grimdark. I actually had I don't want to go in too far a rabbit hole down this, but I actually saw the new Dark Elder Lady Malaise model, and I thought that was a great example of the direction that Warhammer 40k has gone in, because it just looks like a character from like League of Legends or Rage Shadow Legends or something like that. There's almost nothing grimdark about that new model. Oh, I've got a fan. Oh, I've got a sword that looks like a dildo designed by Bad Dragon. That's about as grimdark as it gets, really. Warhammer 40k has sort of lessened the grimdark aspect of it, and as part of this sort of journey and this transition it's going on, and many people say it's because they're trying to do a more broad appeal. The direction that the Axis seem to have gone in, and the direction that Warlord Games seems to have gone in with this, is like, okay, so we've separated them from the Nazis. Okay, has that made them less grimdark? No, we're going to make them more grimdark and even more evil. And I love it. I love that they've managed to, create that separation, which is good to make the game more accessible and to have more appeal, and to, to maybe assuage some of the worries that some people have about this game. Not necessarily this game, but sort of World War II stuff in general. And they've managed to do that whilst making them completely batshit bonkers, dialed up to 11, mustache twirling villain. You are the bad guys. You are evil. There's no question about it. You're just the baddies. You're just unequivocally the baddies. Okay, and it's great. It's good to be bad. This game will, this faction will, in many ways, it will appeal to, and there are loads of video games that have been around this, like Dungeon Keeper and what was it called, Overlord and stuff like that. It's a whenever you play like an RPG and you get to just do a dark side run or something like that, it's well established that people like to be able to be the baddies, and with the Axis, you're the baddies, and if you're someone that likes to be the baddies, you're the baddies. There's no questions about it. You're the baddies. There's a bit in the lore where which I came across when I was reading the I was reading the rule book, and there's a bit in the lore where it turned out that the Green Vault knew the Americans. The Green Vault are the leaders of the Axis. They're the occult society that lead the Axis. They knew that Dresden was going to get nuked. They knew it. So they knew they knew that the US had the Rift. They knew that they were developing Rift technology, and they wanted it. So what they did, and they knew that the Allies were going to bomb Dresden. So rather than evacuating Dresden, rather than getting people out, they didn't tell anyone. And instead, they set up loads of like monitoring equipment, like sensors, radars, all sorts of things like that. Cameras, everything. And they waited. And they waited. And then when the bomb dropped, they recorded everything, so they could learn as much as possible about the Rift. And in many ways, even though the Americans had the Rift first, the Axis are now actually in some ways ahead of the Americans on the Rift, because the Axis, because they're the baddies, they just don't have the ethical conundrums with doing what needs to be done to learn more about the Rift. They have no issue with it. They will. It doesn't matter for them. The Rift is all, and whatever it takes to learn more about the Rift and to harness its power, its unlimited power, they will do it. As it said in the Axis overview article that Warlord did, the Green Vault The Green Vault demands the war continues, and so it shall be done. Yeah, no matter what, the war will continue under their careful eye. Yeah. So it's really cool to see, that's unequivocally the baddies. Do you know what I mean? They wanted the bomb to drop so that they could get the rift, and now they've got the rift, and now they're doing all sorts of mad shit with it. One of the things, if you look at the Axis, they've actually got better power armor than everybody else, and there's a few things that the Axis have. Hold on, you're saying the guys who use undead versions of their own men are the bad guys? Get out! I know, right? But the thing, what's important is that they just lean into it. They lean into it. It's that simple. They lean into it. And what's important to note, what is important to note is, there's going to be, Nostalgia Vivek here, for example. I won't lie, I didn't get into the SS to have my faction be separated from the Nazis. So, Nostalgia Vivek, it's important to note that when I say they're completely separated from it, there's nothing saying you couldn't have an SS army running around in Konflikt 47 if that's something that you wanted to do. Because at the end of the day, it's only been 2 years past the... it's only been 3 years since the timeline shift when the bomb dropped on Dresden. And it's only been 2 years since World War II should have ended. So there's going to be plenty of those motherfuckers still running around if you want to. It's the option there is like to completely separate. And the law is there. Like, it's no longer the Nazi party in charge. The Green Vault is in charge. And it is the Axis overall and all that kind of stuff. So, if you're someone that's like, I would love... This is what I'm saying. The narrative kind of writes itself. And there's loads of bits of lore thrown in there to help justify like blue on blue. So, there will absolutely still be within the ranks of the Axis military, there will be people who, in hushed tones, still support the Nazi party, and who are going to be like, well, who maybe they've got some DNA. I've said this before, there's going to be some DNA from Hitler that's going to have been got, and they're going to fucking clone him, and they're going to be trying like return him to the throne and all this kind of stuff. That's not officially in the law. But enough doors have been left open for you to create your own story and your own narrative. Are your guys fresh-faced Axis troopers that were never part of the Wehrmacht or anything like that? Or are they old, hardened veterans that have been there from 1939 and are here now in 1947 and are still fighting? There's everything. They are your dudes. They are your dudes. Forge your narrative. Unlike 40k, where much is now prescribed and there is less than ever wiggle room for your dudes. Everyone's running named characters now. They're what you should be taking, and you don't take infantry squad. You take Cadian, Krieg, Katacham. It's the complete opposite in both bot action and in and especially in Konflikt 47, because there's not that historical limitation. Make your dudes your dudes. Do you want to have the 101st Airborne who are still fighting in 1947, but now they've got jump packs? Great. Totally can be done. Do you still want like the Desert Rats, but now it's 1947, and some of those Desert Rats are automatons? Absolutely. That's what I've done with my Desert Rats. 100%. No dramas, no issues whatsoever. So yeah, it's important to mention that, more so than ever, there is scope for your dudes to be your dudes. Anyway, going back to the Axis for a moment. So one of the things that really distinguishes the Axis from, the Americans at least, we don't know obviously how it's going to be with the Brits and the Soviets and the Japanese. One of the things that makes the Axis feel very unique, it's kind of one of their unofficial army rules, is they seem to be much better at rift mastery than anybody else. So if I just have a quick look at this to make sure I'm not lying through my teeth. Because I don't want to give you guys the wrong impression. I want to be honest with you. So a good example of this is, first up, your first army rule is at the end of each turn, you get to re-roll an exhausted rift dice. And that rule is called Our Salvation. They see the rift as their salvation. So our salvation, the rift is our salvation. Re-roll a rift dice. So you might get a chance. You get that every turn. So that's 6 re-rolls you get through the game on that. Your next one is Hand of the Green Vault. Now this is where one of your officers, it's kind of like they're the mouth of Sauron. They're the hand of the Green Vault. They are there. It's like the hand of the king. It's just come to me. It's not the hand of the king. It's Hand of the Green Vault. So one of them is the Green Vault's like representative on the battlefield. And it can be anyone. Anyone can be the Hand of the Green Vault. A dude in power armor, a dude running around in an old school uniform. Anyone. They get an extra point of Rift Mastery. Rift Mastery is very good. Very, very good. You then get Schwerveld Mastery, where one of your Rift units with a Schwerveld, with the gravity gun, the eyeball gun, it starts on surging. So straight away, they are harnessing the power of the Rift. The Americans, the Allies, those short-sighted, blinkered fools. They merely saw the Rift as like an energy source. Something they could use to make more guns. Guns! Ha! Ha! How one-dimensional are they? We of the Green Vault understand the Rift's true potential. And we shall be the ones that harness its power. It's like GDI versus Nod in Command & Conquer. Nod understands more about Tiberium than GDI does. GDI just sees Tiberium as a resource to be harvested. Nod understands that it is so much more than that. And it's just like that with the Axis versus the Americans. The Axis... the Americans just see the Rift as, well, obviously they see it as divine because FDR went through and came back as God, the God Emperor, basically. If you don't know that lore, I'm telling you, this game's great. But the Americans have harnessed it basically as a source for weapons, whereas the Axis have they see it much more than just an energy source. Yeah. So, yeah, the Axis are Hydra. The Axis are Nod. The Axis are Wolfenstein Germans. They're all of that shit. And that's really, really cool. And you can definitely get a GDI versus Nod feeling from the game. With Axis versus US. Because the US are moving forward with their big walkers, like their Wolverine walkers and their what were they called? They were called Wolverines and... What were the big ones called with the big cannons? Can't remember. It wasn't Kodiak. I don't think so. Anyway, Juggernaut. No, one of them was the Juggernaut. There's something between the Juggernaut and the Wolverine. Anyway, point is, the Allies can feel very much like GDI. And the Axis can feel very much like Nod with all their weird like mutants and shit like running around. Now, one of the other things that's worth mentioning as well is that the Axis really feel like they've got a Titans. That was it. Thank you. One of the things is that that also hammers us home is there are named characters. There's only one each so far for the Allies, one for the US, one for the Axis, and they are by no means mandatory. In fact, I think some people will use them and many people will not. The Allies, they get Slammer Samuels, which is definitely a legally distinct Captain America. It is. Okay, but he is legally distinct. But it is Captain America. But it's not. It's Slammer Samuels. And he's just one dude that goes around just punching people and they die. Great. That's how the Americans have used the Rift Tech to make Captain America. The hero for the Axis is Heinrich Gross. And he's okay in combat. He doesn't really have any pen value, so he's a bit of a blender. He has a lot of low-level attacks, essentially. He's basically meant to be kind of like a vampire. I mean, sort of like a vampire. But he's very, very, very good at Rift Mastery. He's very, very good at Rift Mastery. So The Americans are all about pure, like, they're like damage, straightforward damage. Whereas the Axis are like, their hero's a force multiplier. And he's all about buffing your other units. So, different vibes, different people. Some people like, Space Marine heroes like the Emperor's Champion who go in there and fist people. That's Slammer Samuels. That's going to appeal to you over there. Some people like force multipliers. A lot of guard players like their characters to be force multipliers. Heinrich Gross is a force multiplier. He's going to be juicing up all your Rift units. It's fantastic. But then even outside of that, you've got, let me just double check here. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, it's mental. It's actually mental, and I love this. Let me just check. I love this. So, the Americans, so there's a new thing you can do with your leaders. From company commanders to platoon commanders, whether they're in cloth uniform or power arm or they've got a jetpack, there's a new upgrade that you can pick for your characters. You've got to pay points for it. But the Americans, their upgrades are Guts and Luck. Guts allows you to modify a dice. You buy a point of Guts and you expend it. It doesn't come back. You expend it. So you can use that to, let's say you've got a 4+ save and you roll a 3. You could expend 1 point of Luck to increase your dice roll from a 3 to a 4, and then you pass. But once it's gone, it's gone. And it's very limited. Like, none of the American heroes start with it, and you can buy them like 1 point of Guts for 10 points. I think actually maybe they do start with it, sorry. All American hero, most people start, almost no one starts with it, and you have to pay for it. The Americans, all of their characters get 1 point of Luck, 1 point of Guts, and then they can pay to take 1 additional point of Guts. And then you've got Luck as well. Luck is very interesting. Luck is like, you don't start with Luck, and you can buy it for 15 points. And one of the things that Luck can do is the first time, it can do like 3 things. But one of the things Luck can do is the first time you die, you lose your Luck point and you don't die. But it's like the first time you die. So what would happen if you like fail? Let's say everyone's got 1 wound, remember? So if you failed 2 saves, the first one you'd fail would eat your Luck point, but the second one you'd still die. So it's not as broken as it sounds. And it's only 1 per officer. No one starts with it, and you have to pay for it. Now, the Axis don't get access to Luck. As far as I can see, no one has any Luck. They're very unlucky. They get access to Guts. Guts is like everyone can get Guts. The Axis don't have access to Luck, but instead, everyone can buy Rift Mastery. Everyone. Doesn't matter if they don't come with a Rift dice. Doesn't matter if they're not a Rift unit. Doesn't matter if they're just a inexperienced platoon commander, fresh out of training school with wet behind the ears. You can still buy Rift Mastery. You can only buy 1 point of it, but you can still buy it. And Rift Mastery is great. Rift Mastery allows you to take 1 of your Rift dice and permanently give it to another Rift unit, which is fantastic because there's some units that get really bad debuffs when all of their Rift dice are exhausted. But if they've always got 1 on them, then they never get the debuff. It's very interesting. And it just means you can do mental shit like... you can do mental shit like... have a unit use an active Rift dice, and then even if it doesn't generate, even if that Rift dice stays exhausted, next turn they can just fire it again. The Axis are all about managing your Rift economy. Well, not all about it. That would be an exaggeration. Part of what they do is managing their Rift economy, and they have become exceedingly good at it. Yeah, man. Yeah. The Americans are out there like spaffing their Rift dice and then hoping to fuck that they get them back at the end of the turn and stuff. And the Axis are like, we have more Rift energy than you could possibly imagine. Because that's the thing. The Axis, they are becoming the masters of the Rift. They may not have had access to the first Rift, but they have access to the Dresden Rift. And they are using it. and they are learning. It's very, very, very cool. But you see, that's like, it's an unofficial army rule that. It's unofficial. It's one of the subtle ones. Like the Americans get all the HMGs and they get luck, and the Axis just get fuckloads of Rift Mastery, which is very powerful. It's very, very powerful. Now, I've got some super chats coming in here. Robert M, The Legend, and Papa Whiskey. Hold on. I'm going to be a few minutes. I've seen you. I'm going to reply to you all in a moment. But I have to talk about this now because I've been excited to talk about this all night. We have to talk about the Totem Core. So, when I first saw the Totem Core rules, I was a bit sad. Because the Totem Core are the zombies, the Nazi zombies, or the Axis zombies, I suppose now. And they used to just be a horde of shambling zombies that were very easy to kill. They died on a 3-up. But they were very cheap. They were like 7 points a model. They've gone completely the other way with them. And now they're very tough. They're very, very tough. And when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's a shame. I want to run a zombie horde. And then I read the rules and I was like, actually, they're pretty cool. They're pretty cool. They have a rule where they can expend a Rift dice and you can get D6 models back. Now, when you read that, you think, oh, well, they only have one Rift dice. So at some point, they're going to expend the dice, bring a few back, and then that's it. Then you're just going to kill them again, aren't you? No. Oh, God, no. I have played one game against the Totem Core. And I love them. I fucking love them. They're so cool. And they're much more interesting now. Much. Because the zombie horde is cool, but it's very one-dimensional. They're much more interesting now. But they do not like to die. They don't want to die. They do not want to die at all. Because they don't have access to one Rift dice. Because at the end of the turn, you take all of your exhausted Rift dice and you roll them. And any which come up as active or surging, you then get to assign to a Rift unit. And any that come up as exhausted go back into the bag. And then there's a whole mechanic about you draw them and then you get to roll them again and all this kind of stuff. So they don't have access to one Rift die. There's a really good chance that they'll spend their Rift dice and then at the end of the turn, they'll get it back. and let me tell you, they are a prime candidate for getting their Rift dice back. They should be the first fucking thing. More than the rail cannon, more than the grav gun. Fucking, if it doesn't even need to be surging, you get an active Rift dice, you put it on the Totem Core, and you don't ask any fucking questions about it. Oh my god. Oh my god. So they're really, 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 really powerful because you can use the Dead Walk again, which is what their ability is called. The Dead Walk again at any time. It specifically says at any time. Your opponent, that could be before your opponent shoots you, after your opponent shoots you, during your opponent shooting you. It could be whilst you're rolling your cover saves, and then you go, oh, before I roll that last one, I'm going to do Dead Walk again. So one thing that Alex and I really quickly caught onto was the fact that if you've got Totem Core in cover, you roll, let's say you roll let's say you've got 5 saves to make and there's 3 guys left. You roll the first 2, see what the results are, and you keep rolling until, even if you've got some wounds left in the pool, you've still got 1 guy left. And then you go, before I roll my last cover save, or however many cover saves I've got left, let's say you've got 1 left. Before I roll my last cover save, at any time, I will do Dead Walk again. So before I roll this, I'm going to see how many zombies I get back. And then you get back at least 1. Probably, on average, you're getting 3 to 4 back. And then you roll the last cover save, and then you don't, and it doesn't matter. And yeah, then their Rift Dice is exhausted. So then that's the chance for the enemy to jump on them if they can. But they're really, really tough to kill. So typically, it's going to take you quite a long time to get them down to there being 1 guy left. Then they just fucking regrow. And then you haven't got enough to get them down to 1 guy again. Oh, my God. Oh, fuck. And, you know, the Germans are really good at Rift Mastery. And Rift Mastery allows you to take a Rift die from one of your guys and to put it on another unit permanently. So as Mad Larkin has correctly identified, yes, if you had a Totem Core unit with multiple active Rift dice, you could, multiple times in a turn, activate the Dead Walk again. I really, really, really struggled against a unit of 6 Totem Core. There were 2 units of 6, but they were separate from each other, so it's like I was fighting one at a time. I really, really struggled against basically 1 unit of Totem Core of 6. I cannot, in my worst nightmares, imagine the fucking horror it would be to face a unit of 12 with several Rift dice attached to it. Not like this. Not like this. But they're expensive. A unit of 12 of them is going to cost you just over 200 points in a 1250 point game. That's a lot. Now you might be thinking, so Total Core clearly broken, I need an FAQ. No, they do need a slight change, because at the moment it just says they have to come back within formation within 1 inch. I think there is a risk of people conga lining them. It's important to note that the Axis rules are still being fine-tuned. So I'm going to actually give some feedback to Warlord and say, can you do something where you can't conga line these guys, because it's a bit it would be janky and abusable. Me and Alex just played it not like that because we're friends and this is a game that we're not trying to fuck each other with. But that's the one thing I think they could do with maybe just a little. You have to place them around surviving models, because that way you can't just like go. See what I mean? That's the only jank. The rest of it, they sound really broken, but they're not. In fact, expending the Rift dice of the Totem Core is a skill that is going to have to be quickly developed. And if wasted, the Totem Core will die remarkably, will go down much easier than expected. Because there's a couple of things here. Firstly, they can infiltrate, which means they can start very close to your lines from the get-go. But they only have 1 Rift dice. And if they expend that Rift dice, they can't run. And if they can't run, they can't charge. And they become slow. So they only move like 4 inches. I thought maybe they're already slow. So they can't run. So they're already slow. So they only move 4 on an advance and 8 on a run. And then, if you expend the Rift dice, they can't run. So they're a very good unit that like eats up. That eats up shots. But the moment the Rift dice is exhausted, they're almost not a threat. Almost. So it's really so you can infiltrate them forward, but then they haven't got a rift die, and an opponent that, and the first time, they're a bit like Geotical, the first time someone faces them, they're going to bamboozle them. But they're going to bamboozle you the first time you face them. But straight away, the next game, you'll know how to deal with them, and they won't be anywhere near as big a problem. And many of you who listen to this won't find them a problem the first time because I'm sharing with you my knowledge. Learn from me, learn from them, learn from my poor boys. So the first time you face them, if you're not prepared for them, and you haven't got the right tools, you haven't got rifle grenades in your squads and stuff, they're going to be tough to deal with, and they'll probably be very, 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 very game influencing. But you're going to come away from that game and be like, I know what I need to deal with these now. And I don't even need to buy any new models to deal with them. I can just say I've got 3 rifle grenades in here and mark out who's got them. Easy peasy. So, so already, next time I face Totem Core, I'm going to be much more confident going into them. And I don't think they're going to be a problem even slightly. So you can infiltrate them, which means you can put pressure on your enemy early on. But if you do, you're going to outrun your Rift supply line. And once the Rift dice is gone, a savvy opponent will be able to pick them up, and there won't be a problem. A savvy opponent with the right tools will easily handle them. If you want to start going mental with your Totem Core and being like, I'm going to take 12 of them, I'm going to have like a platoon commander who I'm going to pay 15 points for Rift Mastery. He's going to put a Rift dice on them so that they've always got an active Rift dice, so they're never exhausted, and and maybe I can even like dump loads of fucking Rift dice into them so they never fucking die. Yeah, sure, you can do that, but then you're not infiltrating them, and they only move 8 inches a turn. So they're slow. So your opponent will just... At one point, I just moved away from them. I was like, fuck these guys. I just moved away. And I was like, what? And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to deal with you. I'm going to move 5 inches away from you, and then you can't charge me. And he was like, but I can charge 8. I was like, yeah, but you're going over rough ground. He went, oh, yeah. So I can only go 4 inches. I was like, exactly. He was like, huh. So they're very good in combat because they get 2 attacks each, and they're very tough. But you can literally just play keep away with them. So... you can absolutely juice them up, put all the juice into the fucking, into them. But, if you're facing off against an American player who's got a bunch of Fireflies, and Fireflies are great, the American player will just be like, fuck these Totem Core, and just fly away. And what's really good is that, as an American, with Fireflies, what you can do is you can jump forward, fill the Totem Core in, because you go within point blank. And then you can do your regroup in hell, whatever it's called, regroup in hell ability, roll 2d6, and then just go like, if it's rough ground, but even if it's not rough ground, you just go 2 inches back, which is the minimum you get on 2d6 for your regroup in hell. And it's like, oh, now I'm over 8 inches away. Now you can't charge me. So yeah, they're really good. But the mistake I made is I tried to take them on with basic dudas with fucking rifles, and the Totem Core just wouldn't fucking die. Because what's interesting is they're not zombies. A normal zombie, there's 2 kinds of zombie normally. There's the ones that you shoot them in the head and then they die. But you shoot them anywhere else and they don't die. And then there's the ones where they're like rage zombies, where you can shoot them anywhere and they'll bleed out and they'll die. But they're really fast. Totem Core are not zombies. They are corpses which have been reanimated with Rift energy. But if you shoot them in the fucking head, it makes no difference, because it's the Rift energy which is powering them. That's it. So you can blow a fucking head off, and the Totem Core's still going to come at you. The reason why they're so tough is the only way you stop a Totem Core is to basically jib it, to turn to giblets. And that's why high explosives and, I handled one of the units of Totem Core no problem. Do you know why? Because I had a fucking Bruin. And the Bruin just went bang. It hits with the medium rocket system, which is a 3-inch template. Bang. And then HMG, improved HE on my medium AT gun. Bang, 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 bang. basically no problem. And then it was the over on the other flank when I had a fucking unit of riflemen that just sort of wandered onto the board and were like, oh, there's some zombies over there. Bang, 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 bang. Why aren't they dying? Bang, 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 bang. And then they all got eaten. And they all got eaten. Yeah. So they're not shooting the head. They're not shooting. They're just, you've got to jib them. And that is reflected by the fact that they are totally handleable with high explosives. Do flamers take them out? So they ignore the fear and panic from flamers. They ignore all pins. This is the crazy thing. So fearless allows you to ignore all the effects from morale and pinning. So you don't ever need to take an order test on Totem Core because they ignore the effects of pinning. So they can have like 20 pins on them and they ignore it. There's no point in putting pin markers on them. Because they just do, they always go forward. They always do what you need to do. So you can flame them and they won't get scared from being flamed. But flamers are pen +2, so flamers kill them on a 4-up. So flame is relatively effective against them. It's all right. It ignores cover, which is great because Totem Core fucking around in trees, I learnt was a real difficult one. Yeah, do you know what finally brought the Totem Core down? Fucking Tesla. Yeah, I put a surging... I was struggling, and I put a surging Tesla cannon into them, and then suddenly they became a lot more manageable. You know? Yeah. If in doubt, you need high explosives, or you need Tesla. Or 50 cals. 50 cals are great into them, because they just pen +1, so they're just on a 5-up. Yeah. But yeah, So can they hurt power armor? They can hurt level 1 power armor because level 1 power armor on a veteran makes you damage value 6. But they can't hurt. They can't really hurt Style Trooping because Style Trooping are damage value 7. So they have to roll 6s followed by 6s. That's one of the things in the rulebook. It says any infantry fighting anything with damage value like 7+, something that they can't hurt. There's any infantry fighting like powered armored infantry that they can't hurt can still hurt them. It represents them like, you know, slipping a knife in somewhere, or putting a grenade in an armpit or something, or cutting a servo. But you need 6s followed by 6s in melee. It's only in melee as well, and it's described as being very desperate. So if you've got like a squad of like 12 riflemen and there's like 1 Style Trooper left and you haven't got any way of like killing him in shooting, you could charge 12 guys in, but you're going to need a 6 followed by a 6. So maybe it happens. Depends on how many assault rifles you've got, or SMGs, because you get extra attacks. So maybe you do. I mean, it's possible, but it's not recommended. But Style Trooper, if they get into melee, they just keep fighting until they're all dead. But you can't resurrect if you are within an inch of an enemy model. So this is one of the other things that limits them. You can't use the dead walk again if you're stuck in melee. So Totem Core, they can be... They are very, very powerful, but they have weaknesses, and there are absolutely ways of dealing with them. And this is one of the things that, if I may profusely wank off Warlord games and bore wash Konflikt 47 into an early grave, this is one of the best bits about the game. There's loads of really powerful shit, but it's got a downside. It's got a downside. Like flight, like Totem Core, for example. Really hard to kill. Can resurrect multiple times in a turn. Absolute ball ache to deal with. But there's ways of dealing with them. They can't resurrect in combat. And if they exhaust their rift die, they can't charge. They're just sitting ducks. So it's really so I've got an itchy nose. There's this, and this runs throughout the game. There's incredibly powerful stuff, but it has a trade-off. It has a downside. And yeah, I love it. Like Fireflies
are really good. Really good. There's a reason they're like 20-something points per model. And they're not even in power armor. Because they can fucking move 18 inches. It like just go over terrain. They're like, fuck you. They just go over terrain. Yeah. They're my Fireflies, one of them I threw them away. I tried the deep striking thing. Wasn't a good idea. Turns out deep striking in K47 is very similar to the deep striking in 40k. If you just yeet a unit off unsupported into the enemy back line, it's going to die. Deep striking should be used to sort of exploit where you're strong and instantly bring reinforcements in, or to plug a gap where you're struggling. I think I aggressively deep striked, and it's a thing, and it paid off in some way. In one time it paid off because I was more clever with it. One time it didn't pay off. But Fireflies, they can deep strike, but I think that honestly the best way of running them is just up the board, because they just go 18 inches on a run. It's like just go 18 inches, and then they move 12 inches and shoot, and they can do a 2d6 move afterwards if they've got a rift die. They're really good. They're really, really good. And what I noticed with like Fireflies is if I didn't want my opponent to really engage with them, they wouldn't do. But the downside is when they have expended their rift dice, and because you're not German, there's a good chance it's expended and it's going to stay expended for a turn or so. You lose the gift of flight. You lose the gift of flight. And then you're just running around like a regular bozo. And you lose the gift of flight after you have exhausted your rift dice. So if you jump in, shoot something, and then go, okay, I'm gonna, on average, I should roll a 7, so now I can get out of dodge. And then you just roll like a fucking 2. You just sat there like a lemon. They're gonna die. But that's okay, because there's an upside and there's a downside. My God, it's never been done. You mean there's something called a trade-off? There's like, oh, I can do this thing, but it doesn't just completely like juice my unit into oblivion. There's no negative consequence for doing it. So obviously you're always going to do it. It'll never catch on. I think it might. So yeah, I have to say, and I need to get back to doing the super chat stuff now for a moment, but things like Totem Core, things like Fireflies, they are a great example of rules writing. Strong units that have great flexibility, tactical capability on a micro, on a macro level, phenomenal. But there's a payoff, there's a trade-off, and you as a savvy commander will have to use your rift dice and their rift abilities cleverly, and if you do not, then you will squander them. And maybe if you're a German, you can squander a few rift opportunities because you've got rift mastery, but can't be too careless with it. And the Americans certainly can't be careless with it. But the Americans rely on rift dice a lot less. So the Americans are like, oh fuck that rift, fucking hell, I don't have didn't get any active rift dice back. That's okay. Get on the 50 cal. So the Germans, there's and that's the feel of the factions. Alex was rifting. Alex was rifting. It was a great time, and I wasn't, and I did not feel at a disadvantage. I was like, it's okay. I still have lots of great conventional weapons on my weird, wacky walkers. Yeah. So there's loads of good shit. It was great. Loads and loads of good shit. Right, let's do some super chats here. So, let's have a look. Robert M, thank you so much for the 30-month member flex. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you for the support. X-Force, baby. Ball Force. First Crusade as a stream discussion. Thoughts? Okie croaky. Joining my first Crusade campaign. Thoughts on the list. It's 3 versus too many at 1k points. So you've got Hell's Last, 80k in shock troops, and 3 Lemur's Vanquishers. So 3 Lehman Russes is what I tend to recommend people take if they want to win at 1,000 points. So it might be a little much, but you have basically no orders for them, so you might be okay. It's very on the edge. It's very on the edge. I wouldn't list Taylor, but I would I would consider, you know, talk to. I mean, it depends how sweaty the crusade is. Some crusades can be really sweaty. Depends what the crusade is. Maybe ask and be like, look, I'm thinking of bringing this. There's no orders, so it's it's unlikely to hit, but it could be big. And if people go, look, we'd rather you took 2 with fucking orders than 3 without, then that's fair enough. So yeah, it's very swingy. It's very swingy, baby. In Vank we trust. It's very swingy. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. You don't know what other folks taking yet. I would be prepared to bring 2, like a tank commander and a with 1, and then another one, and then be like, I got 2, and the tank commander one doesn't even get the banking rule, so it's fine. I would be prepared for that, but see what see what the other things are and try and get a vibe test. It's very stringy, so it could be awful. You could just not get those 4-ups, and you're fucked if you start going to people with -1 to hit modifiers. So it's very stringy. So I don't think it's necessarily a problem. I like the list fundamentally. I should say that I like the list fundamentally, but it's always worth a conversation. And when you're playing Crusade, everyone should be talking to each other all the time. Like, you should be like, come on guys, what's the narrative, kind of thing. So yeah, I'd say play it by ear. I think it's okay, but maybe it would be good if whoever's running the Crusade could like take the lists in and do a bit of a review, and maybe you could ask, hey, is this too much? And if they go, yeah, everyone else has got like really, really fluffy lists, yours is a bit on the nose, you could be like, that's okay, I was prepared for that, I'm happy to change it, I just thought I'd ask. Yeah. Nostalgia Vivek, the rule of 2 at 1k is, I don't think it's a thing anymore. I don't think it's a thing anymore. I could be wrong, but I don't think it's a thing anymore. It might be, but someone else. So someone chat confirm. The legend, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. Thank you for your support, man, and thank you for patience. Thank you to all of you guys for your patience who have done the super chats. I know you've mentioned how 40k might get its own end times, but I think it's already happened. That's what 8th edition was, minus setting exploding. I don't know. I don't think so. Truth be told, I don't think that is the case. I think that where we are now was inevitable. And what I mean by where we are now is an exceedingly and increasingly greedy Games Workshop, and one that's exceedingly self-centered and less customer-centered. Like, Games Workshop does everything that it does for its own benefit. That's why they raise prices when they don't need to, because that's a benefit for them. They make the models the way they are, and the sprues are much more efficient for them to produce, but they don't really give a shit that they're harder to build. Everything they do is for themselves, which you could say is, well, they're a business. Yeah, that's true, but often businesses, there's a thing called customer service, and businesses without good customer service can have issues. Not all, but they can. That's true at any size. There's a balance between... as in many things in life, there's a balance. Businesses need to make sure they're making money, but they also often need to be making sure they're taking into account the their consumers and their wants and their needs and their feelings and all that kind of stuff. And but the thing is, where we are now, for some of you, I have to refer to the old meme, first time. For some of you, you're going through this for the first time, and it's extremely jarring. Extreme, and let me tell you, I completely sympathise, completely and utterly sympathise, and I completely and utterly get it. But it has happened at least once before. It happened with 6th and 7th edition. So it was around the time of 6th and 7th edition when Imperial Guard boxes of Cadians and Catachans went from being sold in boxes of 20 to boxes of 10. So overnight, Games Workshop just said, the models are going to cost the same amount, but you're only going to get 10 in the box. Literally, overnight. Cadians went from being 20 for £18 to 10 for £18. Which sounds great by today's standards, doesn't it? But let us not compare to today's standards. Just look at what it was at the time. And then there was, the issues that we've seen. Look at 40k. Death Guard have been absolutely busted. And then you've got Imperial Knights. If anyone's seen the new Imperial Knights Codex, this is spicy meatball. Spicy is an understatement. It's vindaloo. It's hotter than the surface of the sun. You better stop believing in a night meta. You're in one. You better start believing it. And so, Games Workshop, did all this stuff over the course of 6th and 7th edition. And for a time, it generated them a lot of money. And then it kind of just fell off a cliff. People do forget this, but it fell off a cliff because they did the same thing in Warhammer Fantasy. As often is the case, they'll trial something in one game and then do it in another. So in Warhammer Fantasy, they used to sell boxes of Empire State Troops, £20 for 20 state troops, and then overnight they just halved them, and then they released an edition where you needed a lot of state troops, and this was the same for all factions. And it was like, oh, so you've halved the number of models, it costs the same, and then now we've got an edition where suddenly we need twice as many as we needed. So actually we're spending 4 times as much. We're not spending twice as much. We're spending 4 times as much because I need twice as many and there's half as many in the box. And this led to at first Games Workshop obviously made money from this, but it kind of fell off a cliff. And so what happened is obviously Fantasy died, and they did a desperate thing with Age of Sigmar, which to this day, it's kind of paid off, but has it though? We're not shitting on Sigmar here, but Old World wouldn't be here if Sigmar had paid off. Sigmar has had to become its own thing, and it's a bit of a strange game now because it's no longer correct to see it as the reimagining of Warhammer Fantasy, because it's not. It's completely different. And it's not a bad game, don't get me wrong, it's not a bad game, but it's interesting to see where it's gone. Maybe it was always intended to go the way it has done, sure, fine. But Old World's come back, and so that's interesting. But the point is that Games Workshop's done this really corpo, really greedy shit before, and then it nearly killed the company, and which is no exaggeration. 7th edition nearly killed the company, and it was amazing how quickly it happened. I think I want to come back to this, but it's amazing how quickly it happened. But so everything they did in 6 and especially 7th edition led to GW shitting themselves. And that's why we got 8th edition. And I said at the beginning of 8th edition, because I was there 3,000 years ago, Gandalf. And I said at the beginning of 8th edition, this is great. This is exactly what we want. But it'll be interesting to see if Games Workshop can keep it up. It'll be interesting to see if they mean what they're saying here and the change that they've made. And then about 12 to 18 months, about 18 months into 8th edition, they released something called Vigilus Defiant. And it was, everyone else said, and I said it before, everyone else said that, oh no, it's just them adding more flavor back into the game. You can very easily pinpoint Vigilus Defiant as being the start of Games Workshop's modern tomfoolery. And that, because it was, they introduced a book which just obviously was powerful and basically brought things like formations back, which was a curse word if you know 7th edition. And then before you knew it, we had unkillable Iron Hands Dreadnoughts. Within 18 months, we had unkillable Iron Hands Dreadnoughts, and then Games Workshop brought in 9th edition, which was complete boom and bust. It wasn't necessarily an unflavorful edition, but complete boom and bust. And we started seeing them introducing boom and bust. I mean, like something would come out broken, then it nerfed into the ground, then broken, then nerfed into the ground. And then you would, and this is when we started seeing this policy of no models, no rules. And this is when we started seeing, towards this point, beginning of 9th, is when we started seeing the purging of things like Forge World, although, they were very light with it at first, but that's when it began. And then we've got to 10th edition where things have really ramped up. I mean, I think what people don't really realize is the pace has really ramped up in 10th edition. We saw a few things go away in 8th, and we saw a few things go away in 9th, and then 10th edition, it's just been fucking unreal. In 2 years, you guys have no idea. Before 10th edition, the Guard probably had 100 plus data sheets, 150 data sheets. Before, when 8th edition launched, I think Deathcore of Krieg alone, at the very least, before 8th edition launched, the largest group of models category on the Forge World website, which is gone now. The largest group of models on the Forge website was Deathcore of Krieg, who had 131 products. Think about that. As a Deathcore of Krieg player, you had you guys don't even know this. You guys don't even know this. If you're a Deathcore of Krieg player and you're like, oh sweet, I really love the new plastic Deathcore of Krieg, you've got 6 units. You used to have over 100. They used to do about 7 different poses for the resin models. You'd have the Deathcore at ease, the Deathcore advancing, Deathcore marching, Deathcore firing, and then you'd have different loadouts for those different units. You had all sorts of things for your grenadiers, all sorts of things for you that you've no idea. And so the thing that's hit with 10th edition is how quickly they've ramped this up. And 10th edition is the Great Purge. It is the Great Purge. It is the finalizing of things that have been in the works for nearly a decade. And so the thing is, if you're someone who's coming in here with, who's seeing this for the first time, you don't realize actually how much this has happened before. And the thing is with Games Workshop is if this comes and bites them in the ass, what they will do, they'll have a contingency plan. And this contingency plan will be, okay, Operation, do what we did in 8th edition. And the really interesting thing is going to be if it works. Because there are a lot of people, the majority of people that play Warhammer 40k now are new bloods. And that's not a disparaging term. They're people who have joined, I would say, 9th and 10th edition. There's probably not that many people. The minority of people that play Warhammer 40k are ones that played 7th edition and before, that played Old Hammer. And so it'll be interesting to see if they get away with it. Because if this is presumed, they very well may just
carry on as normal. But it'd be interesting to see if they get away with it, because obviously there'll be a lot of people that don't know they've done it before. But there will be a few people around, like myself, who will say, I don't believe you, Games Workshop, and this isn't going to bring me back. You fooled me once, shame on me. Fool me once, shame on you. But fool me twice, shame on me, kind of thing. So, you know, that's why I just don't buy. I don't buy Warhammer 40k anymore. I haven't bought Warhammer 40k in a long time. That's even before I had the Wall Ario, you know. That's why I've got things like a 3D printer and stuff like that. So this is the interesting thing if they get away with it again. And we've gone on a completely different topic here, but so it's not the end times, the legend. It's not the end times. Because Games Workshop has shown that there were, but Games Workshop, I think, looking back on it now, I'm curious, were they sincere when they did the big reset, which was necessary because 7th edition was bad? Was it necessary? And was it, no, not necessary, was it sincere? And then basically, because, you know, a lot of time will have passed, you know, 8 years has passed since 8th edition to where we are now. You know, people who started that process very well may have left. And then people who had the right ideas and the right intentions will have left. And, you know, you see people leave all the time. Look at how many Games Workshop staff have got YouTube accounts now. So it's an interesting to think, is it a case of the people that started the great reset of Warhammer, which was necessary, and they did it with the best of intentions? It's interesting to see, I wonder if it was done sincerely and then the corporate tendrils snuck in again as some people left, and then the people that were around hired more corporate orientated people and more yes men and so on and so forth. So it'd be interesting to see if that was the case, like it's a life cycle. Or it'll be interesting if it was the case that it was always going to be this way. And 7th edition was kind of just a blip on the way. You know, it's kind of like a blip on the road. I don't know. Like I said, the interesting thing is it's happened once before. And personally, as crazy as it might sound, it feels like it's happening again. So a lot of people like to point to the widespread popularity of Warhammer 40k, and the game is bigger than ever. And I would never deny that. And you know, Games Workshop's got a lot more going for it now. It's pretty mainstream. They don't just rely upon model sales. They absolutely get a huge amount of revenue from licensing and video games and all sorts of stuff. So they're in a lot more of a protected position now than where they were before, because they've diversified their revenue streams. More, you know, there was things like Dawn of War in the past, but more so than before, they've diversified the revenue streams. So the interesting thing is, if they are doing it again, is it going to impact them? Now, I believe the majority of their money is still made via model sales. I don't know for sure, but I think, you know, they've not just direct sales. They've got their website, they've got sales to third party, and they've got sales to like third party sellers, and they've got in-store sales as well. So I think that still a majority of their money is going to come from model sales, but licensing is obviously a big thing. The issue is going to be, I think, for Games Workshop, if line ever go down. So at the moment, the line go up, and it only go up. Just keeps going, keeps to the moon. I think if that line goes down even once, I think that's when they do the contingency. Not even once. Definitely twice. If Games Workshop has like 2 years of down, I think if they have 1 year of down, if they just don't grow, because think about it, they've grown, they've made more money every year. So if the line goes down even once, I think that'll be a oh shit moment for them. I think if it goes down twice, it'll be a we're sorry kind of like moment.
The big thing that I think, and I wanted to come back to this now, and this is important, and then we need to get back to talking about Konflikt 47. The big thing is how quickly it went to shit last time. I remember. It was remarkable, and it was like a matter of months. Wasn't long at all. Like, the time from now to when 11th edition is expected to be released, that it took about that time. People really, 40k was booming when 5th to 6th edition. And then when 7th edition came out, it was seen as like a 6.5, and it was booming again. I remember everyone in my local store, was pre-ordered the rule books and everything. Yeah, it was booming. And then it sort of just suddenly went. So, it'll be interesting to see if it goes like that again. If it goes from... because it's booming at the moment. But the feeling on the street is similar to the feeling. It's not, I don't know if it's the same. It was 8 years ago. It's difficult to remember. But the feeling on the street, the finger on the pulse, the vibe that I get from where we are now in 10th edition is like, it increasingly feels like it was when 7th edition went to shit. Increasingly so. I don't know if we're quite there yet. But this Night Codex might be it. The combination, we're in a very interesting time right now for 40k. The combination of price rises, I think the prices have, you know what? I think the prices have hit that point now. I was thinking about this the other day. I think I really feel like the prices have hit the limit, and they've just gone above it. I might be wrong. They hit that limit a long time ago for me. A long time ago for me. The fact that I used to balk at paying £18. It was only 8 years ago I was paying £18 for 10 Cadians, and that was a travesty. Now I'm paying. I'm going to pay £33. Well, I'm not going to pay £33. It's basically doubled in 8 years, which is no thank you. So, yeah, it's interesting. But I think there's a few factors at the moment. And I don't know. I would never say that GW would fail or anything like that. I don't think that's the case. But I wonder if we're in a point where, we're in that, like I said, we're at a point where GW might have to do something other than what they normally do. But I don't know. But in summary, I feel like we're in a similar place now like we were in 7th. Prices. Disgruntled fans. Issues with power creep. People, the big one is people are looking elsewhere. That was the telltale sign, because people always grumble about prices, and people always grumble about power creep. They always grumble, but they typically grumble, but they still look into 40k. They're looking into the game. The big thing that I've noticed in the last few months, not even a few weeks, the last few weeks, is the sense, the general sense. It's very intangible, this, but the general sense, and it's not just me, but the general sense that people are looking elsewhere. They're looking around a bit. People were looking to Heresy, and they're looking to Old World. People are looking around.
And that's different to the past. That's different to the past, for sure. So are we at the same point where we were in 7th edition? I don't know if we're exactly there, but I would definitely say we are. There are similarities. There are multiple focal points of similarities that I can point to with 7th that I can point to now. 7th edition was really bad, though. I don't necessarily think that 10th edition is it. But if 11th edition is more of 10th edition, then I think it could happen in 11th edition. I think it's not necessarily happening now. Things might keep going for a bit. But if 11th edition is just more of 10th edition, it could be like when 7th edition was really just more of 6th edition with just a few tweaks. It could be a similar thing. The 40k bubble very much exists. Is the bubble bursting? Maybe. I don't know. But there's something in the air. There's something in the air. I mean, look at this. You know, I've streamed. This is my 3rd Konflikt 47 only stream. Do you want to know something? The numbers have been the same as when I've done a 40k stream. The support I've got, same as when I do a 40k stream. If I talked about Konflikt 47 18 months ago, do you think anyone would give a shit? Even if I was as mentally enthusiastic as I am about it right now, do you think anyone would give a shit? Nope. No one would give a flying fuck. Now, people are kind of interested. And I've always been I'm always very honest and open with you guys. I'm always very fair. I always praise what needs praising, and I always lambast what needs lambasting. And that's what I've done now. And I've not shat on 40k in any way, shape, or form. We've not gone into the nitty-gritty detail of anything. We've just touched upon, like, hey, look, this is an interesting thing to notice, and I've kind of seen this before and stuff like that. Anyway, let's get back to the good stuff. Papa Whiskey, thank you for the super chat, man. From what you've seen, are the Konflikt 47 starter armies any good, or would I be upset if I picked it up? IG Combat Patrol. I'm better off list building / buying. I think that the American combat, the US starter army is great. Let me remind myself what's in it, but I'm pretty certain it's great. So, the United States starter army is, I would say, it's about 1,100 points. 1,100. I think I worked out like 1,174. So you could get it to 1,250 with reasonable upgrades. So it's basically a full army. It's a little light on infantry, but it's fine. The Axis one comes to about 800 points with reasonable upgrades. So it's a bit lighter. But both are a good starting off point. So, for example, both lean into the army rules. So the Americans have got lots of Tesla weapons in theirs. And they have an army rule called Tesla's Gift, which allows them to reroll Rift dice for Tesla weapons. And they have lots of Fireflies and jump units, and they have an army rule that leans into that as well. So it's good. It's a little light on infantry, but it's nowhere near the Imperial Guard Combat Patrol. It's starting you. It's a full army, and you might want to get a little bit more infantry. So it's great. The Axis one isn't quite as many points. I think that's because there's a few resin bits in there. But the Axis one, again, even though it's not as many points, it's a really good foundation. That Panzer IV comes with the big rift cannon. That is perfect for your Schwerveld Mastery rule, which means that it starts with a surging rift dice. Fantastic. The Vogel Spinner, great unit. Love the Vogel Spinner. Really, really nice. So again, the only thing it's really light on is a bit of infantry. So, truth be told, with both armies, you know, they're a very good foundation. The American one's basically a whole army. The Axis one's a very good foundation. The only thing you might want to consider is an extra box of infantry of your choice, frankly. You know, for the Germans, you could go for just a box of plastic box action infantry to bulk out a rifle platoon from that. And for the Americans, you could do something similar. So they are in no way, shape, or form like the combat patrols, which are very few points and often start you in the wrong direction. Like the Astra Militarum one. It's scandalous. It's an absolute noob trap. Really, really, really bad. Purposely designed to set you down the wrong path and to make you have to buy additional units the moment you start learning anything about the game. Very bad. These are not that. Both are very, very good. I wish the Axis one had a few more points, but nothing. This is the best way of describing it. Not a single unit in either one of those starter armies is filler. They're all killer. Every single thing that if you buy the Axis starter army or the United States starter army, every single thing is usable, viable, and worth its time on the tabletop. From the Fireflies to the Style Trooper, from the linebackers to the Vogel Spinners. It's all great. There you go, man. Both could just do with a bit more infantry. Maybe you could go for an extra box Style Trooping for the Axis. That wouldn't be too bad if you wanted to lean into the power armor. But again, if you want to have a more rounded force, nothing would be bad about just buying some basic German infantry. You know, you could buy the starter army and then buy a box of German grenadiers, or the new fucking Fallschirmjäger are amazing. I'd do the same with the United States. You know, buy the new Kurahi power troopers would be, yeah, really, really cool. So no, Papa Whiskey, everything's great. That was my main concern. Nothing in the box would be used once I learn the game. Oh no, mate, all good, all good. I've got the Rift Buster Mega Bundle coming, and I'm telling you, man, I'm going to be purposely building armies which use all the units in the starter armies, and I'm going to be like, look, these are like, here is the equivalent of that plus a box of infantry. Yeah. Buy the 2-player starter set plus starter army, 100%. Yeah, 100%. That's basically what you get in the Rift Buster Mega Bundle, isn't it? I wonder if they're still doing that. I wonder if they're still doing that. Yes, they are. Yeah, so the Rift Buster Mega Bundle, it's a big box. I'm not saying you should buy that, but it does come with basically two full Konflikt 47 armies. The American one, it's I would say it's, for the Americans it comes with 2,000 points, but for the Axis I'd say that comes with about 1,250. So it comes with two full Konflikt 47 armies, and I believe it comes with 3 rule books. So it comes with comes with the hardback rulebook, a softback rulebook, and you get a PDF as well. So it goes. So you know, it's clearly designed to be split. Do you know what I mean? I'm not splitting it. It's designed to be split. I'm not splitting it. But yeah, it's 2 full armies, all the rulebooks, all the dice, everything. I think does it come with rift dice and everything? It comes with a dice bag, and I think it comes with rift dice, you know. I'm pretty certain it does. I'm going to have to check. It does. So it comes with 8... It goes with 8 order dice and 8 rift dice. The starter set does, which is perfect. What the United States starter army, does that come with any? Oh my god, they come with the rift dice. Oh, they're so good. Oh yeah, the rift dice are great, by the way. Rift dice are great. Love them. Love the rift dice. Didn't think I'd need. I didn't think I'd need them. Didn't think I'd want them, but I do. Definitely going to be buying the D6s with the symbols on. I'm assuming they're going to come out. I'm going to buy loads of those. Yeah, no. Both the fact that the starter armies come with the rift dice is big. That's actually different to. That's actually different to the bot action starter sets. That's kind of sold me on them. Yeah. The fact that you get all the order dice and all the rift dice that you need. Yeah. These are great. These are great armies. I missed that. Yeah, I missed that the first time. Shit, man. Yeah, that's fucking nice. That's really cool that they come with the rift dice. Really, really cool. So yeah, I've sort of got off one there, Papa Whiskey, but in short, fuck yeah, they're good. Abram Gaunt, thank you for the super chat. Mordian, the Italiari kits are easy to build. Check stream discussion. Let's have a look. Every model, both built and in box, was bought before I stopped by action. I've never had a problem with an Italiari kit. Let's have a look. I mean, those are Tamiya. But maybe I am getting the wrong end of the stick. I mean, that's just a gas mask. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think Tamiya is the same as a Taliari. Not to... I mean, all of these are... These look Taliari. Some of them. I don't know. That doesn't look... I don't know what that... I mean, I know what it is. It's the Mao. Yeah. Oh, they look great. Yeah. They look great, man. And I don't know if there is a difference between Taliari and Tamiya, truth be told. So, could very well be wrong. Hey, is that a leopard? That's cool as fuck, man. If they made a modern bot action, like a Cold War one, I'd definitely get a fucking leopard. Leopards are fucking cool. Yeah. Dude, whether they are Tamiya or Italiari, whether they're the same thing or not, very impressive collection. Very, very cool. And, yeah. I like it. That's cool as fuck, mate. There's AFV, Revel, Dragon, Airfix, Tackle, Tamiya. Okay. So I feel like was there two different messages kind of going on there? Like, oh, I like the Italiari kits. Also, look at my other things. Sorry if I got the wrong end of the stick there. I struggled with Italiari kits at first, but it's just they have their own idiosyncrasies, and when you're so used to 40k muscle memory, coming over to a new kit can be tricky. But I built 2 Cromwells in like 20 minutes each the other day. So Italiari kits can be totally fine. They're just like with anything. Some kits will be good, some kits will be bad. That's okay. 40k has good kits and bad kits. All World has good kits and bad kits. What Action does, and I'm sure Conflikt 47 will as well.
It's fine. As long as they're generally enjoyable to build and an experience, you know, whatever. Yeah, yeah. All right. Mike Holloway, thank you so much for 25 months. Member Flex, man. Double X Force, baby. Portal Force, baby. Yeah, baby. Good competition could only improve 40k. Totally agree. Totally agree. Everyone, every 40k fan should be praying and wishing for any game, be it Konflikt 47 or another one, any game to come in and be a real competition for 140k. They should be praying for, because, and I've said this from the beginning, I want 40k to be the best it can possibly be, and the way you can do that is by having a competition. If there's no competition, there's no incentive. They'll just treat you like shit. This is well established over the course of human history and over the course of business history. Not just in capitalism, but just in general. If someone there's a reason anti-monopoly laws exist for a reason. There's a reason anti-monopoly laws exist. Yeah, I always said there's a reason for a reason. Absolutely right. Stratostarix, thank you for the super chat, man. Dwarfs in stream discussion. Cheers to the stream. No, dude, thank you for your support. And these dwarfs are cool as fuck as well. I saw. Yeah, these Blood Bowl dwarfs. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, my man. Love that. They look great. And they're the official models as well. They look really, really good. You know, it's amazing. My eyes are now open. You know, 6 months ago, I wouldn't have touched Blood Bowl. I'm like, not for me. Now I'm like, fucking yeah, I might give it a go. I might not buy into it, but if someone wanted to show me a game of fucking Blood Bowl, I'd do it. I'd try it. I'd give it a fucking go. I'd give it a whirl. Someone wanted to, you know, I'm like open. Like if someone's like, hey, Mordian, you want to learn Gorka Morka? I'm like, fuck yeah, let's learn Gorka Morka. You want to learn how to play second edition? Yeah, fuck yeah, let's do it. Do you want to learn how to play X, Y, Z? Yeah, fuck it. I'll give anything a go now. I'll give any game system a go. I've transcended. Look great, man. Look fucking great. Fantastic. Nice. All right. I want to check something. I could do the snack. My excitement has sustained me, but I could probably do a little bit of snack. Okay, there was someone that was asking a question before, and I want to check. I had something in my head, but I can't remember what it was now. T-Bane, Amon and Glory. Only stuff missing to start a game with each starter set is pin markers, templates, maybe a few points of infantry. And I think both of the pin markers, templates, and tickets are on sale. Being pin markers, you can use spare D6. You can use anything. You can use bits of fluff. You know what I mean? Pin markers, anything. It's just a marker. Templates you don't need. You can just measure with a thing. They're all things that make things easier. They're gaming aids, but you can get by without them. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I think they are on sale. I'm now the proud owner of 48 pin markers. I had 0, and then I bought all the old Konflikt 47 starter sets, and now I have 48 of them. Whoops. You know, the only one I didn't buy was the American one, and I gotta be honest with you, I kind of want it. I kind of want the American one because, well, you see, I just want to. I don't need any more fucking mechs for my Americans. Do you know how many mechs I'm going to be on now? I'm going to have 4 linebackers. I'm never going to use 4 linebackers, like, ever. So I'm definitely going to have to give 1 or 2 of them away to, like, my brother or something. But I've got, like, 4 linebackers. And I've got a Bruin. And a Kodiak. And a Mud Skipper. And a Grizzly. Is that 8 mechs? Mud Skipper, Bruin, Kodiak, Grizzly. Yeah, I don't need that. I haven't got any light mechs. My British have got all light mechs. That's fine. So, I probably only need 2 linebackers. I need to like cut down. I realized the other day that thanks to the, and this is genuine thanks, but thanks to the phenomenal support
of this community and indulging my worst financial instincts, I have, in essence, completed every Konflikt 47 army before the game has been released. I mean, I have 10 for my Brits. I have got Galahad infantry, tin men, 3 light mechs, a Merlin, and now I'm gonna have a Hornet, and so I've got tin men, power armor, and I've got all the armor, and then I can just supplement my basic infantry from my bot action. For my Americans, I don't even like. It sounds crazy, and don't worry, I'm still getting it. But technically, I don't need the Riftbuster Mega Bundle anymore. Technically, because I've got 6. Before the Riftbuster turns up, I'm gonna have 5 mechs. Bruin, Kodiak, Mudskipper, and 1 linebacker, and a Grizzly. So 5 mechs. So before the Riftbuster Mega Bundle turns up, I've got 5 mechs, and I've got 12 Fireflies. The rest can be supplemented from bot action. Russians, I've got a Mammoth, a Cossack, a T-34 ZP, Daughters of the Motherland, Ursus, Siberians, and 2 units of power armor, guys. So don't need anything more for them. Don't even need to supplement things for bot action with them. They're just covered. They're just done. They're just fine. It's all good. Same for the Japanese. Got power armor. Got Ghost Warriors. Got 2 light mechs and 2 tanks. Yeah, probably got 1250 there. And then the Germans, I've got everything. Gone fucking bananas on the Germans. Literally cannot. I have completed my Germans before the Riftbuster Mega Bundle has turned up. And I don't just mean like completed them and then I'm supplementing with bot action stuff. I just mean I've completed them. On every level. So yeah, I mean the Riftbuster's turning up, but don't need it. And the thing is, by the time that Konflikt 47 releases in like 2 weeks, it's really not very far away. In like, is it bang on 2 weeks? No, about 2.5 weeks. By the time it's released, everything I've got will be built and painted. So it's going to release. I'm going to get my Riftbuster Mega Bundle, and then be like, thanks. Don't need it. Oh man. So yeah, we've gone. Yeah. We've gone a little. We've gone ape. But that's a good thing. That's the unbridled enthusiasm, and I can now kind of just now. But to be fair, it's not. To be fair, I got all of that stuff because I wanted to be ready for when the game released, and now when the other bits arrive, I can just pick and choose the little bits that I want. Yeah. It's gonna be cool. Gonna be really good. Yeah, it's mental how it's absolutely mental, like how swept up, but in such a positive way. Yeah, it's been great. Now there's probably a few bits we've not talked about. Konflikt 47. Let me see if I can go through it. Oh yeah. 2 things. I wonder if I can show you something. 2 quite important things. So firstly, 1 minute, what's this? Right, so firstly, I just need to re-upload one of the files. I think they're all done, but it's... How's it doing them now? I've tried uploading the files from my phone, and it's just being a bit weird. I might have to just redo them from my PC. Okay. I just need to stop it from locking. Sorry guys, this is kind of important. Do not time. Fine. Okay. Right, so I want to show you guys something. Okay, so this is the a clip from the battle report. This is a clip from the battle report. That, what you see right there, the 2 units of Totem Corps, the Style Trooping Officer, the 1 unit of 3 Style Trooping, and the King Tiger and the Panther, that's 1250 points. Now, admittedly, that's a very elite army. The King Tiger, I mean, even if this was bolt action, that would be taking a King Tiger and a Panther. Bear in mind, the Panther's veteran, so that it can take advantage of the Schwerveld mastery. But yeah, it's a very, very elite army. And I think Rift units are very expensive in terms of points. So pure K47 armies are going to be at 1250 points are going to be like phenomenally cheap. Like, yeah, I mean, if you wanted to replicate this army, I mean, King Tigers, like, this is new from Warlord. King Tigers, like £30. Panthers, like £30. 1 box of Totem Corps, like £30. Style Troop and a couple of sprues of them. I mean, look, brand new from Warlord. This is like a £120 army, probably. Yeah. And that's it's not expensive. Yeah, I am saying you probably would have to do a bit of converting on the Panther and on that. It's a very elite army. This was an exceptionally elite army. If we go over, they're black rift dice. Well, they're grey. They're dark. They're a dark grey. They're a dark grey. If we go over to the Americans. So my American army, which is a lot more, I'll try and skip it along a bit. Can we get the full thing in picture? Yeah, pretty much there. Okay, so my American army there. You can see it's not, you can see the difference taking a couple of basic units can make. So I've got, I've spent So this is about 1250 points for the Americans. And I've got a Tesla Sherman, a Bruin mech, and a linebacker. And then I've got 2 units of 6 Fireflies, and then 2 units of 10 basic infantry. Obviously, they're just off to the side here, but there's 2 units of 10 basic infantry here. I mean, again, if you were to remake this list, I mean, this is the... You could get this half of the starter set for like 50 quid. Box of bot action infantry, 37. Well, that's £45 there. If you, again, we're talking new in box, you could get pretty much all of this 20% off from someone like Wayland Games. So that's about £45. That's about £30 to cover all that. £37, sorry. So if we say 40, that's 20. Showing 20. So yeah, again, full army. If you got and you'd have more than that, by the way. You'd have a bunch of spare fucking infantry left over and stuff. But yeah, you're looking at a full army without having to buy a starter, without having to buy a starter bundle. You're looking at a full army for about £150 for K47. Well, look, less, way less. 120. It's mental. We'll say 120 to 150. We'll hedge our bets. Well, let's say 150, but with 20% off. So about 130-ish, roughly. Something like that. No, I feel like it's more than that. £30 off? £30 off. So yeah, from a third-party retailer and stuff like that, you could probably get these armies for between 120 and 150 pounds. Some of it you won't be able to get from a third-party retailer. Some of it you will. So, but it's amazing how small the Konflikt 47 armies are at 1250. But that's okay. But you know that's why. But that's why I think some people will want to go to 1500, and that's okay as well. I felt. I was worried when I first saw how small the armies were. I was like, fucking hell, Alex has got 17 infantry and 2 vehicles in his army. And I was like, I'm looking down at mine and I'm like, I've got 34 infantry and 3 vehicles. Neither one is a particular... My army feels a little bigger, but neither one is a phenomenally large force. Not large at all. And I was worried someone was going to get tabled by turn 2. I was like, I mean, honestly, I thought Alex was going to get tabled by turn 2. Nah, Totem Core really good. Nope. No. I mean, I killed about 20 of the bastards, but there was still 6 left over at the end of the game because the dead rise again. God, I fucking love them. But yeah, it was kind of like, I felt like you really, you can go full hog on the Konflikt 47 armies like I've done, but there's really no need. But, there's really no need. I've done it because I want to have the variety when doing the battle report, so all of them are different. But yeah, there's really no need. Like, just buy, like in 40k, you feel like you have to buy like 3 to 6 of every box. It's like, nope. One box of US infantry will cover all of your basic infantry needs. One box of Fireflies would cover all of your Firefly needs. One box of infantry, one box of Fireflies, 2 vehicles of your choice. You'll still have stuff left over. Mental. Absolutely mental. Just, and it feels so good. Like when you're playing the game, it's not even a price thing. Like you know what's kind of crazy? It's not even a price thing. I'm just talking about the price right now, but it's not even a price thing. The price is obviously very attractive, but it's not even a price thing because most of the stuff that I've got is fucking resin and metal, so it's expensive. I'm like those early Horse Heresy guys, but it's one of those things where it's like, I only need to buy one box. I can choose to buy more. I don't need to buy every box. Like if I want power armor for my Germans, I buy one box. I don't need to buy 2 or 3. And then buy the assault variant. No. All the style trooping you could ever want. All the style trooping want/need would be one box. All the fireflies, one box. It's crazy. It's fucking... So, you know, I know one of the big criticisms that people have had, one of the big criticisms that people have had of Konflikt 47 is when they've seen the boxes and they've gone, oh, they're trying to be like GW. No, they're not. No, they're not. It's just Konflikt armies, pure Konflikt armies are much smaller. So they're actually not being like GW in any way, shape or form. Now, there are people comments that where people are like, oh, you know, Warlord Games has described themselves in the past as like the seagulls flying behind the... I don't know if they ever have done. But the seagulls flying behind the fishing trawler, and they're like, I think they've got too close to the trawler this time. I don't know if Warlord Games has ever described themselves that. Maybe they have done. It sounds like the kind of thing John Stallard would say. You know, they're very open. They're a very open company. They're very self-aware. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. But it's just not true. If you're looking at this from a bolt action point of view, it looks like that. But it's just not true. And I have to say it was my biggest concern. I was like, Warlord, do not, you know, you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain. And I was like, oh no, have we got to the villain bit? And the truth is, no, we have not. We have not got to the villain bit. And they are not GWing you. The truth is that Konflikt armies are smaller because stuff is more expensive. And if you want to play at 1500 points, it'll be because you want to, not because you need to. Not because you feel pressured to. Yeah. Yeah. T-Bane. Alan Glory, it's just way easier to get started. That's just true, isn't it? It's just easier to get started. If you know that, I mean, it's just one starter army. I do think Warlord the American starter army, you don't really need to buy anything else for it. But it would be nice if it had like 6 more infantry in there. And for the German starter army, it'd be nice if it had... But, you know, here's the thing. Here's the thing. It's just hit me. Those starter armies have got the Rift dice and the Order dice in, which bolt action ones don't have. And I bet they've been designed that way to make it easier for people to get into the game. I reckon in a few months' time, there'll be another Axis starter army that comes out. I reckon that, I don't know, I've no idea. But if I was a betting man and I know Warlord, I think there'll be another Axis starter army that comes out with no Rift dice in it. It's same price, no Rift dice, no Order dice, more models. And the idea is like, oh, if you don't want, you know, because if you're someone that starts with one army, you don't really need, you know, if you get all the accoutrement, you don't really care about more accoutrement, do you? You just want the models at that point. So yeah, these ones are very much designed beginners. These are beginners with you've never played Konflikt before, beginners. And I think in time, it's like how many German starter armies are there in bolt action? It'll be the same with Konflikt. Absolutely. What have we got here? Commander HHL. I have a US Army starter box that I haven't opened yet. A couple of walkers, and I should be rolling 100%. You will need some fireflies, but Mordian Glory, come to you. I've already looked into it. Look at it. Look at me. From this day on, you put your faith in me. Do you want to do you want to convert regular paratroopers into Fireflies? And do you want it to be a piece of piss? Not having to fuck around with like plasterboard and shit or whatever it's called, plasticad. Like, yeah, fair play to those people who do want to do that. But, you know, you can't be fucked. You want an easy solution. Mordian Glory's got you covered. I've got you covered. I always do. I always do. I got you covered in 2 ways. All right. Multiple ways, actually. Behold, Anvil Industry. Now, they do sell jetpacks that are like £1 each. That's not really a viable solution. What is a viable solution is the Drop Trooper high-tech jetpack. This gives you 7 jetpacks for £3.45. Now remember, I only needed 12 Fireflies. I only needed 12 Fireflies. So 2 boxes of these, and you've got 14 Fireflies. Just a couple of spare. And look at that. They just go on the back. Just little jump packs. Little jump packs. Remember, these models are quite chunky because they're more 40k orientated. So actually, they'll be perfectly fine to go on the back of a bot action model. So yeah, you just buy. So what you do, see, that's what you do. What you do is you go over to like, I don't want the full starter army. 1 minute, how would you spell it? I'm going to try this. Balls. Aha, here you go. What you do, dearest people, is you come over to the US Airborne D-Day Platoon. And this is 30 infantry. 30 of the latest, finest, I've seen these in person, by the way. I saw them this weekend. These are really nice. Ignore the eyes. The guy who works at Warlord painted the cat eyes. I'm convinced of it. These are really, really nicely detailed. Really, really, really good models. 10 out of 10. And in fact, so much so, I'm thinking of selling my old metal Airborne and rebuying these ones. So buy these. Convert 12 of them over to Fireflies. Convert 14 of them over to Fireflies with your Drop Trooper jetpack thingies. And then have the other 16 be 2 8-man basic infantry squads. Boom. Boom. So you'd have a Firefly officer with an extra man. 2 6-man Firefly squads with, you know, you've got BARs and shitloads of SMGs and stuff in there. No dramas whatsoever. You know, just paint the SMG with a fucking blue barrel on top. Boom, Tesla SMG, no dramas. And then you've got, that's a full assault platoon for £37 plus £7. 43, £44. £44. And you get a full assault platoon. A good one. A good one as well. So now all you need to do is get a couple of linebackers and you're sorted. Sorted. I mean, that's literally a full 2,000. That's a literally full 1250 point army right there. 2 linebackers, assault platoon, bosh. Bosh. If you wanted to get a little, I mean, the linebackers are probably going to be about £30 each. So what? I mean, I'm saying probably. They might be less. But my point is that you're probably looking at a full Konflikt 47 US Army there for £100. And that's like new in box from Warlord. take 20% off that because you know fucking Wayland Games is going to have you covered. And oh, look, 80 quid. They are, T-Bane. They are. Yeah. 80 quid. Full Konflikt army. Bosh. Next one, please. Easy peasy. Fucking told you guys. I'm telling you, the more you look, the more possibilities, the more potential it has. Do you want to buy one combat patrol from Games Workshop for fucking 10 horses that are going to send you down the wrong path and you're never going to fucking use them after you actually learn how to play 40k? Or, and that's not even £100, for like £105, that's what they're going up to now. Do you want to do that? Okay, you can, of course, you can do. Or how about you spend 80 quid, or, you spend the same amount. Let's take postage and shit into account. You spend the same amount and you get a full army. And a good one as well. And it's all killer, no filler. And the rules are good. So you can get a game which is better than Warhammer 40k. I think it is, by the way. I think from a flavor point of view, that thing that so many are craving. So many are craving. From a flavor point of view, from a rules point of view, probably not from a balance point of view, but from a rules point of view, and from a cost point of view. Next time you're going to buy a combat patrol, just try this instead. Try it out. Oh man, like I'm trying, I'm trying, share.
Reporting for duty, sir.
I'm trying, I'm trying to be fair, but honestly, I'm just fucking like, I'm fully conflict pilled, boys. I'm fully conflict pilled. And that's one thing I was going to say. You know all the shit that we thought was really powerful on paper? You know the surging grav gun that we saw on paper and we're like, oh my God, that's so broken? Nah. It's orc shooting. It hits on 5s. It moves. It hits on 5s. The rail cannon. Oh my God, the rail cannon is so broken. It hits on 4s when it moves. If it surges. So, probably won't hit. Yeah. It's, you know what, it's actually, I say Konflikt 47 isn't balanced. It actually felt way more balanced. It felt way more balanced than I was expecting. I know that's going to sound impossible. I know, dear America. I know. But it felt more balanced than Warhammer 40k. So it's cheaper. The rules are more immersive and crunchier. It's easier to learn. The game flows better. And especially considering the new night meta that's incoming, it's more balanced. Do you see why the title isn't clickbait, boys? Do you see why the title isn't clickbait and the lore is better? Debatable. Okay, maybe gone a step too far there. But the lore is interesting. The lore is interesting. It's interesting enough. And it's grim dark as fuck. So it's more grim dark. The lore's got a lot of potential, but it's early days in the lore. But the lore's got a lot of potential. So it's more grim dark. The lore's got a lot of potential. It's cheaper. It's not balanced, but it's more balanced than 40k. The rules are crunchier. The rules are more immersive. It's easy to learn, but with the depth that makes it interesting to master. Do you see why the title isn't clickbait? I'm telling you, I can't get it enough.
I've been trying to be really measured about this whole thing, but it's really oh man. Let's find out general. I'm a tough sell on a game without Xenos. That's a great point. It's a great point. But you could just use some Xenos models. I mean, you could use some. I mean, you could easily homebrew some Xenos in there. Just in terms of the models, use a nation to represent them. The armies are so weird and wacky. You know, it's crazy. You could if someone, I don't know if this is a thing. I presume it is. But, you know, you could use the Axis rules in Konflikt 47 to represent the Illuminate from Helldivers 2. Very easily. Very, very easily. You have Walker rules. The Axis have Walkers. Which fire big beams. You've got zombies, like the Voteless. And you've got big power armor guys, like the Overseers. So, as crazy as it sounds, if you 3D printed a couple dozen Voteless, a dozen Overseers, and like a couple of Harvesters, maybe even like one Harvester, that would be a totally legal and easily identifiable army in K47, which sounds kind of mental. And you could obviously do that with like 40k as well, but you know, what I'm saying is loads of people use 3D printing to insert armies that aren't in 40k into 40k. You know, I've seen Helldiver armies and stuff like that. I've seen like Skaven, Admech and stuff like that. So yeah, it's easily done. It's easily done because you're not limited by historical weapons now. It's something I haven't even considered because you're not limited by historical weapons now. It's entirely possible to bring outside factions into the game and just use counts as rules, and that wouldn't be an issue. Like, not at all, because we're playing Konflikt, so it's already all fucking mental. Do you know what I mean? I mean, absolutely, it sounds kind of insane, but you could really easily represent Skaven on the tabletop in, why aren't Skaven in Warhammer 40k? Well, people put models of them in Warhammer 40k, like the Skaven Admech, and you could absolutely do that in K47 because the rift weapons are so wacky and crazy. Yeah. You could bring Necrons in. Necron warriors would represent the Totem Core, easy peasy. Immortals for Stahltruppen. Obviously, the flayed ones would be good for Totem Core. Immortals could be Stahltruppen, but of course they don't get back up, so you've got to be aware of that. But you could easily, if someone put down against me 2 squads of 3 Immortals, 2 squads of 6 flayed ones, and then used one of the big, the Walker, a couple of the big Walkers with the cannons on top, I would be able to know what they were using in K47. I'd be like, flayed ones are going to be Totem Core, right? They're going to be Immortals, and they're going to be what the fuck is it? They're going to be like a couple of Thors. Yeah, sweet. No dramas. You could use Tomb Spiders for Vogel Spinners. How interesting. I hadn't even thought about that. But how interesting. If I used Warhammer 40k models to represent the US, it would be very easy. Guardsmen are basic riflemen. Fireflies are Tempest of Silence. Tanks would be a little bit of an issue, but Sentinels would cover all the walkers. I'd have to maybe do a bit of kit bashing for the different... Well, no, a Sentinel with an autocannon and a Hunter Killer Missile could represent a Bruin very easily. Because it's got the missile system and it's got the autocannon. or the well, it would be doable. The tank, no, it wouldn't be a problem. Because, no. It wouldn't be a problem because we're talking about scale here. So the 40k tanks would be the same scale as the infantry, so it would be fine. So yeah, you could have a Leman Russ Executioner. Think about this: you have a Leman Russ Executioner with a heavy bolter and a heavy stubber, no sponsons, and you've got a Tesla Sherman. How interesting. How very interesting. Whoa. Once again, I refer you to the title. I'm telling you. Oh, 40k is so expensive. I need to buy so much stuff. What if to play a game of Warhammer 40k? No, just bear with me. Bear with me here. What if to play Warhammer 40k, instead of needing 80 guardsmen just to get started, just to cover the foundation of the infantry corps, you bought 2 boxes and that was all you would need? Bear with me here. What if you only needed 2 boxes of Scions as well, or 1 box of Aquilans? Just bear with me. What if you only did 2 Leman Russes? And you could use it all. Fuck. Oh. That's it, boys. That's it. I'm convinced. I'm fucking convinced. That's it. We've that right moment, that realization right there. If that spreads, that's gonna spread like a fucking mind virus through the fort. That could be the spreader. I'm telling you. Don't need to buy a single fucking model. Just use the fucking rules. Just try it out. And if you like the game, chuck some money at it. But feel free. Fuck. Oh my fuck, that's gonna get people. That's gonna get people. I'm telling you right now, that's gonna get people. Fucking hell. Right. That's the place to finish right there. Got a few super chats. But that's the place to finish right there. Odo Creek could represent anything. They could easily represent it. Easily. The Volksgrenadiers, your basic riflemen. Volksgrenadiers, grenade launchers represent rifle grenades. Plasma guns. Well, grenade launchers represent rifle grenades. And then I guess you just have to... You get melter. Yes, but you probably would be using like snipers to represent BARs to cut the scope off or something like that. Yeah. Yes, easily. All right. Anyway, a few super chats here. That's the biggie, though. I think that's... Now that thought's out there. Seth Key, thank you for the super chat, man. Few work in progress in DMs if you care to gander. I always care to gander. Always. Yeah, baby. I am so glad I chose to gander. Yes. Seth, I love it, man. I absolutely fucking love it, bro. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Love the color scheme. Love the OG Steel Legion. 10 out of 10. Would gander again. Love it, mate. All right. Godlike Parrot, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Vow progress in stream discussion. Infantry are coming along. Let's take a look, mate. Let's take a look. Oh, fuck. Oh Oh, shit, man. Oh, shit. I was unsure about my infantry scheme when I finished my first model, but now I've got 2 full squads and my weapon team's done. I think I did make some good choices. What do you think? Look at my reaction, man. I haven't seen a big picture and I'm already convinced. Also, I'm impressed again at how easy and quickly they painted up. Dude, look at these motherfuckers, man. Look at these motherfuckers. They look... I told you, man. Look at this guy on the... Look, this guy. This is Konflikt 47 right fucking here. Look at this motherfucker. It's so K47. It's unreal. Dude, they've come out so well. I told you. I said I thought it was a good colour scheme. Not to wank myself off. I'm wanking you off. I told you it was a good colour scheme. I'm so glad you continue with it. They have come out so fucking good. So fucking good, man. Yeah. Yeah, man. Shit, man. The infamous MMG team. It's nightmare to build, but it looks good once it's done. Yes, mate. Love those here infantry officers running around with the pistols. Cool. That was the convincer right there, though. Dude, you need to get more of those bases done. I ain't even fucking tripping, man. I ain't fucking about. Don't worry. Just do it. Do it. Yeah, man. Shit, man. They look great. They look proper fucking evil. And that's okay for the Axis. Fantastic, mate. Trench Rat, my boy. Trench Rat, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. I don't understand the lore, but how do bot action and K47 models thematically go together in the fiction? I know less than nothing about the game. Really easy. So basically, in the lore, that our timeline, as it were, when one, well, it's alternate history, right? So basically, World War II happened, just like it did in our situation. World War II happened. But when the Americans were testing the atom bomb, obviously they were blowing them up, trying to, in testing places. And when they dropped the nuke, what happened is the explosion tore a rift open in reality. Think of it a little bit like a warp portal, but not like a full portal, like a little tear. And strange energy and readings and all sorts of mad signals and stuff were coming out of the rift, just like a rift in time and space, a bit like if a little warp portal opened, if the Hadron Collider went off and a little warp portal opened up, you'd be able to scan it and you'd be like, what the fuck is this kind of thing. So imagine kind of like that, little rift opened up, little warp rift, as it were, and basically they harnessed the rift energy. And they use it for all sorts of stuff. So at first they just used it as like a power source, because they were like, hey, look, this energy that comes out of the rift, we can bottle it up, and it's like having a battery. It's really, really effective. So now that we've got this power source that we can bottle up, it's like, well, imagine what we could do with that. Well, we can now create power armor. Why don't we have power armor in 2025? Because the power pack to do it, really big and bulky and stuff. But if you could have a power pack, it would be great. So it's kind of like how power armor works in Fallout, for example. It works because they've got the microfusion technology. And then they started realizing that, well, what if you start using this rift? Well, not every faction, but some factions started using the rift energy for less than ethical means. Like, what happens if we inject rift energy into a man? Oh, he died, but his muscles did grow really big before he died. I wonder if we put a little bit less in, if he won't die, and all this kind of stuff. And so basically the rift, so the Americans opened the first rift and started using it as an energy source. They then dropped a bomb on Dresden. So rather than firebombing Dresden, they dropped a nuke on Dresden. And because they thought, well, it's not going to happen. They're like, it's not going to make another rift, is it? So then it made a rift in Dresden. Now, there's some sort of hints in the lore that maybe they were sort of tricked into dropping the bomb on Dresden because the Green Vault was like ready for... The Axis is now not run by the Nazi Party. A secret society ran through... has basically taken over. So they're not, the Nazis aren't in charge anymore. The Green Vault is in charge. It's a cult society, secret society that basically, after the Nazis had served their usefulness, they were cast aside, and now the Green Vault has come out into the open, and they are playing their hand for world domination. Very, very Bond-esque villain kind of stuff. And so basically, World War II has happened, but now there's these two warp portals, one in Dresden and one in America. And so how do bolt action units factor into this? Well, it's only been 3 years. It's only 2 years after World War II ended in our time. And it's only 3 years after really the timeline split. So, you know, and they've had to do a lot of R&D, and they've had to like learn about how the rift works. So, you know, not everyone gets to run around in a suit of power armor. As every year goes by, more and more people are getting power armor, but you can't give it to everybody. It's like, you know, why, you know, even when the even when the Germans made the STG-44, and it was a really good small arm, they didn't, you know, they couldn't give them out to everybody even if they wanted to, because you can only make so much of stuff with the resources you've got. So basically, you know, you've got a bunch of people that are still running around with World War II technology, aka the bolt action units, and then supplementing this is the Konflikt 47 Rift technology. So that's how the two units interact. That's how the two game systems interact. And there's a line in the Konflikt 47. There's a paragraph in the Konflikt 47 rulebook which says, bring all the bot action units into K47. Be aware there might be some unintended consequences. Don't be a dick about it. If something comes in from bot action, it's clearly broken. Don't, you know, try not to do that. But, you know, if you've got a bolt action army and you want to use it in K47, here's how you can do it, basically. So, yeah. So, basically, that's how the two games go together. Konflikt 47 is just the war going on for 3 more years with a couple of warp portals on Earth. There's a load of other stuff going on, but that explains how you can have guys, you know, in the American army running around, you know, guys with like M1 Garands and wearing like their normal olive drab uniforms fighting alongside just a big fucking like walker mech. That's how it explains how they fight, you know, because some of those guys are just normal soldiers and they've been supported by a walker. Yeah. So yeah, it's that's how it works. So hopefully, Trenchrat, that explains it. And it's really good because it means it's good. They've taken the time in universe to explain it, but it's really good for you and your wallet as well because bolt action is really cheap. It's really cheap. You know, that's the thing. It's good for the immersion and it's good for the wallet. There we are. All right. All righty ho ho. I think we're pretty much there, boys. Don't think we've got any tips coming in. Nope. I think we're okay. And yeah, nice. So I'm gonna have to go now. I don't want to go. I want to stay here and keep talking about K47. But it's 3:30 in the morning. I've been streaming for 6 hours, and the Konflikt 47 battle port is being fucky. I'm trying to upload it, and it's being fucky. So I want to make sure that you have that in time for Wednesday, because if it keeps being fucky, might not come out till Thursday, and you're gonna kill me. So I'm gonna log off, fix this, and then you guys will get your K47 goodness on Wednesday. But yeah, honestly, it's just the tip of the iceberg. It's just the tip of the iceberg. And I often say, send me to the black ships. I often say that. But I'm getting a feeling the whispers of the warp are speaking to me. And I'm telling you, I think this... I've been saying... Let's go through the timeline for a second. Quick. I saw the new Konflikt 47 models and was like, oh, how interesting. I saw the first Konflikt 47 lore articles and went, okay, I'm buying in. I showed off the Konflikt 47 stuff before we even had any rules. I showed them off to you on stream and the community went, here's enough money to buy the Riftbuster Mega Bundle. So that was interesting. Then I got my hands on the rules and I wasn't allowed to talk about them for like 2 weeks. And I was like, this is good. Like, this is very, 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 very good. But we don't have army rules yet, so I have no idea. It could all fall apart. And then I started getting worried about the starter armies. And then I got the army rules, and now I'm not. And then I was like, I'm not worried about the starter armies because now I actually realize they're a good deal. And then I played my first game, and I was like, and I think up until that point, I said that Konflikt 47 had potential. I saw the lore and I went, this is potential. I saw the models and went, this has got potential. I saw the lore and went, this has got potential. I saw the main rules and I went, this has really got potential. And then I saw the army rules and I went, this has really, really got potential. But we just don't know until the rubber meets the road, until the dice start flying and start rolling. And now I've come back from my first game and I'm no longer saying it's got potential. I'm saying it is good. It is going to be great. It is going to be exciting and interesting. And it is worth your due consideration and time. And that's the note I want to finish on. At every point when this could have stumbled, it hasn't stumbled. There's still time. There's always time. And nothing is perfect. Nothing is perfect. But it hasn't stumbled yet. And I'm getting a feeling, boys. My spidey sense is tingling. And I'm telling you, I don't even think it's got potential to be big. I think it is going to be big. I'm putting out there a bold statement. A bold statement, to be sure. But I am no longer Konflikt curious. I am fully Konflikt confirmed. Oh man, the hype train ain't got no brakes, and I don't want it to have brakes, because I wanna get on board and I wanna get where it's going. all right, and on that note, I got like Poet. Did you see the total call me on main discussion? I didn't. I'm gonna take a look now. No, yeah, very true. When you shoot at a totem core unit and there are more of them afterwards than when you started, super FDR, come pick me up, I'm scared. And that's, dude, the memes make themselves. The memes make themselves. And actually, this is the last thing I want to say. We've spoken a lot about rules today. Such is my brain, such is my way. Let us talk about vibes for 10 seconds, and we can talk about more about vibes tomorrow. I'm sure there's going to be more questions and stuff. It'll be a normal just chatting stream tomorrow, but that means we can cover everything, Konflikt and all sorts. This game passes the vibe check. And I think that's something that often, as wargamers, we're very analytical.
and we're very prone to looking at rules and all sorts of stuff. That is our way. That is how we like to interact with the world and with games. But this game passes the vibe check. It passes the vibe check. What do I mean by that? It just... Some things in life are intangible. Some things in life you can't put your finger on. You just know if something is right or wrong, if something is good or bad, and you know it on a fundamental level. At its core, you know it's good, and you know when something is bad as well. Like, you know when something is slop, and you know when something is gold, and that applies throughout life. Throughout life. It's the vibe check. And I am telling you now that this game passes the vibe check. It's not even about the fucking... I mean, the rules are great. The rules are fucking phenomenal. But most importantly, it passes the vibe check. It feels right. And I'm not saying it's perfect. I'm not saying there won't be bugs. There won't be problems. But I keep using this analogy. I keep using this example. Look at Helldivers 2. It was a buggy fucking game when it came out. And I ain't talking about the enemies you were facing. It was a buggy game. But because it passed the vibe check, because people in that caveman DNA, that fundamental DNA, knew that this was good, it blew up. And it has gone beyond anything that even the original creators could have expected. And, you know, there have been growing pains along the way. There have been teething pains along the way. There have been issues along the way. But it never lost that sense of right. Like, this is right. This, like, yeah. And it never lost that sense of right. And because you could see the fundamental greatness shining through, as a player of that game, you were patient, you were understanding. You knew there were bugs, and you knew they'd get fixed. And you could see that the people working on it gave a shit, and you could see the people working on it were like, were decent. And they were human, so they made mistakes, but you could see they were decent. This is going to be the Helldivers 2. I don't know if it'll blow up as much as Helldivers. That was insane, you know. But this is the Helldivers 2, I think. This is Battlefield 6 to Call of Duty. You know, one has been slowly sloppifying over the years, and everyone said, "Oh, Battlefield will never come back." Call of Duty won. Call of Duty won, right? I'm not saying that anymore, are they? Not saying that anymore, are they? Everyone thinks that things won't change until they do. I think this could be interesting. I'm not I'm not even going to caveat it. I'm not even going to caveat it. I'm just going to stick by it. I think this could be very interesting. Very interesting times. And even if it ends up just being a good game on its own right, and 40k continues onwards in its ever-ending march, fine. Still get a good game out of it. Still a good game. Still just a good game. That's it. That bit can never be taken away from it. That's the thing. It can never be taken away from it. If it beats 40k or not, I mean, it'd be great, wouldn't it? It'd be fucking mental, wouldn't it? What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive. But even if it doesn't need to. This is the thing. It doesn't need to. It's already won. in a funny sort of way, it's already won because the game is already good. That can't change. I've seen the rules. I've played the game. It's already good. So whatever happens from this point on is a fucking bonus. That's the mental shit. The fact that we're even considering it is the mental shit. Considering what it could do. That's the mental shit, man. Oh. And every time I try and be sensible about this game, I end up, the excitement bubbles out of me again. You see me go up and, it's like I've been on a fucking mood swing the entire fucking stream. Been on a fucking mood swing the entire stream. Every time I start being calm and sensible and talk about those, and then at some point I just go, and I start frothing about it. I'm frothing. I am frothing about this game. Unreservedly, unashamedly, unabashedly. I don't care how cringe. I don't care how cringe I am. I don't care how much people call me a ball washer, who call me a fucking shill. I don't care. I'm unashamedly excited, genuinely excited about this game on a personal fucking level. And you are all going to have to hear about it because I want to talk about it. And I'm just so excited I have to talk to someone about it. And you guys are going to have to hear about it. That's the thing. That's the thing. I know some of you are going to be like, come on, Mordian, shut the fuck up. Like, I'm just very excited. I'm very, very excited. And every time I want to end the stream, I keep keeping it going for the 10 minutes. I need to go. I don't want to. Big Titty Ursa's girlfriend. That's it. You're absolutely right. It's Big Titty. But what are the daughters of the motherland? I mean, you can't be like Big Titty daughter girlfriend because that's just nah. The daughters of the motherland are the muscle mummies, and yeah, I have 12 of them, and I have built them, and I have painted them. All right. Gentlemen, I have to drag myself away. De Krampus, let's have a look, mate. De Krampus, thank you for the super chat, and then we're gonna dive off. Sneaking in, stream painted progress in stream description. Sorry, do not apologize. Never apologize. Never ever ever apologize. Look at this beautiful bastard. Please disperse. I can't believe only a few hours ago this thing was painted, man. You've done such a good job so quickly. Oh, man. Please disperse. I love that. So Imperium. They don't use water cannon. They use flame cannon. Brilliant. Bad Larkin, I've got it for you. Big Titty, call me girlfriend. BTCGF. Big Titty, call me girlfriend. That's it. That can cover Ursus and Daughters of the Motherland. Big Titty, call me girlfriend. There you go. All right. What about Stepdaughters of the Motherland? I know there's any best Stepdaughters of the Motherland. That's bad, man. That's so bad. Stepdaughters. Oh. Please help me, comrade brother. I'm stuck in this, well, I would say washing machine, but they did not have a lot of those in the Soviet Union. Oh, my God. I love how we talk about fucking big, buff, fucking Soviet muscle mummies, and fucking Mike turns up. He's not been in here for like a fucking year. Mike, how have you been, man? I'm shooting off, but dude, great to see you in the stream, man. Oh, man. Amazing. We mentioned it and he just fucking pops up. I love it. We finally have a game, Mike, which actually has proper big buff ladies. Big baller wolfy daddies? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Big baller wolfy daddies. 100%. Yeah. We've got big baller wolfy daddies. You know what? The Ursus don't even need to have a name. They're just bears. Konflikt 47 is a very inclusive game. See, some people are bears, and some people are
I'm trying to think of what you could say. If the Ursas are bears, are the Siberian terror troops the power bottoms? Ah! Oh no! Oh no! I've just cancelled. Oh no! It was a good run. It was a good run. Jesus Christ! I could see. I think we need to move swiftly on. Move swiftly on before I get a knock on the door. Right. I went through the absolute worst character development. Fuck's sake, mate. I kind of don't want to know. I mean, I want to know, but I don't want you to feel like you have to share that publicly. They put the power in the power bottom. Fucking hell. Jesus Christ. Oh. All right. Jesus wept, man. I gotta go. I gotta go before I end up taking it too far. To you, the total god, the gimps. Yeah. Rift power bomb. I'm sure their rift is a power. Is their power? The rift has provided a whole new meaning now. It's a crack in the fabric of space and time. Oh no. Oh no. Right, I'm going. Thank you very much to all of you who joined today. Thank you to everyone who subscribed. Shout out to just a couple more coming in. John and Wickus, thank you so much to everyone who joined, subscribed, liked the stream. Thank you to all who came along for the hyperactive excitement that I have had throughout this entire fucking ordeal, this entire fucking stream. But seriously, guys, I'm so excited. And I hope that excitement comes across. And this ain't no bullshit either. This ain't no bullshit here. And interesting. We live in interesting tabletop times. And on that note, thank you for joining. Thank you for liking. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you to all of you who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats and member flexes and gifted memberships. Thank you to Twitch gang, to YouTube gang, to Kick gang. Thank you to all of you. Hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
With resolute pride, in the Führer we trust, there's nowhere to hide. The roar of vengeance, the thunderous blast, we forge the future, reigniting the past. March of the Stone Troopers. Whisper commands in the wasteland of dreams. We make our stands, infernal wrath. fates itself in the iron clash. Through trenches of sorrow we march, with embers of glory under Brandenburg's arch. March of the Stahltruppen, MG44, unleash the storm. For Mars, to the bitter end, for the Reich shall know no end. In the shadows of dominance, we carve our fate. With the will of iron, we bring the hate. The skies rain fire as the weak fall away. In this unyielding march, we'll seize the day like wolves.